I don't think I've seen Secret really do this much recently, but I also wouldn't be shocked if this ends up being a mid Wind Ranger. I think it could be a pretty good matchup for them. And also, if you play that Wind Ranger mid, she gets more farm and say gets that blink up, or even maybe pub build Shadow Blade or something. You have tempo on this hero. Now you can run around your presence. You're a threat to kill anybody that you see, basically. So I'm not sure if Secret has that in their repertoire this time.
And with Howl as well, right? So it makes it like a lot stronger.
Yeah, that's true.
True that, true that. All right. Trivia time, boys. Are you ready for this?
Nope.
Centaur War Runner. If he hits his ult and the Monkey King is on the enemy team, will he fall through the trees?
No.
No, but and I know what you're trying to say, but you said it wrong.
That was terrible.
If the Centaur has Aghanims and uses his ult, and the Monkey King is on the same team,
yes,
because he gives him free pathing instantly, he falls through the tree, and he'll get stunned.
Congratulations, Owen.
Which is it's a fine mechanic.
That was a trick question. You solved it, Owen. Fog, you're dumb. You didn't get the trick question.
I also like how it started with if the Centaur hits his ult, because there's a good chance that
he's gonna miss.
200 points to
He's
Owen.
gonna miss his R.
200 points to Owen. Fog to get a negative 100 points.
I'm fine with negative 100.
I just stomped the ground. My bad.
All right, guys, we're taking a long time for this last pick here. We got a lot of bans. What's going on?
Neither one has shown their mid, so they're both.
I mean, they could do a Dendi mid troll or a Dendi mid Magnus. There's still flexibility. But yeah, that makes
spicy hot.
I think this hero is just super strong now.
I mean, it's so good against the Wind Ranger and the IO, isn't it? Two heroes you're going to be able to blow up. And yeah, that extra bit of follow-up control after good RP. You know, a lot of AoE stun.
But Lina Monkey King, this is DAC staple. We saw this a lot.
It's scary. I think you know, Secret again. This could be like one of the first games from the series we saw the other week. You know, where they try something with the Wind Ranger. It's going to be hard. They are going to finish with the mid Tinker. So it will indeed be the Wind Ranger support, as similar to what we saw yesterday, back on Friday.
I have not seen a Tinker in
Where is the Tinker? Oh, hold up! Before you put it down, can you make some robot noises? So you know, like the
right? I don't know.
What is that?
Minus 100 points for Fox. Negative 300.
I'm cool with that.
That only comes with the double down. I enjoy that Secret's always willing to pick these kind of finesse lineups, harder to execute. Navi is a very brute force lineup right now, but I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to predict in favor of Navi for this one, actually.
Navi.
What you say?
Didn't you say Secret 2-0, but the draft really? All right.
I'll believe in Secret here. I think the Tinker is gonna be a big part for them to win this, but with the wolves in this and the boots of travel in on them with Tinker, so you can join fights pretty easily in good positions. It's going to be key for Secret to win this game.
Okay, so we got a Navi, we got a Secret.
I'll go with Secret.
All right, and my personal style, as always, is never trust a Wind Ranger, no matter who plays it. Rest in peace, Thunderbirds. All right.
From the Bounty Hunter Razor tier for you.
Never trust a Wind Ranger. That'll just about do us for here.
I thought you were going to say Ginger for a while.
Whoa. Dude, no stereotypes. No stereotypes here. Gingers are capable of a lot of things. All right? Gee whiz.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, should be ready to throw to that game anytime soon. Anything you... Okay, well, casters, take it away. Thank you from backstage, men and women back there. Throw it to the casters. Throw it away. Let's go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and indeed, welcome to the casting panel. I'm Odie Pixel. I'm here at Fogton. We're ready to take you through the first game of the first series of the day. It's Team Secret up against Navi. We've just seen the drafts, Fog. Secret, as we're saying, again, trying the Wind Ranger support, really wanting to make it work. Do you feel that they have got the lineup this time around to make it work? Are you a little more hopeful in comparison to that bit of the all-over-the-place draft we saw them put it in before last week?
I think they have a really different approach for this one. This is like full split push. They don't really want to take fights early on, and I think the Wind Ranger at least is going to have that like deep push mechanic for them to take the game to the later stages and choose fights. Like Jack was saying, they're playing a lot around their vision, and they're going to have to. I think their lineup is a lot harder to execute than Navi's, but we're going to see if they're able to do it. I mean, I think they've played the Tinker before recently too, so we kind of expected this coming out of Secret, right? We were saying that they're probably going to be trying stuff out, you know,
for sure,
testing out some heroes, just getting a little bit more comfortable with the way things going down. So.
Yeah, and this is absolutely the time to try out and maybe see if you can find the success with it. We know that Tinker, very much a hero that if mid one gets a good start, can just run away with the game. But there are a lot of ways that Na'Vi can catch the Tinker. I wouldn't necessarily say it's going to be the easiest game for Mid1 to get away with what he wants later on, as there's a lot of ways they can spot him out amongst those trees.
I like what Yapstar is doing. We did say he probably will start with an Iron Talon, but he just has the Quelling Blade right now, and he's cutting down every tree in sight. Because he knows the Monkey King's been hopping around through here. So he's definitely trying to get some information, maybe catch that Monkey King, luckily. Kazu takes some heavy harassment trying to contest the rune top.
Forced to salve straight away. So that certainly will affect him in lane. And indeed, he's going to have to deal with the two of them. We'll see what kind of movements the Monkey King makes. I mean, where do you expect the Monkey King to mainly be based? Which lane are you looking at the moment as the Monkey saying, I can do the most here?
Well, we actually usually see like Baboka and stuff playing it, and he goes for the Jingu Master pretty much like 99% of the time when he plays, and he zones the safe laner. But we do see Seneko went for the Tree Dance the first level, so he's going to be trying to just get information, and I think he's probably just going to contest between mid and off lane. He's going to follow the Wisp around, because I think he saw the Quelling Blade being picked up, so he's going to expect him to just be jungling. And Yapstar's going to be eating a bit of harassment here. But at the same time, the Wisp balls do okay, and Wind Ranger can come and support pretty heavily. First that contestation. Yeah,
as you mentioned, Yapstar's certainly going to be slowed down in terms of the pace that he'd want to hit. But it's kind of like, tit for tat. Both teams have this position that's going to be out of the way of the other lanes, so space freed up elsewhere. We'll see how the mid-lane matchup goes. Dendi versus Mid1 at the moment. Mid1 with the slight lead. It's very early days. Do you expect this matchup to go one way or the other?
I think this one's fairly even. Tinker can go for the kill potential, but so can Lina. I think it's just mostly a farm one. And wow, Viper actually gets a solo kill on Kezu with...
I mean, I think it looked like, did Kezu back off and just use his skills to burst down the creep camps, and I guess he just let himself get too long, and Disruptor walks across, drops a Thunder Strike, easy first blood.
I think he was just super low. And he has return. He wasn't even like double edging
he didn't even have
anything.
Yeah, just level 1 return. Alright, Kezu, calm it down. Not the way that they want to start that off lane.
In a 1v1, I'd say it's pretty even. I think Lina still probably wins, but now the Monkey King's kind of walking around. He's in fear for his courier. You see Mid1 has the boots just sitting on his courier back on his hill because he's afraid the Monkey King might go for the snipe. And the Lina Dendi has a mid lane ward, which makes it a lot easier to pressure Tinker because you have that higher attack range and easier way to push the lane in. I guess that's the one thing, is that Lina can always push the lane in with your Dragon Slaves, and you can get a couple extra harassment hits, while Tinker, you would have to wait to get your March online until further levels.
Well, back to us as we do just have a brief pause. Biver pausing as he continues to chuckle about picking up that first blood. But that's pretty nice for him. I mean, I guess for always being a support in that capacity, getting yourself a solo first blood is certainly going to feel pretty good.
Yeah, Biver's pretty happy. I mean, having your boots that early on Disruptor is lovely. Gives you a little bit of surge in levels, which these two supports really need. Monkey King and Disruptor definitely need levels going into the mid game. So definitely important for him. He's going to go back up there and just continue pulling. General, though, in the offlane is doing excellent. He's almost level 3.
He really is, and he's getting a fair bit of CS as well. Third on the board, level with the Tinker pretty much. It's a nice lane, and I guess this is what one of the problems you're going to have when you have like a Wind Ranger support, is there just little you can do against someone like a Magnus on the offlane early on.
When you have no other, you already know where the Wisp is the whole time because of the Monkey King just scouting him out, so you know no other rotations got him, so he can play very confident with the poor man's shield on the Magnus and just walk up, because Lycan, he doesn't want to walk up and try to hit people. Wind Ranger, you do have decent damage and harassment, but you can't kill him alone by yourself. All you can do is just power shot him and give him some casual right clicks. Yeah, sorry, still getting scouted out. Getting ran at.
Seneko just doing what he can to steal some of the creeps. Mid1 is going to come along with a rotation and force the Monkey King out of the jungle. And with the chase down of the Rockets, it's going to be bringing him down pretty low. Look for the Duke into the tree line, trying to get that time so he can jump back up. And goes for the tree Duke, immediate with the jump up and the Primal Spring away. And I believe he should be far enough. Rockets now still down for 12 seconds. So he gets himself out of there. And the power and the annoyance the Monkey King can bring.
Yeah, forced reaction from Mid1, forced reaction from Puppey too. So that's also what the Monkey King is doing. Is like not only General is only versus the Wind Ranger, but Puppey keeps having to kind of like move over, trying to like help the Wisp out a lot. So this Monkey King is already doing a lot. Even though he's only level 1, he's lacking a little bit in levels, he's just pressuring and forcing reaction. Biver just leeching experience from Kezu, being very annoying, putting a ward down as well, even trying to take his last hits.
I mean, just to kind of point in as well on how this has affected Yap. So this isn't great, is it? I mean, we're coming to 4 minutes and he's still just halfway through level 1. That's all right. He's about to hit 2, but it is a slow start. Yeah, Seneko, he's done his job over it, hasn't he?
Yeah, for sure. He's got the bottle finished up though, and he's going to be able to collect those bounty runes with it. So you know, it was definitely very good pressure from the Monkey King, but Yepster should be able to recover okay as long as he doesn't get killed here.
Mid lane. Yeah, looking for mid one here. Sneko won't connect with the Primal Springer. He himself, of course, still level 1 as well, so sacrificing his own gain, and now could be in trouble.
They've got Howl.
General is there on the high ground, so they could maybe turn and help him. We're going to see him bring him down low with the lasers and the rocket. They've got enough burst to bring down the Monkey King, so finally, Navi able to punish Sneko's aggression.
Yeah, I like Midwin's decision in this game. Instead of going for that bottle and just trying to stay sustained in the mid lane, he goes for the boots, gets the range drop so he can actually assist his Wisp from those Monkey King rotations. Bottom lane, General. Getting aggressive onto Puppey. He's got an Arcane Rune.
He was thinking about it there. Skewing a Shockwave would have certainly brought him low. But with MP around, it could have been a bit of a suicide mission. He's still hunting behind the trees. And Puppey actually, I believe, handed that salve by MP. I'm pretty sure Puppey didn't have that on himself.
Yeah. Wind Ranger even said, thank you.
Yep. Well, there we go.
Get skewered, he should be just fine, though.
We'll get shackled, but yeah, as you mentioned, there's just not any further lockdown. So the General still continues to get a lock from this bottom lane. Kezu with the Talon, he himself's just been clearing out some of the jungle camps out towards the top. This has been given an entirely free lane to Pycat, sitting on 40 for 21, having pretty much flawless CS. But at the same time, MP not that far behind at all on the Lycan. He's getting a lot done down there.
And he's rushing the Midas. Mid lane, mid one getting very aggressive. He might actually, he's going to get punished here for sure. He's going to go down.
Yeah. Didn't have quite enough burst to bring down Dendi with the rotation. He is maybe going to pop. You'll see the IO come in, try and help him. With a glimpse there to break the tether. Now mid one again. Seeing if you get any final burst out, but the Light Strike Array is there. They'll take down mid one. They do lose Sneko in return. So it ends up being a 1-for-1, but at the end of the day, it is Navi taking down the mid laner.
Howl is ridiculous at nighttime. He was so low, and then he just gets, oh, here you go. Plus 200 HP for you.
Well, no, that's what it was, because it was the Howl and the tether.
Yeah.
It was like, bam! Well, bottom lane, still trying to keep the aggression going. MP, no Howl for 20 seconds, of course. They'll look to give him the rundown. Still, no points of the Jingu yet for the Monkey King. Have they got enough damage to kill him before he gets out? They haven't. So MP will escape. But they'll force him out of the lane nonetheless.
Ooh. He TP'd to the safe lane,
gonna
actually.
Yeah. Okay, okay, still got enough HP to hang around, maybe? I mean... He's regenerating up. Yeah, he's 3 points really in the passive. Yeah, well, 7 HP plus, isn't it?
Yeah, 7 HP per second.
That's fine.
He rushed the Midas as well, so he's okay in levels and farm. Even though the Troll has a good amount, a couple more CS than him, he's doing that to just make up for it. And you can already tell, Secret's going for this greedy type style. They want to take this game super late. They want to be able to just be able to split push and choose fights on their own accord.
This'll come in handy.
Kezu, about to hit on to level 4. Build for Pycat this game. Nothing too out of the ordinary. The phase into the Vlads for the Troll. It's the mask to go. Yeah, you're right. MP with that Midas certainly at this pace of a game will catch up with the farmer Pycat.
Mid lane, Dendi getting some harassment onto him.
Yeah, Puppey's seeing if he can get the angle for a shackle shot. We're going to see them dive in deep with the IO, bringing him down low, but Dendi with the infused raindrop and the bottle will keep himself alive. Couldn't quite find the range now. Now Secret has to be careful. TP's coming in through the shrine. Biva has got the spells to play with if he wants to try and reinitiate. But it looks like they'll hold back. Still respecting the burst potential that mid one has. And with the IO in the neighborhood, it's a little too hard for them to jump back in on.
Yeah, Fiery Soul movement speed just giving Dendi a little bit of range out of the laser. Puppey, Yapsor making rotation toward top. They get the shackle.
Yeah, trying to get in range for the Who Stomp, but couldn't quite close the gap quick enough. It's not quite the speed and the duration of the stun yet on the shackle shot to allow them to set up for the combo. And even if they did, probably wouldn't have been enough burst to bring down Pycat.
They did have the Howl bonus. It would have been kind of close, but he is definitely very tanky with the build that he's going for, having that Bassi headdress, and he's already level 8, so he's got 1,000 HP on that Troll already.
A gift from the Tempest of Battle.
Navi keeping the aggression up though.
That's interesting as well. Looking at Sneko, so queued up on the Monkey King, the Aquila. We don't always see that on that position on a Monkey, do we? Sometimes it's skipped.
It's MP getting some pressure onto him. He's actually forces his Lycan.
He's trapped in the field here. Let's see if they've got enough control of the balance strike, but they haven't. Yep, so we'll be there with the tether. And MP, in fact, thinking about going back in onto this, but quickly spots out the Pycats in the neighborhood as well. And we'll leave him alone.
So what I've been seeing with the Aquila build, at least from Baboka's standpoint, is every time he's with the Crystal Maiden, he skips the Aquila. But when he's not with a Crystal Maiden, he gets the Aquila pretty much 90%, or an Urn. He gets some type of mana regen item. And this time they know that the Troll is going Vlad, so he's like, all right, well, I just want my own Aquila, at least for the team, and for my own mana regen. Because the mana nerfs that Monkey King have gotten does hurt him a bit, so you do need some type of sustain in that factor.
Well, now with Navi's movements, Pycat He'll make himself at home down on the bottom lane. Has got the money now to finish off that Vlad, so still very impressive timing. 4.5k, top of the net worth. MP still only just behind. I'd see them put some pressure onto the tower. MP himself is going to head back down here with the backup once again of Puppey and Yapzor.
He's going all in on the Hal build. 0 and Wolves still, 0-3-4 on the Lycan, so a bit
like
different.
I
do like it. I like at least 1 or 2 points in the Wolves. I know some people like going like I think Owie, Curtis was the one who was saying 2-2-4 or some of his builds, or 2-4-2. And then he like maxes Wolves sometimes just because they're so useful with the amount of information that they give you.
I was going to say, because I think it was MP, I'm pretty sure he has done alternative builds, because normally we see him with those invis wolves out, and he's doing a hell of a lot of scouting. But, I mean, I guess, as you said, there's many different ways you can build this hero, and the situation this time around just calls for as you said, having the extra damage and not worrying about having the wolves out at this stage of the game.
And we've been talking about it a lot, like we said a few times on panels. Secret's experimenting. They're trying to test some stuff out. And this is the perfect time to be doing that with these type of tournaments. And it just, here we go. Monkey King in some trouble here. Kezu gets the spot. They get the power shot.
Yeah, he's not getting out of this yet. Trapped up by the shackle, taken down, no chance to jump back up to the tree line.
That's nice. That's really important for Kezu, because he was not really falling so far behind, but that early death really was hurting him quite a bit. And now he's caught up completely. Level 6. 1500 till his Blink Dagger, and he's just going to continue jungling with that Iron Talon.
Mid
Bottom lane, MP.
So if they get away with it this time, they tried before. He got the backup of Yapzor in time, but getting bashed up, and again, the second bash. The controls there from Pycat. And they'll bring down MP, the big bad wolf. Pressure now being put onto the bottom tier 1, and it looks like we won't see any response for a Secret, so Navi will be able to claim this one for free. While Secret themselves not necessarily putting on pressure elsewhere. You've still got Dendi holding up the mid lane, and up top, General on his way to the Blink Dagger, and making good time on it as well. 1600 gold towards the Blink. He's still farming an absolute treat. Third on the net worth, this General Magnus.
Yeah, he's doing super well.
Yeah.
I mean, he got a pretty good lane. He's also, this is his type of playstyle. He likes to play pretty aggressive. Then he goes back for the Iron Talon, and with that nice rotation from Pycat, I actually love, we talk about it so much, I love when these safe lane carries make the move in like the first nighttime toward the enemy safe lane. Just take their tower, give your lane up to another person who needs it.
And I don't know if you saw that, Fog, but a very interesting stat came up. In all 14 games that Navi's played on 7.03, Magnus has been first phase banned against them. And this time, Secret have let it through. So it's obviously something the teams are very scared about Navi's potency with. And I mean, already with the way that he's getting this speed at the beginning, I can see why. But yeah, if Secret can beat this, they're going to be beating something that other teams are afraid that they can't.
Definitely a good call. Yeah, General's, I mean, he's farming up a storm, and the Pycat's still just running around trying to make space, and they know once they've got their mag blink, that's their big team fight right now.
Ah, look at this, they've found themselves the Monkey King. Suneko has been spotted out, ultimate back with the boundless, but the Rockets come in and mid-1. Picks himself up a little bit more gold. That should, as he picked up the bot shit, he should be very close to at least.
I think that might have been his kill to get it.
There we go, bam. So, still good timing for Tinker. Between himself and Dendi, very close in the mid lane farm war.
They spotted Pycat actually going into this Roche pit. He did get up a DDE for it, but he's no way he can do this one with the power shot and with the wisp balls coming in.
He should be in any danger of dying, but yeah, at the least they won't get that Roche. And now they'll put Secret on high alert. They know that he was looking for it. They've got to be careful if he does make a reappearance around the area. Being backed up by Suneko and Biver, just in case a fight does kick off. General, how close is General to that blink? Because he must be so close, and it's coming at a good time as well.
Yeah, he's got it finished
there
already.
There we go.
13 minutes, solo offlane. Feels pretty good. 73 CS on him, so he's just been farming up a storm.
Going for the spell amp. Of course, making sure that shockwave will be enough on its own to bring down the range creeps as it clears the waves out. Very nice to keep the farm going. And we'll see if he tries to make some kind of big reveal play with this Blink Dagger. I mean, with Pycat and the way that he's built up, they're ready to go. We're going to see Secret actually smoke up towards the top lane, and I think that's because they didn't see him pick up the Blink yet. There were some pings on him, and they're probably saying, look, this guy, he's close to the Blink, but unfortunate for Secret, they're just a little too late. He's already got it. They may still get the kill, but of course that hurdle has been crossed. General, can he get his way out of here? They'll see that he's got the blink soon enough, and he may be able to just get himself out, and immediately blinks. Actually disjoints the shackle shot, a skewer away, and indeed, Secret did not expect him to have the blink at this timing. They thought that they still had an option to take him out.
Instant reaction coming out from Navi too. They right away TP the Disrupted there. Monkey King's on his way, but Secret seems dissuaded from pushing this tower.
Yeah, they
but
really want to
MP,
catch
though,
on. If they get a good glimpse, MP's going to be in a lot of trouble. Straight back into the Static Storm. Did get the ult off before he's brought back, but the Boundless and the Laguna Blade from Dendi will bring him out. So yeah, as you said, just overall nice little outplay there from Navi on the top lane. Just playing a step ahead of Secret.
That's another shapeshift, 120 seconds. So bottom lane, the shift was used to try to escape, and now top was used to try to escape, and now they're not going to have it for any type of sieging that they want to go for. And yep, so top lane.
Yeah, General, he's got his eyes on him. I'm sure. Does he want to RP for this? He's thinking about it. He won't do it. The glimpse is going to be enough. They have the vision. Bring the Absol back. He's already tethered. There's no escape for him. And another kill for Navi, bringing it 5-4. Pycat still leading the way this game. As well, it's close, but at the moment Navi's certainly having the slight edge, and that blink dagger timing on the Magnus is certainly going to help them, especially seeing as General is still yet to use that RP, has it ready for any fight that Secret comes looking for.
Yeah, I mean, Secret just, if they really want to be able to make any type of aggressive plays like that, they just need the blink on the Centaur, and it's not online just yet.
Yeah.
Everyone else just takes time. Like, Lycan takes more time. He's about to have his Echo Saber. Tinker doesn't really want to fight just yet either. He doesn't have the... He does actually now have 2 points in the Wolves, so he is able to, like, bot in onto the Wolves and join into some fights, but their team fight is extremely lackluster until they have the Centaur Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well. You know, you mentioned how they're trying out new stuff. Secret as well, which is the item build of the Lycan. We're seeing, I feel like most Lycans nowadays go for the Armlet Mask of Madness.
Yeah.
That's not happening here. I mean, I imagine after the Echo Saber, he doesn't go back for one of those items, does he? Is it unlikely, or do you think we could still see that come out eventually? Well, we will see for the time being. Yapzor getting brought down in the siege from Navi in the mid lane. General in position in case Secret come forward, but I think they may just let this one go unless they hang around too close. He's thinking about going in for mid one. He's going to jump forward straight with the RP. No messing. Tinker is a big kill for them to get, and they'll certainly get it. Tinker out and down. Navi will clear up the tier 1 as well in the mid lane. Puppey tries to go for the shackle shot. Won't connect. Dendi is able to walk it off back home. But yeah, what was I talking about? The build on the Lycan.
Yeah, I think he might still go back for maybe one of the items,
okay.
But it's different. You know, he needs mana regen for sure, so the Echo Saber does give you that one, which the Mask of Madness and the Armlet don't.
Look what he's queued up. So Echo Saber Deso.
Yeah. There's so many different builds that I've been seeing on this hero. Like, I've seen you said the Armlet, the Mask of Madness, mid lane, Puppey, getting some harassment on him again.
I'll tell you what, not a lot of teams are utilizing Disruptor, but Biva has found a lot of setups this game. There will be the save from Yapzor, but with a relocate out. Mid one just securing the area with the March and the Machines, and that may be enough to stop Navi from coming back in for the kill. So they do manage to keep Puppey alive.
Yeah, this game it looks like the Lycan is committed to like this full split push kind of thing. Instead of going for like this Armament Mask of Madness team fight thing, this is a Deso Echo Saber, just push lanes out, get your mana regen from the Echo Saber, and it's a little bit of a different approach. I mean, so many different builds.
How full in do you think he's going to go? Like to the extent we may see Deso into then the Necro books to just purely go for the split, or do you think we're going to see a BKB? So
probably BKB.
So he can turn up for these fights. Yeah.
Like Necro book not only seems like to be pretty. Oh, was that a double smoke?
Oh.
I believe it may have been a double smoke, but Necrobook just seems pretty weak, and versus Troll Warlord, you know, he just can run in with his axes, and they have like 60% miss rate. It's just very underwhelming now at this point.
There we go, Secret in the mid lane. How long have we got on General's RP? It should be coming back pretty soon. 20 seconds. Yeah. So Secret trying to fight before that comes back off. There'll be a TP into the shrine. Here they go, straight away with the ult. Stampede ready to get into position. Pycat indeed being caught out. Backup is on its way. Will it be quick enough? He pops out the axes, now starting to bash up MP with a balance strike as well. They're controlling the wall. That's going to be MP down. Pycat surviving. Denny comes in with a wraparound light strike. Laguna to blow up Kezu. 2 down. They will finally lose Pycat. But Navi finding 2, and I don't think they're done yet. Yapzor still in the danger zone. That's going to be a 3rd kill for Navi. 4th kill, in fact. They also managed to catch out Puppey in the river. They lose 2 themselves, but again, it's Secret looking for these fights, and they're not coming out on top. And great news for Dendi. He just picked up his Bloodstone, so straight up to 15 Bloodstone charges.
And they didn't have the Tinker there, right?
No,
he showed up like later on, but
yeah, it was already over.
Needed the burst to be able to bring down the Troll in time. I mean, Yapzor does finish him off with the Spirits and with the Earnest Shadows, but yeah, just lacking that little bit of extra burst, and with the lifesteal coming out from the Vlads, and then the Monkey King coming in and throwing Medallion on Troll as well versus Lycan. Lycan doesn't hit because he has the evasion on him, and yeah, turns into a pretty big disaster. That was without RP as well.
On top lane, they're going to make another go here. And at least Kezu will have an attempt leading in. But again, sort of just awkward timing as mid one had already dropped down his march and I had to TP out. No burst to offer. But they really need to do something about this troll. Getting out of hand. MP is keeping up with that Midas. Still only about 700 difference between him and the troll, which, considering the way that the game's going, is not bad at all
Bottom
for him.
lane.
He could be in trouble, though. Out comes the Wukongs. Boundless Strike and Light Strike. So much control. In fact, Seneca just walks out of the ult. He says we don't even need it anymore. Comes around, gives him a slap with a big old stick. And 12-6. Na'Vi maintaining their lead this game.
Dendi cuts Senego's tree and knocks him on the ground. But Senego's doing a really good job of moving around, and with the troll ulti as well, these two heroes have such higher kill potential when with Lina just much faster auto attacks and the troll too.
Oh, Puppey is getting a little hungry here, finds Biver, wants to try and go for a play. Rocket's bringing him down low, but straight up Biver says, get off me, son. He will be taken out by Rocket. The Static Storm, bringing Puppey down low, does manage to get away for the time being with the Stampede, lining up for the shockwave, but jukes it out. Pycat thinking about chasing, but won't quite go for it. Mass TP's coming through. There's the Blink Stomp, catching out Magnus straight away. General in trouble. The Rockets bring him down low, turns around with the shockwave, but they're again mid-1, picking up the kills. Grabs himself a double as he quickly picks up General after finding, of course, Biver early in the river. So mid-1's starting to get kills. He's starting to get himself around the map. He's going to have the Ether lens pretty soon. This Tinker is going to be a worry, you know, and I like this as well. We talked about the fact that Na'Vi have the counter in terms of catching a split-pushing Tinker, but they don't really have the best means of protecting themselves from magical burst in these skirmishes if mid-1 turns up at the end of them.
And there isn't a lot of magical burst on Secret.
There's
The power shot is a lot, even IO Spirits is quite a lot, Double Edge. All these things definitely adding up versus Na'Vi. We'll see if they decide to itemize versus a bit. But Biver is going to have to be the one to go do that, but he's going to be quite poor. So Monkey King's just going to go for the standard solo Crest Basher build that we've been seeing quite a lot.
Yeah, no, I like this as well. I think if you check MP, he said, the Deso's not going to happen, guys. I need that BKB. He needs that BKB. As we're seeing, just every time a glimpse and a Static Storm just causing so many issues for him. You just can't be held in place when they have so much single target Na'Vi.
I think it's for like so many different factors. Not only the glimpse, the Static Storm, but removing the Whirling Axes as well, so he doesn't have that evasion on him. Just so many different things that the BKB is going to benefit the Lycan in this one, so he can actually participate in fights and get towers top lane.
Puppey. Straight up static from the boys. And we'll find the trade up top though. Secret, bring down Seneko. Na'Vi still thinking about playing around with this one. Dendi in the sidelines, being backed up by the rest of them. Pycat says, screw the fight, I'll take the Roche. One man's down will go in.
But
It's been scouted out. Yeah, MP's Wolves have eyes on him. General, looking to play around with MP. Does have an RP if he wants to commit it for the kill, but too close to the tower and backups in. So they'll back away. They'll glimpse mid-1 back to the base. He'll be fine though. He's got a rearm. He'll get himself back out. Can they contest Roche? It's already down to half. So this could be a little awkward for Na'Vi if they have to leave it at this stage. I mean, at the least, I guess they feel that it's unlikely the Secret are going to be able to snipe it from underneath them. They've got a Lycan, but still not the quickest of lineups to bring down Roshan in comparison to what Na'Vi have at their potential. But at the least, Secret maintain control of the pit and make sure that Na'Vi don't get an early Aegis, which could be pretty deadly for Secret themselves. If they get an Aegis onto Pycat's hands, Na'Vi can easily storm down the lane, take 1-2 towers.
Yeah, the Aegis for Na'Vi would be very devastating for Secret for sure. Just gives them a lot of much bigger security blanket of taking those towers, because it's a bit difficult versus Tinker no matter what. Just so much outspan coming out from Secret.
Still waiting to see the big RP from General. We may have the option for it now. Power shot brings down the Disruptor, and actually General holds back. Doesn't want to fight into that. Secret revealing that they've got their full force up on the top lane. Na'Vi, they have to respect that.
MP's doing a very good job of keeping his wolves. We talked about in panel, like his wolf usage is very good. He just was sitting on top of General with the wolf, just waiting for him to try to go for that RP. Then before that, he was scouting the Roshan as well with the wolf. So the wolf usage is going to definitely have a big impact on this game, just because the hero, the way the style that they're playing. You know, they picked a very split push-esque lineup, and they have to play around their vision very heavily for the side of Secret.
And exactly, not just the vision with the Magnus. I guess just nipping at a minute, making sure that he can't get the blink off.
Yeah.
That's going to be pretty big in some of these. Occasions. Anytime you feel that your team's grouping up, just get a wolf chomping on the heels of the mag. And certainly General is very limited in what he can do.
Treads Monkey King. I don't think I've ever seen that actually.
That is a little different. Now, what's the thought process here then?
Tread swapping for mana saving, I guess. Just benefiting to a lot from it. Just from the bonus stats.
Okay.
Just different approach, different players.
I mean, I guess as well, between the rest of the lineup, there's a lot of control, so you're not necessarily going to be having to to rush and chase down people with the phase. So just making sure you get those extra hits in with the attack speed.
Yeah, phase boots is like a laning kind of thing. You know, you run at people and try to get like your kills and press your lanes really hard. This is like, all right, I'm going to scale later on because we have Empower as well. We have a lot of different things just to make me... We have Empower, we have Troll ulti, you know, it's now he's got a much more scaling potential on that Monkey King.
Things started to calm down a little bit now. Bycat working through the BKB, and of course, as it would be, as soon as I say they're calming down, Navi wished to push me and prove me otherwise. Straight away, with the smoke, they'll head towards the pit, but again, MP with these walls down, if they do reveal themselves, he'll know, and straight up, Navi, they go in. Secret, they've got all the info. Do they want to contest this? They're already making a beeline across, but look at General, still in position on the side. They've already found the first catch here. They'll jump forward, take Puppey out. So Secret, they're down a member. With 4 against 5, can they really do anything about this Roshan attempt? And it doesn't look like they can. Pycat commits, up to the high ground they go. MP already with the wolf form, trying to get himself out. Mid one will be able to burst down Biver on the Disruptor. Jump forward from Kezu, they've got the lockdown onto Denny. MP comes in with the Echo Saber, 1-2 crit. Manages to remove the Lina from the fight. Roshan already gone and down. Navi did take it, but it did cost them a couple of lives.
Yeah, all in all, not the worst for Secret. They don't want, obviously, Navi to get the Aegis, but picking up a couple kills. You know, that this is the kind of, they want to slow the pace of the game down. Now they're just going to have to really play really split push oriented, just make sure that they can't gain anything off of this Aegis. Just be like, okay, they can just use this Aegis to farm. Don't let them knock on our door of our towers or anything. Just keep lanes pushed out as heavily as possible. So Wolves and mid one have a big task in front of themselves, not to let Navi really take advantage of that Aegis.
Yeah, not pretty much all the cores of Navi respecting the power that mid one's going to be coming to is not only the BKB, of course, finished on Pycat. We're seeing Dendi this game on the Lina going for the BKB straight up. Sometimes, you know, an item that you don't necessarily want to get immediately, and he's certainly going to need it again. Getting caught out, was farming very deep there on his own. And with those 2 quick subsequent deaths, Dendi has been knocked down to 6 Bloodstone charges, so has to be a little careful where he heads out to find that farm, as Secret will always be quick with the jump.
Yeah, great ward placements by Puppey there. He's not only just looking for D-wards with the sentries, but he's putting sentries all over their jungle and at high ground points so that he can see where the Lina does move in. They saw the Shadow Blade was picked up, and now Dendi's gotten punished twice for it, losing 10 Bloodstone charges already, down to the 6 from that 16 that he had before. So good opportunities seized by Secret, and this is great. You know, this is exactly what they want, is get these kills and this havoc started when Navi has the Aegis, because they don't want them people to actually get any objectives with it.
Yeah, we'll see how proactive Navi will get, and going off what you said, they certainly need to step up and do some of the Aegis with the RP. You know, a lot of the times, really, it's been Navi just reacting to Secret's plays, and for the most part, getting the better trade. But now, you should expect to see them force the aggression. Already, Pycat, casually waltzing past the tier 2, will force back Puppey. Yeah. And Navi will reveal themselves down here.
They're just trying to brute force this tower.
Now look at this, Secret, they are getting stuff done elsewhere. MP straight into the mid with the walls. Navi leaving Pycat and Dendi down here. And continues to be backed up by the rest of the team, so just letting this one go in the mid lane.
They know Sineko's there.
Yeah, they spotted it jumping up. He's going to actually go and commit straight away, but the Wukong's command is going to be off point. Yapso's not in the circle. MP plus the BKB comes straight in with these crits. Navi thinking about fighting back into MP, but with the BKB up, they'll respect that. They'll let him run away.
Vision for the glimpse, but they don't want to go for it. Oh, it's on cooldown, actually.
But we're certainly seeing how much damage this wolf can do. Some of these squishier heroes. I mean, there's not a lot of armor on that monkey kid. Well, I say that. He's got the solar crest, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's
got still just
no
bam.
evasion, though. Yeah. Well, the evasion didn't obviously go off there. He just got double crit. That's the beauty of Echo Saber with Shapeshift. You get that lucky double crit, and you can easily bring down anybody. Now he's level 18 already as well on Lycan, so...
Yeah, this has been really clean play from MP. Considering the fact that he didn't have as easy of a lane as Pycat. He's very close behind the Troll, nearly has the Deso.
No, MP spotted. He does not have ulti. He does have Stampede, though, to try to get away. General does get the
very nice there. Skewer giving the vision for the glimpse. MP's been trapped up, and of course the BKB still unavailable. There'll be a jump in from Kezu on the back lines, and in fact Yapsor comes in with a relocate out, saving the big bad wolf. And Navi end up being the ones kind of holding their wounds as they lose General. And we're starting to see just really tight saves. We kind of mentioned it from the draft. Having the IO, having the Centaur. There's a lot of ways for Secret to instantly disengage out of a bad fight.
Yeah, and Yap's going for the mech build and with an urn too, so he has a lot of sustain for his teammates.
And look at this, they're ready to go again. The shackle won't connect. There'll be a protective field essentially trying to block people out, but Bycat getting ripped to pieces here. MP coming in, charging straight away with the BKB. Chop! Rips down the disruptor. Pycat will get the blink off to the high ground, but Saneko's in trouble. MP turns towards his next target, brings down the monkey. And Secret feels like they're just not being respected as much as they need to be by Na'Vi in these fights. As this Wolf, if MP finds the opportunity to go after Na'Vi have used all kind of their initial lockdown, so what do these heroes do? The Wolf runs at them and a 1-2 crit, they're dead.
Yeah, Navi's a lot about just using their big ultimates to take fights, while Secret is just, all right, let's keep lanes pushed in all the time. Don't let them use those big ultimates, and we use our low cooldown ultimates to non-stop fight you. Like, the highest cooldown right now is a 75-second stampede. The Lycan ulti is going to become much shorter, depending on if he chooses for the evasion or the cooldown reduction. I'm actually not too certain what people... I think we do see people choose between both. I think this game he could even go for the evasion. It's very good versus Troll, but Troll is going for MKB, so we'll see which one he opts for. But yeah, the Lycan form becomes very low cooldown, and uptime is very high once he gets that level 25 shapeshift duration.
Here we go, there's smoke up from Secret. Same time though, a crucial pickup for General. Has the Shadow Blade. Some way that he can get himself in position without having to worry too much about the Wolves keeping tabs on his area. Looks like Secret, well, smoke, they kind of do a quick sweep of Na'Vi's jungle. And as soon as they realize that Na'Vi are hugged back around that tier 2 position in the mid lane, Secret will split back up, back themselves away.
Mid one is level 18 now with Aghanims and Aether Lens. He's got his Hex queued up in his quick buy too. So he's getting quite farmed. And
there's the Desolator completion.
Oh, that was pre-Deso? Oh my god,
yeah,
he was hitting so hard.
With the Deso, it's going to be painful.
Smart money.
He is going to bring the pain, and also worth noting for Puppey, very close to having the Solar Crest. Of course, going to be massive giving that to MP whilst he front lines in these fights. I did see the MKB being queued up by Pycat. What's his progress? Can we check on the Troll?
He's a bit far still.
He's still quite, quite a way off it. I mean, he's going to need it, but yeah, he's going to need a lot of time to get there as well.
Okay, so MP does go for the cooldown reduction. I like this a lot this game. Not only for your shapeshift, it becomes 51 seconds. The uptime of it is pretty much, it's like always. It's like 33-second uptime with a 51-second cooldown once he hits level 25. Reduces your Midas cooldown, your BKB as well, even your Echo Saber. So it's definitely a good pickup for him. And I guess he's expecting already the Troll will be going from King Bar, since they do have the evasion not only from the laser, but also from the Soul Crest that will be coming out as you were stating.
And BKB now picked up for Dendi. Will certainly help him getting blown up at the start, but it's not going to really do much about MP nipping at his heels.
He has 5 armor on Alina.
Yep, he's gone in a couple of hits.
He is going to get crushed if the Lycan's actually able to close the gap onto him.
See, again, top General seeing if he can set up, and I mean, it really feels as well, as much as we talked up General's Magnus play at the start where he got great farm, he's really struggled to find an opportunity to get that RP there, or even for using the RP for solo pickoffs. There's just been very little chance for him to make the plays happen.
I think that's just because of the way that... Oh, nice RP,
as much as I say it, there we go. Goes in, gets the 2-man RP, drags them back into the Static Storm. Puppey is trapped, Puppey is out and down. Laguna Blade to bring down Yapzor as well. And P trying to get himself away. The Glimpse will be there on Skezu to bring him back. And Na'Vi, take 3. General, listening to the cast, says, shut up, Odie Pixel. This is how we do it. This is how we kick things off. And I think they may just get mid 1 as well. Indeed, there's no escape for him. 4 kills picked up for Na'Vi. And it's just my luck, isn't it, Fogged, really?
Good job, Owen.
There we go, Na'Vi fans. That one was for you.
But you can still see, though, even though they get a beautiful RP and initiation combo, look at Midwin's damage in that fight. He did 4,000 just from laser rockets, and he wasn't even really getting like good lasers off. It was literally just rockets. So that's like a perfect executed fight for Na'Vi, and it's still... That's with nobody on Secret really being able to do their damage, just the Tinker, and it still looks like not as dominant as you'd think it would be. You know, do clear 4 for 0, of course.
Yeah, that laser's just... Aghanims, it's ridiculous. I mean, you literally can't fight without the BKB. If they ever get like a good RP, and you don't have the BKB and the laser comes through, you're just going to be staring at them whilst they're stunned. There's nothing you can do.
But like you were saying, though, you were talking about how General hasn't found like the greatest RP opportunities until that one, of course.
Until that one?
It's pretty much the way that Secret drafted. I feel like they saw the mag first picked, and they're like, okay, we're going to be trying to play around this RP. We're just going to be forcing the map forcing like all different sides, going for the split push thing, and not letting him go for those like big 4-man RPs. Maybe he gets like a 2 or 3-man RP, but they're not going to really let him get anything bigger than that, just because that's the style that they wanted to go for.
All in all, though, 33 minutes in 18 to 17. This has been a pretty exciting game.
Pretty close.
It's
yeah.
certainly a game that can still go both ways. I think, as we saw, you know, as you pointed out, the damage from the Tinker is going to be a massive issue once Na'Vi try and get themselves in position to break high ground. Like, that is not going to be fun against mid 1 Tinker. He is going to have a lot of ways of keeping them out of the base unless they are able to find a grab on him and get him out of there. MP with a double damage, very much ready to fight.
He's getting big too. I mean, he's almost got his AC finished up, so he's going to be hitting really hard. His survivability is going to go up a lot with that too.
Yeah, certainly this build from MP has been perfect for this game.
Interesting.
You know,
so instead of the Basher coming out for Monkey King, he's doubling back for a Lotus Orb.
Okay.
A little bit weird.
That's one of the ways very good against the Tinker. I mean, maybe seeing that the Tinker was closer. I don't think he's quite got Hex complete, is he? But yeah, they saw the Mystic Staff. They're like,
that's a good call.
Yeah, we've got to get something for the Hex. We've got to get something for the Hex.
Something to remove the Hex.
Yeah.
Yeah, reflect some lasers and stuff. I mean, Lotus Orb playing Tinker versus Lotus Orbs is super obnoxious. You have to choose your item usage a lot differently.
Yep.
And it's great for like, reflecting the shackle shot and stuff like that.
Interesting as well. So Pycat, we saw him earlier queuing up the NKB, actually changed back and goes for the AC. So he's got it done, obviously slightly quicker than MP has.
Yeah.
So they will have that on them, but still the evasion is going to be an issue. Yeah.
I guess seeing the like heavy minus armor build that he saw MP going for, he's just like, all right, I'm going to go for the AC build so that we can at least go for high brown break, and also matching the Lycans build as well. I think it's fine. I think he's like super tanky now. He's got like 41 armor with it without even Vlad's equipped. So. And
I guess Dendi as well, sitting around with his very low armor, is going to be like, thanks. Because in these fights, as you mentioned, you know, MP rips this Lina to shreds. Now, at least with the aura, you're keeping Dendi alive for maybe an extra hit.
Yeah, a little bit more armor for his whole team. And then also, I guess that's why the Monkey King is also going for that Lotus Orb, because it also does give 10 armor as well. It's not just for the spell reflection. They're just trying to itemize for massive armor to deal with that Lycan.
Yeah, MP does have the money for his completed AC. Shiva's Guard as well finished for Dendi, so his armor problem is certainly being resolved.
Yeah,
it really is. He's rocketed up in the armor department on this Lina. So though MP does have a lot of damage, this isn't to say that MP can't kill them. It's just not going to be the flashy couple of crits and you're gone.
Yeah, Secret still needs to play. It's very split push oriented, keeping lanes pushed out because they don't want a 5-man fight. They want to do some like scrappy kind of fight where they force Navi to take a fight, and then they peel away from him. They make the fight prolong a lot longer, so the BKBs get on cooldown, and Mid One's able to do his damage. Mid One's almost got that Hex finished up. He's 300 gold away.
There we go. Navi.
Here we go. Smoking up from Secret. Looks like they want to go for something here.
Could
Gem
go for the wrap
on Khezu.
See what they can get. General up on the front with the Shadow Blade. Again,
he's scouting them out with the wolves. Yeah.
Spot General, but I certainly see Dendi and Biver. No, they'll be much closer behind. There's your Hex. Complete on mid one.
This is a big wraparound right here.
A Secret could certainly catch Navi off guard if Navi make the nonchalant movement back to their half of the map. Biver could be the focus. It's a good little safe way to start the fight. He's looking to juke it down in the tree line. Look at the Static Storm, man. In fact, keeping himself out of vision. The Wolves are on their way down to try and chase them. Up on the high ground, Snake drops the Wukong Command, gets the balance strike out onto MP. And the Absol being focused down on the sidelines by Dendi. There's the jump for General. Has the RP. It's only on one, but it is on MP, holding him back for the BKB. Dendi picks up Puppey on the sidelines. So 2 kills for Navi so far. And they get that man out of there. MP tries to run. The Thunder Strike's on, and Pycat's got the favorable movement speed. MP, of course, already used the BKB. General looking to close the gap with the Shadow Blade. Slaps him in the back. Dendi picks up the triple kill. And a beautiful fight for Navi. Very nicely done at the start there from Biver. Just getting his spells out, making it so Navi don't instantly lose a hero, and suddenly the time and chance is there for them to turn around. They hold on to the RP, use it post BKB usage on MP, so certainly under the cover of the BKB can't just run around, take down the squishies. Yeah, and 21-17, Na'Vi storming ahead.
That was really good usage by Viber there, but also Kezu botched the initiation a little bit. He blinked on trying to stun Dendi, and he actually whiffed it.
Ooh.
So I think that could have been really different because Dendi actually cleaned up both supports in the back line during that fight like, right away.
Straight away.
I think if they were able to initiate on Dendi, we would have probably seen a different fight coming out.
Puppey could be in trouble here. He's already used the Wind Run to get him into position to farm the Ancients. And now there's the jump forward with the Skewer back into the clutches of Na'Vi. Puppey's down again.
Damn, Navi. Starting to get very, very farmed. Very good usage of their ultimates as well.
Now look at that.
That swing.
Oh, that's a bit of a downward one. Down to 20k in the XP. About a 10k lead at the moment in gold. I mean, certainly in games at this stage, not something that can't be reversed. Secret, if they get themselves a fight like that, they can certainly swing that 10k background.
They just have... We said it a billion times. Navi's draft is a lot easier to execute.
Yep.
Not to say that Secret can't win it. It's just it's much harder for them to take fights. They have to be very aware of exactly where everybody's positioned with those wolves, with their scouting information. And they only have like one type of form of lockdown. So it's just like it's all in on Kezu. It's like, Kezu, you have to land these stuns. You have to land this disable in order for us to really get a focus fire target. While Navi, it's like, okay, we can RP one guy. We have a Lina stun that can go on another guy. We have Boundless Strike, which go on others. And then we have even Disruptor ultimate, which can always hurt a lot versus Tinker and versus those supports. There's lots of different forms of lockdown for Navi.
Kezu is close to picking up the Shiva's guard for himself up top. Actually going to see mid-1 jump forward here with the Hex. An incredibly aggressive play, just gets punished immediately. The rest of Navi there to back up General. And he's down for 70 seconds, and that's not the only casualty Secret are having here, as Yapzor will be chased down, tethers across to MP, but they've got the vision to rip the IO away from his furry fellow. And he'll go for the relocate out, but Yapzor, of course, no way, unless he wants to try and time a
Let's
TP.
see if he gets it.
Is he going to try?
Nah, he doesn't try it.
He's holding his hands up. He says, I'm done it. And Na'Vi quickly get a third. But yeah, that play from mid-1, maybe one of those classic kind of plays of frustration. You're jumping, seeing an opportunity, and bam, before you know it, you've not kept tab of the maps, and the whole team's there hunting you down.
Definitely a costly mistake. I love Pycat's just the changing of his items of this game. Like he had the MKB queued up, then he went for the AC. He went doubled back for a Blink Dagger to go for that kind of catch potential. Oh my god, Viber just gets
That was a disruptor there. But I mean, you're killing a disruptor, but you're not defending your base. Na'Vi straight on to the racks. And look at the speed they take it. Magnus plus any melee core at this stage of the game is pretty hard to scale against.
Especially a Troll. I mean, this is like the thing that we used to talk about Troll Warlord back in the day when he was so popular was you lose a fight, you lose your racks versus Troll Warlord. And that's exactly what just happened. Instead of losing a fight, it's like you lose your Tinker, you lose 2 Rexes. Because there was no buyback for mid-1 there. Navi now looking very dominant in this game, 20,000 gold lead.
What's the plan here from Secret? They've got mid-1 to hold the high ground, but as we saw there, as soon as mid-1's off the map, very little the Secret's lineup can really do to spam out and keep the waves out of the base. They need that Tinker alive. They cannot let him go out like that. And I'm sure mid-1 after that last bit of a catch-out won't make the same mistake again this game. And will certainly play a lot safer if he wishes to hold Secret in for this one.
Dendi's got a data list now. So that right-click Lina that we did see at Kiev as well from HFN and from several other players, it's here, and it's a Lina with Empower and with a Troll ultimate. Even though he pretty much has a permanent Troll ulti if he keeps his Fiery Soul stacks up, so.
It's pretty terrifying. I mean, already, as you said, we've seen how much Dendi's been able to do in these fights. And 26k top of the board.
His damage potential is actually insane.
I think the damage he's done, when we see the scoreboard at the end, I imagine it's got to be, well, maybe the highest. I mean, I guess Pycat's probably higher, but he's going to be right up there.
Yeah. This build is very scary for your cores, because even if he finds anybody, if he finds like anybody by themselves, they're just instantly, they're pretty much just dead. Because not only does he have the magical burst, but yeah, the right click is just, it becomes really ridiculous when you're critting for like 900 as a Lina. And that at that rate, that attack speed that he has. Oh, I'm just watching Dendi right now. This is going to be great. I can't wait to see him like get one target. If he just finds anybody and he's able to focus fire them, it's...
And what's he punching for? Just about 400 plus right click.
Look at that attack speed too. Boom, 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 boom. That's without trance. I mean, he's pretty much max attack speed anyway when he has the his Fiery Soul stacks up, so. But yeah, 960 crits on those neutrals.
Dire's middle tower is under
Now, what are we seeing on General? I've not really kept tabs of his items ever since he's got the Midas. So he's got the Lincoln's.
BKB as well.
Right,
Yeah,
so
he's quite large as well.
he's no longer kind of the easy pick-off kill on the back. He is pretty indestructible.
Yeah, even like the Monkey King too. Like, look at Seneco's items. He's got the Bastion now finished up, Lotus Orb. He is very buff. Seeker's just feeling a bit overwhelmed right now after losing those 2 Raxes and dropping the last couple fights. Actually, for quite a while, it's pretty much just been Navi dictating the pace and dictating the show.
I see Navi. Just keeping the lanes pushed, keeping the area free around the Roshan. Not wanting to throw this game away. They'll play it safe, or at least at the moment that looks to be their intentions.
Yeah, I think that's the right play. Just wait for. They've got a gem finished up anyway, so they know they can just close the map off. They don't really have to worry too much. It's like, all right, Tinker's kind of split pushing us, but Tinker doesn't take towers. He just pushes lanes in.
Just a minute or so, and Roche will be back up. Quick blink up from General. He knows the mid one is in the neighborhood. Maybe seeing if they can catch anyone out. But at the least, push back this lane up top. Mid one's trying to work his way across with. And he's doing so, as you made it, the split push of the Tinker.
Even the relocates to split push as well. Yeah, so relocates bottom, trying to cut waves. They're just trying anything they can to stall this game out as much as possible.
It's a pretty safe way to do it. Not the shortest of cooldowns down the relocate, so can't do it for every wave, but pretty much every other wave you've got the timing to get yourself in and out for. And Roshan up in a matter of seconds now.
MP's staring at a DD rune right now. This could be Secret trying to go for an engagement here if they're able to get good vision before they take the fight.
They're thinking about it here. Mid one has eyes on Dendi, looking to find the shackle shot. Won't connect. Power shot as they search for Seneco. Won't quite find the trees, and the vision will be there to glimpse back Puppey. Immediately out of the fight and down. Mid one goes for the TP out. BKB from General is going to look to try and trap the Tinker. There's the damage from Dendi. Pew, 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 pew. That's going to be a double kill for Pycat, as Dendi just absolutely rips into them there with the balls of fire, and they're not done yet. Yapso, can he get his way out? Oh, the light strike not quite in time. It will be back to base.
The first hit bash from Pycat, and then MP just gets focused down by both the Troll Warlord and Alina with Daedalus, who are all empowered. And this Roche just dies in about 3 seconds. 1, 2, go.
What can Secret do? Scardy is nearly going to be there, I believe, for the Troll. I mean, he's got enough money. Maybe just playing it safe, keeping the money for buyback on top of it. But very surely going to have the gold for both Pycat. Blink on Biver, extra bit of catch for the Disruptor. And there we go. So he goes in. Scardy complete on this Troll. Absolutely massive, and does not care too much about the burst from mid one. Even if he gets the successful Hex off, he should be able to play his way out of it.
Yeah, much tankier. And he's level 25 now too, so he's got the -7 Whirling Axis cooldown. So now that the Lycan BKB is getting lower and lower too, even though Lycan can't really man-fight anyway right now, if it would get to that point, he could just always keep spamming the axes, and it's always going to have that evasion onto the Lycan. Since it has 100%, actually higher than 100% uptime, since it's 7-second duration and 5-second cooldown. Dendi getting spammed out a bit. Still always the fear of pushing into a Tinker.
It does bring the tower down to less than half health.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
So the damage is done. Checking for wards. Just setting up camp outside of the base here.
Yep, so just continuing the split push with the relocates.
So as we can see, over a 20k lead in net worth and experience at the moment for Navi. As I think we're really starting to see why Navi feared with this Magnus. It's not necessarily just the mid-game potential, it's just the way that they know how to draft and play that would cause that just massively benefit from the Empower. It's just seen how much Pycat and Dendi have been able to do this game thanks to the Empower. Here we go, Navi ready to close in. They're smoked up behind Seneco. Looking for a grab, and they'll jump in, looking for Puppey. Puppey gets himself away with a Stampede from Kezu. Pycat did commit the BKB for this one. MP actually pods the BKB himself, looks towards Dendi. He's not going to chase him out of the base, for the kill at least, but will chase them enough to force Navi to back off. General still poised to jump back in at an opportunity. Dendi's low, has got the Aegis. Lots of money on Dendi as well, so could certainly look to expend some of that. Yet to upgrade the Shadow Blade. Also has a slot after the Aegis is gone. Oh, I guess, okay, no, he's got the bots in his side inventory.
Yeah, I mean, he's already got his items that he needs.
Yeah.
Anything else is more a little bit luxury, but they're still just playing it very patient. They have to try to find the Tinker before they can break the high ground safely. Still always that risk. Because if Midwin is able to get... If he's in a good position, you know, in the backlines, he can do an absurd amount of damage. And he's even going for the Dagon soon. Midwin's got 5,000 gold too, so... Doing his best to keep his farm on, keep those lanes pushed out. But Navi just keeps knocking at their door.
General, once again, just up on the front. The siege creep's doing the work at the moment, really, on these range racks. As there's not really any way that Secret can get in to take rid of those, so those siege creeps alone will finish off the range racks. Carty and Quartet. Very easy siege for the two of them. And Navi again.
Seneko doesn't like where that top lane is. It looks like he keeps circling it as the Monkey King.
I mean, there certainly is rep potential, isn't there? If they get that Lycan up. But I guess at the same time it's hard for Secret. If they get the Lycan out there, Navi can very quickly outpush him with their team straight down the middle lane. So it is hard.
Yeah, it's like Tinker and Lycan. To Centaur, you know, he doesn't really scale much harder. He's got his Blink Shivas. He hasn't really been able to get too many great opportunities from him. He doesn't scale like incredibly well into late game as a damage dealing force. He's just like a disable. So yeah, it's just Tinker and Lycan trying to do their best at being able to split push. But Lycan's just been trapped in the base for the past like 10 minutes.
And just a game of patience really now for Navi. I know that one more play will secure them this win. And they want to make sure that they get it right. Trying to not expose themselves and leave them open to any slip-ups that will be punished by Secret.
They've got all three lanes in now, and now Dendi can just siege from quite far away with that bonus attack range.
There we go, Hex. Straight up onto Dendi. We'll bring him down low. Low to Shackle Shot, back towards Puppey. Again, there's the jump. Kezu actually managing to pop Dendi once. General tries to skewer back at the center, doesn't grab him. MP has popped the shapeshift, so Secret would like to do something about this. Navi, again, no reason for them to not just wait that out before they go back in. And indeed, that is what they do.
That was a funny little interaction. He was Lotus Starbed on Lina, so Kezu blinks in and double edges him, and he double edges him back. So you do like the double kind of damage in a way. It was kind of funny just seeing that.
Here we go again. Kezu tries for the Blink Hoof Stomp. There's the Boundless Strike straight away. The Stewart actually going to miss there. Skims the side of Kezu. Looked like it should have grabbed him. Pikeout will jump in, look to finish off the kill. The Stampede comes through. Kezu tethered up, but he still goes down. Too much damage. Jump forward for General. There's the RP straight away onto one target. It's a big tanky target as well. MP just slaps the troll in the face. That's going to be Pikeout down for 100 seconds. Kezu with the buyback, but misses the Blink Hoof Stomp. Dendi holds back the center with the Light Strike Array. Secret, they need to find more out of this, and they are going to chase. MP with the Shapeshift. Looking towards Dendi. Blink forward from mid one, finds the Hex. That's going to be Dendi out and down as well. Will kill himself. Seneko keeping himself quiet on the tree line. MP seeing if he can search down for more. They do have the vision there. They ping him out. I know that Seneko's in the neighborhood. Can they trap him off anyhow? MP on the low ground, but Seneko should be fine. Not many ways that they can get themselves up there. And indeed, with the blink out, Seneko will escape. But Secret with a pretty good hold there. Did have to expend the buyback on Kezu. But Navi not getting away with what they were kind of waiting around for a long time for on that top lane.
Yeah, always a bit fearful to be able to go for those kind of dive potentials when you're playing versus Tinker. I mean, Tinker is one of the best high ground defenders, and also they went for kills. And it looks like that was a little bit of, like, it looks like one of them went for the kills. Dendi's just hitting racks the whole time. Pikecat jumps in and tries to kill people. And Seneko is literally just spam pinging the racks the whole time as the Monkey King. So you could tell he was like, I don't want to be hitting heroes here. I'm just going to throw my ulti down and we want to just siege the objectives. We just need 2 more Rexes and we've got Mega Creep. So seemed like a little bit of miscoordination there coming down from Navi, but Secret definitely doing a good hold.
General's going to look for a freebie here. He should have enough to bring this man down. If he hits the skewer, he won't. And now he's got to be careful. Puppey has a very angry Tinker TPing an opponent's head. And General will get himself out of there. Mid-1 questioning about going in for a kill potential, and General knows it. He's out and gone out of there.
Dire's middle tower
MP's going to have his Abyssal finished up. Dagon 5 almost finished now. On to mid 1. What else we got going out? Vlad's coming out from Yap Store. So they're getting their like some small little gains, but everything does add up. Secret up. Navi definitely has to just be a little bit careful about how they do take these fights. The glyph is down, so I think the next opportunity for them is just wait for maybe the refresher, maybe wait for the next Roche again on the mag, and then go for that type of siege and just go for buildings. Not really, don't be so concerned about trying to kill heroes, because they do have great ways to kind of zone the fight. You know, with the Monkey King ulti, you can just be like, okay, this area is mine. You can't really contest in it too heavily. And now we do see Saneko's actually going for a Diffusal Blade because they have, you know, so many now Ghost Scepters out on the side of Secret on the Wind Ranger and on the Wisp.
We'll see, as you said, if Navi do want to go for this or hold on for Roche. I mean, after that last attempt, we're certainly understanding why Navi are and have been playing it as safe as they have.
They've got high ground vision here for Secret, so it looks like they want to take a fight outside the base since they know the glyph. Secret knows their glyph is down.
Kezu needs to get the jump.
Really wants. Kezu has to be careful. He has no buyback.
There's the jump. Goes straight in, but immediately on the high ground, Saneko's there with the Wukong's crown and the balance track on the Balance General. Oh, he gets the 3-man RP. It's beautiful into the 2-man skewer, bringing them back. The damage from Pycat rips into the wall for Navi. They're picked up 2-3 as Puppey goes down as well. Beautiful fight there. Saneko gets on the high ground, gives them the vision, drops down the ult. General immediately leaps onto the backliners, grabs 3 with the RP, and Secret just getting ripped to pieces.
3-man RP, baby.
A beautiful catch from General. I mean, see what Secret can do to hold this, but there's no Yapsol for 60, no Kezu as well.
No glyph either.
This is going to be almost selling me megas at the least. The Navi will gain. And there we have it.
You could tell Secret was feeling like a little bit desperate there. Their glyph is down. We have to take a fight outside the base there. We can't let them try to do that, but unable to get the burst onto the Troll Warlord, and great RP coming up from it in general.
Yeah, getting the chain hex onto him.
There's the Lotus Orb Reflect.
And MP will come in and should find the finish. It locks him down with the Abyssal Blade, but no, General, he's forced away by the team, and with the Glimmer Cape, he's out of there. General survives. MP thinking questionably about how much he sticks around, but he's dragged back by the glimpse. The damage from Dendi as Dendi hits the godlike streak, and that's almost certainly going to be GG as Lycan MP down for nearly 2 minutes. Unless Mid1 can do some sort of miraculous hold. He's trying his best. Puppey looking for the shackle, won't get it. And Navi, they're ready to come back in. General in with the blink skewer, drags Puppey back into the clutches of Navi. They will hold, or at least try their best, as Mid1 spams out the march. Not wanting to let go of this game. Every game, of course, worth $1,000 here at Dream League. Secret trying their best. But with 2 members down for 80 or so seconds, they're going to smoke up, looking for some sort of play. Mid1 comes in with a quick hex, and in fact, may get the kill, and he does. Pycat's out for 100. They're holding. Secret, they're not giving up. They're doing their best to hold him. Relocate will be there, looking for the backliners. General has the BKB up, will be out. But again, Mid1 with the chain hex brings down Saneko. General should be fine with a quick blink out, but Navi will be forced back. They did get the megas. But I love it when a team doesn't give up, Fox. Secret are saying we're going to stick in this one, but it's so hard for them, of course, now. 33k net worth for Navi. Can Secret really do this? We're seeing how much Mid1 is trying his best to just pick the team up, put them on the back, and carrying them through the mega creeps that are now going to be sieging their base. Yeah,
they don't really have a great wave clear for these type of ancients. It's pretty much just Tinker. Kezu's struggles kind of, I guess he has return, which is eh. It's okay if he had more items, if he had more strength, he could be able to actually push these lanes up, but it's going to be really Mid1 just trying to clear this out as much as possible, and I mean, I think it's very unlikely that they can come back from this one. Roshan is up, Navi's probably just going to regroup, take that one, and then go for the ending play.
I mean, if Mid1 can just play out of his mind, there's... I'd give how much of a % chance would you give Secret?
Probably like sub 3%.
Sub 3%? I was thinking at least 5%.
All right, I will give him 5%.
I was I'll give them a 5% with the way that Mid1's stepping it up. I mean, that's got to be a bit of a worry for Navi. I mean, you've got mega creeps. You knocked their Lycan out for 2 minutes, but you can't finish the game. And now Mid1, oh, he might get caught out here though. But no, the relocate's going to be there. They're trying to bring down Dendi. Mid1, can he get himself out of there? The Glimmer Cape's out. They'll manage to cancel the TP off General, but he's shooting forward. Mid1 quick with the blink out, turns around with the Hex again and the laser. They'll burst down Navi, but oh, Mid1, no! Gets caught out by the RP. General will finish off the Tinker. Can MP and Kezu do anything about this Magnus though? There's going to be the buyback from Mid1. Coming back to the fight on the high ground. Saneko's there with the Wukong's command. Drops the balance strike down onto 3. The Hex though brings down the Magnus. General's out and down. Mid1 with the Dagon. Rearm. Dagon takes down another. did cost the buyback, but Na'Vi are being sent back to the fountain one by one. And mid one, he is absolutely out of, he's doing it. He is doing it, but that was a buyback. If he goes down again, the game is definitely over. But my goodness.
This guy is so crazy. He blinks into the roach pit like by himself, just like, I'm going in. I don't give a shit right now. Like,
I love it.
That was actually so manly by mid one. Oh my god, that was incredibly aggressive by him.
I think Puppey, I think he believes his luck there. He kind of stood still, accepted his fate there, thinking he was going to get glimpsed back, but he didn't. Secret, setting up base around the pit. Na'Vi, 3 members alive at the moment. They are heading over there. They've got to be careful. You have to respect the power of the Tinker. Smoke up from Secret. They want to try and jump on Na'Vi whilst they're 2 members down.
They just need mid one once more. That's what Na'Vi needs right now. They got to just keep eyes on mid one, try to find him that one more time.
Leading with Puppey. They've got the smoke, trying to close the gap. Mid one's in as well. He needs to find the jump there. There's going to be the linkers. It's Pop. Stampede from Secret. They get a position. Kezu in with their dump. They've got the Hex onto the troll. Pycat getting bursted down. Mid one. He's done it. He's brought down Pycat again. Down for 100 General. Searching for mid one, but he blinks up the high ground. Gets himself out. Blinks back down. Bam! Dendi's blown up as well. Secret somehow holding in on this game as we hit the 60-minute mark. I can't quite believe what we're seeing from mid one. It has to get back to base though to deal with the Megas. The tier 4s are still up, and this Tinker is just making Na'Vi question what the hell's going on.
He's trying his damn hardest. The creeps are doing pretty hard damage on out the base, but looks like they might actually be able to claim the roast for themselves here for Secret. Oh my god. If they can bring this game back.
If they can bring this game back. I mean, it's still a big if. But the way that they're playing, you know, something has just triggered in mid one's head, and he's like, I'm not losing this game, boys. I am not losing this game.
I actually cannot believe that he's able to do that versus this troll and Lina. Navi's just getting a little bit... They're just not expecting this, honestly. They're probably just like, wait, what's going on right now? They've got to just regroup, for Navi especially, and just keep eyes out. Put rewards back, put proper vision back out on the map. Return to your normal game of Dota. They probably thought that they had this one closed out, but yeah, Secret's definitely showing that they don't want to just let this end yet.
I mean, it's still very glass. If mid one dies, it's over. I mean, how long are we seeing on the buyback? That's going to be the important timing.
He's got about, what,
4 minutes? 4 minutes on the edge here for Secret.
They'll never see.
Can they hold out, and will Na'Vi themselves try and do something about this? MP, be careful, son. You're a little far away from home.
I wish you guys could see Owen right now. It's great. He's just standing up, pointing at the TV and shit. This is good. Now Dendi, so Dendi's switching his items up a little bit. He went for an MKB Silver Edge instead of the Bloodstone.
No, Secret.
He's got cheese, doesn't want to use it just yet though.
Yeah, he's got buyback. Kezu is down. 3 minutes 30 on that buyback for Tinker. Puppey at the front.
We gotta be careful. General has a Hex. We do have to remember that too. So Blink, Silver Edges, and Hexes on 2 of the cores, or they have Silver Edges on 2 of the cores now.
I mean, yeah, mid one's just got to keep himself in the fountain. It feels like he has to be. If he gets caught at General, looking for the jump. Power Shot will be there to cancel the Blink. The Wolves as well, hot on the heels of the Magnus.
There's just gems sitting outside the base right now, just like 2 or 3 of them. Biver doesn't even want to grab them. He's like, oh, my sentry's more important.
Looking for the jump in here. They're rather grouped up. Secret mid one comes forward with the laser, but the BKB's popped by Pycat. Na'Vi aren't messing. They go for the strikes. It's Dendi. Now to the dad, but then the jump forward from mid one. He's found himself. Lead up, but no. The protection here. Balance strike comes out. Mid one relocated out by Yapso just in time. There's the jump from Kezu. They're coming in hard on Snake, but the BKB's out for General. Double Edge brings Snake low. There's the burst from mid one. They've taken down the Monkey King. They've got the bash as well onto General. Again, Secret take 2. They do lose the tier 4 though, but immediately with 2 heroes down, MP barreling down the mid lane. He's found Biver as well. No escape for the disruptor, killing spree for MP. Na'Vi, no buyback on Seneco's Monkey King. They do have...
Pycat rights Cliff. He's like, all right, they used Cliff in that fight. I'm going to let them know that too. But they're closing. Look at this. Look at the graph. They're starting to make it tick up a little bit. It was about 31,000, 32. Now it's going to close to that 15,000 margin.
My goodness, XP back to 0, but
great.
Yeah, that's expected with everyone hitting. I mean, is everyone? How many people are hitting 25 now?
I think almost like everyone, right? Wind Ranger's 22.
Okay.
Wisp is 25. Centaur's about to be 25.
Wait, well, what is the Wisp 25? I don't think I've seen a level 25 either.
He's taking the Spirit's damage, but he gets the respawn time as well.
Okay,
so
great.
He takes the damage though, because he wants to be able to he's the one pretty much trying to defend the base.
Oh, and he's building a Maelstrom as well. I love it. Look at this IO build. This certainly could be a Guess the Hero build. Well, Blade Mail, Vlad's, Greaves, Maelstrom. Oh, they're Navi. They're going straight for the jugular. They want this over and down. The BKBs are out. They're onto the agent. Can't secret stuff. Then they can't. It's all over. Navi will finally take the victory, but you have got to give kudos to Secret and, of course, specifically mid one.
How about a Weaver? Now there's some tank.
That's aggressive. They can go and like aggro tri-lane with that pretty easily.
So
With tree as well.
cool. It's going to be building Lincoln's Sphere, so it's annoying for the TB.
I do think that I think that they're going to run an aggro for Secret for sure to pressure and just force reaction and then put the Omni 1v1 versus the Darkseer.
All right, Owen, you still got your Secret hero behind your back.
I was going for the Navi prediction as well, so.
Come on, baby. Come on.
Secret cores are difficult to contend with without any actual hard lockdown, so like those two picks in that regard.
So what are we looking here for Navi? What are we missing?
Dendi's hero.
Yep.
Dendi's hero.
The Dondo.
I'm kind of doubting what I've predicted as well now looking at the draft.
The Death Prophet,
It's okay.
maybe?
We'll do another cut back to us and you can
Death
switch.
Prophet sounds good.
Yeah.
It's like a pushing lineup, right? With the Terrorblade Death Prophet.
Silence
could
is
still
also
go for-
devastating for some of those
Yeah.
Secret heroes.
On Ember.
Yeah, I think
Whoa! Who could have predicted that?
That's
The Lena.
Yeah, I was actually going to say maybe Lena, but they wanted to try something else. But
Where's the
Puck
Puck at?
gives them some more lockdown and stuff like that. She's right here.
She.
Mystical creature.
It's genderless, isn't it?
That is a genderless puck. Look at that little fairy
It's
dragon.
an Apache helicopter, I thought.
It's a helicopter.
Apache.
Come on,
Don't you stereotype that helicopter. All right, quick predictions, gentlemen. What do we got here from the draft? What are you thinking? We're going to start...
Jack, go ahead.
What? You're going to pass it to him? He started last time. You first.
Yeah, sorry.
All right.
I like Secret Chef. I'm going.
Yeah.
Jack!
I was going to say Secret. Well, this is more a Secret stable draft.
Yeah, it is hard to go
Navi's
against...
draft is okay too, but I like Secret more.
Hard to go against a Navi, an Omni Knight, and a Tree Protector. Both pretty OP heroes. However, I feel like that puck is going to come through. Put me down for the other team. Sounds good. Gentlemen, confident?
Yeah.
Let's do a Dream League. Yeah, let's go. All
only
three
me
of
and
us.
Script, though, because we predicted this.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Great. All right, throw it to the casters. See you soon, boys. Hey.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for Game 2 now. Secret versus Navi. We've just had the draft. Somebody Pixel. I'm here with Fogged. And what do we think? I mean, for a start, are we going to see a similar pattern from Secret today as we saw the last week, where they try something new in the first game, Game 2, they get something a little more standard, and no Wind Ranger support?
No Wind Ranger support.
No Wind Ranger support.
It's definitely a completely different approach. You know, it seems like they're like trying to warm up, you know, the first game, trying some stuff out, and then this one they go back to like their basics. You know, they've got their trade, they get their Rubik for Yapsor, they get mid one on his Ember, probably one of his best, they get Kezu on his Omni Knight, big team fighter. I like this approach much better. I want to see what kind of lanes they do go for, if they are going to go for that type of pressure or not.
And what about Navi's lineup? No Magnus this time around, getting themselves the TB, the Darkseer Spirit Jakiro combo is there for them. And Dendi on the classic old school Puck in the mid lane.
They are very they are very like cooldown reliant though, right? It looks like Navi was building toward that. Like they have even Metamorphosis, like Puck ulti, like Vacuum, Earth Spirit. All these heroes have long kind of cooldown for their ultis, while Secret is very just kind of quick-paced Dota. And neither, I mean, the thing is for Secret doesn't have like the greatest like straight up tower hitters, but they do have the tree to kind of delay the game and let them take those objectives for later on. But it looks like they're just gonna go for they're just gonna do safe lane.
Yeah,
it seems from Secret.
No fancy lanes hit. But I mean, yeah, as you just mentioned, mid one being on the Ember Spirit, certainly a hero you're going to be happy with having him on, especially considering how he was playing last game. Really, really amping up the play and tuning into the game.
Yep, so his mid ward actually gets spotted out when he places it, because Navi TP'd to place their first 2 initially. And nope, they are switching it. They are going aggro.
Do you like this decision for Secret? Is this the play?
I had thought that that's what they were going to do initially, just because, I mean, Rubik, Tree, Weaver, this is extremely strong, and Navi's supports are quite weak. Like, Earth Spirit, Jakiro don't really match up well versus this at all. And it looks like they're going to just lane swap. They have to be able to sustain their Terror Blade. So putting him toward the off lane, switching the Darkseer down bottom. Instant D-ward coming out mid from Sineko.
Now the question is, who gives in to these movements first? Are we going to see Navi in turn move back around so they can pressure Pycat up on the top, or do they just accept that they've been dodged and sit with it? Oh, they're actually going to smoke up. So I guess this is
spotted though by the ward.
Yeah. So we'll see if Navi can do anything in response to it. At the least, make sure that Pycat is safely kept comforted by the Jakiro's presence up on the top lane.
Yeah, I think this is the best approach for Secret. Just mirror the Terror Blade with the supports at least. The Weaver, he can be fine alone. Like Weaver versus Darkseer, that sounds great for Weaver. He can farm just perfectly fine in there. And the supports can just pressure around the map. So we'll see them do that toward top. Metamorphosis was used already from Pycat. They're starting to make the rotation up there. Smoke will be wearing off in a moment.
See if
good
they
adjustment.
Make a nice start to their presence in this lane with any sort of attempt to go on them. Puppey
stepping up.
On the Jakiro, and this is a good position for Secret to set up for first blood. They'll drag the Jakiro back, and indeed no escape for the old dragon. Puppey says, "That's my first blood, boys," and punches him down to the back.
Yep, the power of Tree in laning phase. Right away, there's no sentry down, so they don't see him moving in. Viver just takes one step too far up and gets punished heavily. And Secret's okay with this. Like with this tri laning with an Omni Knight, they're fine with it. They're like, whatever. As long as we can get the pulls off and we can keep our sustain up in our tri lane, it's just fine for us.
Got to be very careful up on this top lane. Navi cannot afford to give away many more kills. But he's starting with that first blood going the way of Secret. Not ideal. Mid lane matchup at the moment. Dendi holding the lead.
Dendi's got a very aggressive build. He skipped the phase shift, so he's going for actually a kill onto mid one here, it looks like.
And manning up. And a couple of hits would do it if the pullman shield procs aren't there. And 5 HP. I love how he just held on to the Fairy Fire. He was just like, I know, I'm fine. He did the maths. 5 HP. And his fingers weren't even near the Fairy Fire.
Yeah, he's getting pressured very hard, though. Well, he only has 5 CS to Puck's 11. So Dendi having that mid ward, which was the other ward, the secret ward was dewarded early on. So that mid ward is definitely helping Dendi and his skill build. So he went for that very early aggression build with the one in Raining Rift rather than having the phase shift.
And staying down bottom.
Claiming the bounty runes.
Yep, Sineko taking what he can from Secret. CS-wise, across the board, we're seeing MP on the Weaver, having a very free time down on the bottom. Not a lot that the Darkseer can do to zone out a Weaver in the lane. Keeping the Darkseer CS down as well. In fact, not the quickest of starts here this game for General.
Yeah, this one's all about maximizing. It depends on how the Darkseer really wants to play the lane. He has to just either pull the side a lot and just farm with Iron Shell or stack camps as he's doing right now. Because Weaver also started there first, so he had a little bit of an advantage coming into that matchup.
Yeah, for sure. The movement's certainly slow.
Top lane, Kezu getting some pressure onto him. Should be okay, though.
Yeah, good boulder smash. We'll give them time to give him a bit of a rundown. But stick charges and a purification ready in a couple of seconds means they can't chase for that kill. I mean, if they want kills up in RV, it's definitely going to be having to look towards the support's presence. As that Omni Knight, very tricky to deal with unless he's massively out of position. Oh, MP down at the bottom. Ring of Health on him as well, so he can help just deal with the pressure at the shells.
It's really important that Secret keeps their pulls going, though. Like, even if the lane is getting, like, pressure and the tower is getting hit a little bit, they have to just keep pulling the side, keep pulling the lanes, because Rubik needs his levels. Even Tree, all 3 of these heroes in the safe lane definitely need to be getting good experience going into after the laning phase. So you don't want to have underleveled supports, you don't have an underleveled Omni Knight, especially with this combination. Viver They don't get the bash coming up from the tree, but should be enough damage.
In a lot of trouble here with the Puppey Kezu chase down. That's going to be one. And in fact, with the telekinesis back onto Pycat, he could be in trouble as well. He mans up. Denshi Absol has the point in reflection. We also got Seneko moving into position, looking at this Rubik, but now he has to turn. He's got to be careful. He came into this one, tries to roll out, but the body blocks there with another purification. Secret will take down a second.
This tri lane is just way stronger. As to be expected, like just in the nature of it.
Oh, man up from Dendi. Fairy Fire, is it going to be enough? No, it's not. Dendi with the outplay.
Going for the super aggressive build, still none in phase shift, so I don't think Midwin's expecting him to go for that kind of build, the 3-2 build coming out from Dendi, even going for the double null for the lane dominance over December Spirit, and it's working.
That really is. 30-6 against the 16 for 0 and a kill as well. Dendi having a fabulous time in the mid lane, which is, I mean, it's great to see, because a lot of the time we see with Navi, they used to always have a support sitting mid for Dendi, and that definitely hasn't been the case this game. He has been left in this 1v1 matchup, and at the moment, just outplaying the mid one Zemba. Getting kills like that is certainly you don't see every day against mid one.
Yeah. With like the damage changes and the buffs that Puck has gotten, it definitely makes the matchup a little bit harder for Ember Spirit, because you are a ranged hero, and getting the double null and skipping the phase shift. I think this is just genius by Dendi to be able to pressure the lane super hard.
Top lane, pressure being put on by Biva and Pycat. CP's coming through from Puppey, so Pycat will start to back up. Yapzor as well.
Mid lane again.
Back over.
Mid one, getting some pressure onto him with the rotation from General.
And that's going to be this mid lane for Navi. 2 kills on the Ember. Yapzor just trying to come and save him with the rotation, but she said the Iron Shell and the damage burst from this Puck is just too much for this Ember to deal with on his own.
Yeah, it's a cute little rotation from General. Just surging in Dendi, or surging himself in with double Ion Shell and just getting on top of him with the coil, because that mid one is not even, he's like halfway to level 6, so he's not able to get out of that coil easily.
Still for Secret, MP is having completely uncontested farm. Down at the bottom, mid lane, an attempt to go in onto Yapzor. They'll close the gap with a boulder smash. Dendi ready to jump forward, will be held back by the telekinesis. So Yapzor at least makes sure that the puck can't jaunt to the big old illusory orb. Now Secret, maybe see if they could turn, but Yapzor quite the ability to get the telekinesis off in return. Still on cooldown. Top lane Kezu, getting a fair bit of CS. Pycat still getting the space, and Kezu a little on the mana. He does have 6 charges into the purification, and the repel, and that may just be enough to save him. Actually, the creeps body blocking him up. It's going to bring him down low, but the ice path will not catch him. And with the living armor there from Puppey, Kezu will survive.
Bit scary for a moment though, for Kezu. But the meta was forced now, so he can. After that meta goes down, they can pressure the safe lane, or they can pressure Pycat a lot with the support movements.
Kezu. Be a little careful how close he comes to this metamorphosized TB. Secret ready to fight though. Puppey looking for the lead in. Eyeing up Biva and Pycat. Who are they going to go for? They want to go for the bigger kill. Straight in onto Terrorblade. He's got a lot of armor, but the purification rips him down low. Reflection comes out. Boulder Smash holds back the Omni Knight. Pycat, can he get himself out of here? The supports of Navi trying to do their best to protect him, but it's not enough. Pycat taken down. They may lose more here as they surround Seneko. Seneko tries to go for the rollout, but Kezu blocks the roll. And Secret should get themselves a second out of this one. No escape for the Spirit.
General
Double
and Dendi now TPing top.
Yeah, Biva's got no escape. He's been hunted down by Puppey, low on the mana front. Puppey's actually going to let him go, realizing that the rotation was coming through and not wanting to go in.
Yeah, Secret putting down a lane ward before all that entire engagement kind of happened, so they do see the rotations coming out. Definitely a good read by them. And now MP is able to pressure this safe lane tower a lot. He's actually probably going to claim it quite soon. And this is great, you know, when you're playing versus Terrorblade and you're forcing him to kind of move around so much, and just getting even a kill on him is incredibly good. Now Pycat's sitting in the mid lane, and he's like a little bit in an awkward position, because he's like, I don't want to go bottom versus this over-leveled Weaver. I don't really feel safe going top when meta's on cooldown.
General putting on the pressure. Has to be a little careful, Yapzor. Wanting to try and catch one of them out. Maybe even the Darkseer post-surge. General holding on to it for the time being. Puppey comes around with the block. Yapzor still holding on for the telekinesis, waiting for surge to be used. There'll be the drag back into the purification. Darkseer pulling low. There's the telekinesis as soon as the surge is used. Great patience from Yapzor. Will secure Secret the kill. Bottom lane. Attempt here onto the Earth Spirit, but he rolls out. Bug's actually not connecting, I don't think, either.
I like this. MP should just kind of chill down here. Even if he's like a bit deep, they don't have great reliable lockdown, as Jack was mentioning on the panel, for this Weaver or this Ember Spirit. So MP, he knows that these two supports on the side of Navi are extremely underleveled and underfarmed. He can just easily push them out of lane. So he just kind of keeps staying in the enemy jungle, farm enemy camps, stay pressuring the lane, pressuring towers as much as possible. Because the Earth Spirit is, you know, General, or Seneko and Viper, yeah, they're very underleveled. Earth Spirit only level 4, just hitting it now, almost a 10-minute mark.
Mid lane, talking about the Earth Spirit. Setting up for some action mid. There's the jump in from Dendi. The silence beautifully done, and the boulder smash connecting in time. Dragging it back with the iron shot, but not quite enough damage. Mid one barely survives. Now the turnaround potential comes from Secret. MP straight to the high ground with the Shikuchi. Has to time that's back out. Gets the vision though for Yapsor to land the Fate Bolt straight into the back of Seneko. Maybe they can get more. Yapsor trying to find the range for the telekinesis. MP can't get the chase down onto Dendi. So good quick reactions from Secret, and a very fortunate Ember Spirit. Mid one, barely keeping himself alive.
Yeah, raindrop keeping him alive there for sure, and then there's those last bottle ticks as he jumps out of the puck coil. Just very small things keeping him alive. As well, I think he got a living armor during that too. But it was burned quickly by 9 shell. But yeah, Yapsor involved in 7 of the 7 kills so far on the Rubik, as kind of expected with their kind of duo that they have from Secret with the Rubik tree.
Already this game to be off to a much hotter start for Secret. 7 for 2. Worth lead. P getting pretty big. What are the arms looking like on Dendi? He's got a lot of gold. How we're seeing towards the blink. Very close, yeah. It's going to be pretty respectable timing. Mid lane. Leading again. The smash right. Oh, actually, no. It does end up hitting. It holds onto it post-roll. That combo perfectly executed by Seneko. Means there's no chance for Yapsor to play his way out of it.
Dominating kill streak too.
Mid
nice
one,
kill bounty.
Playing fairly deep in. It's going to commit the remnants, but the ice path's already down, and with the shrine there, Mid one has to be careful. He's used all remnants for this. Has one back up in 5 seconds. We'll see if Navi can close the gap. Seneko with the roll forward. There's the coil, down onto 2. Repel will be onto Mid one, but he still gets stunned up. The bottle smash is down to catch it to make sure there's no TP away. Navi get the kill, and that will put Dendi pretty much. And no, it absolutely does. He's straight up there. The blink dagger now complete.
He's got the 4-4 build. 0 in phase shift.
Damn.
Fully committed. I mean, Dendi is one of the better puck players, so...
For sure. I don't think I've ever seen that. Have you ever seen that, where they get no points in a phase shift?
I don't think so, actually. I guess because he's just like versus a melee hero, and he's versus the Flame Guard. He must be able to burn the whole thing with his 2-spell combo.
That's I mean, I don't know if we get any stats on kind of building a pro game, but that, no phase shift.
It's a cool approach. Yeah. I mean, it's really working for him. His rotations have been very crisp this game. Every single one has like worked for himself, except for the one where Secret did spot it on the first rotation. But yeah, Dendi's definitely making the right moves this game.
Oh. Pause here as bottom lane MP is making a go in. As Pycat, I mean, Pycat should be okay. He's got a lot of armor. He has a sender as well to play with if necessary.
He should be just fine.
But as we see it, overall, pretty good for Secret. Other than Dendi. Dendi puck could be an issue. We'll get us back in. No need to watch us. Let's get back into the game. As, yeah, this puck is certainly having the time of his life. Bottom lane, MP will come in for a little bit of a tickle with Pycat.
Pycat's farm is still quite good.
It is.
He's at 4,800. He's almost. He's got like Triads, Aquila, Iron Town. Going for that Yasha soon. Still doing quite alright after that pretty hard lane phase top.
Oh, and there we go. Blink silence. What you gonna do?
Wow. They're just really on mid one this game.
I mean, this blink silence as well is just. It's pretty huge against any of Secret's members. If you have a +1 with you, you're getting the kill at this stage of the game.
I mean, Dendi's playing super well this game.
Oh, we may see General coming a little bit too deep, tries to surge his way out of there. But no escape. Secret coming in full force, and they're not done just with the 1 kill. I'm going to try and find more. Biver going for the TP out will make it. Damage and lockdown, not quite there for Secret.
He's got to walk all the way back to base, though. He actually TP'd to the tower, thinking he wouldn't get hurt so heavily. Yeah, Puppey though, just kind of farming jungle a bit with this treant and just throwing armor on his teammates. He's almost got his Midas finished up, so he's feeling pretty good for himself. The 5 tree with a very early Midas going to be coming out.
Top lane Secret. So tower push. Dendi is there though.
Yeah, very important to claim these kind of tier 1s versus a Terrorblade. Limit his opportunities to go on the map and farm the jungle safely.
Is this Puck and Spirit, is it going to be enough to force mid one to buy something early because of the silence in terms of a different itemization to deal with it? Or do you still just stick with the standard box veil?
He hasn't put anything into his quick buy. Mid one's in a very aggressive position again.
Very deep and very awkward there. He just kind of waltzed around between the tier 1 and the tier 2. I mean, he knows that there's a blink on the Puck.
I think he thought that Kezu was in a closer range to kind of get the spells on him, but that was a very aggressive position there for mid one.
Yeah.
Just really underestimating the amount of burst and silence potential from the Puck.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, if he gets silenced, he's dead.
Is under attack.
Yeah. One has to be careful. But then again, if you remember back in game 1 when mid one made a mistake, it was from that point on that the game became increasingly harder for Na'Vi. And this time around, it's happened a lot earlier. So maybe that was the trigger kill. Right? Everything turns.
I think he needs to chill. I think he needs to just get his farm though, for now.
He's falling behind.
Yeah, he's falling a bit behind. I think he needs to have like one of those items. I think he would ideally want the boots of travel first, of course. And now, yeah, they're gonna kind of switch it up. I think this should have been maybe done a little bit ago. Just MP being the one joining them and let the Ember Spirit just farm up. Puppey in some trouble here.
Yeah, they'll find us straight away with the silence. No escape for the Treant. That's going to be out and down. Dream Core drops as Kezu just waltzes straight into the Ice Path. Tries to turn with the Purification. The wall's down. GA will be used. Kezu ready to fight back with Yapzor and MP. General goes for the straight TP out. He'll make it. Bive won't. For one. Oh, can he get out of it?
Bug.
Nah, that bug's chomping him down. Double kill for MP. So Secret do get a good trade. MP, of course, keeping himself right at the top of the game. Having a very good performance on this Weaver so far. 2-0-2.
Puppey's probably like, I got my Midas up, I'm fine with this. I used it, I'm happy. And they make space for mid one. Mid one that whole time is farming it, the bottom lane, pushes it all the way in. He's almost got his boots of travel to finish up. This is a nice little adjustment that Secret has made. And now they might actually even be able to claim this top tower.
It'd be painful if they kill mid one now, just before he has the bots. They're eyeing him up.
They don't have the coil.
Yeah, and I think without that, as you mentioned, it's just not enough. Yeah, big iron for mid one to grab. Was certainly given the freedom of the map to catch back up. Interesting build from MP. Do you like his ops in this game? Just the casual perseverance into the Dragonlance Maelstrom.
Yeah, you ideally want some extra mana regen. He went for like three mana regen items, like the Purse, the Brain Drop, and the Aquila. Yeah. And then he goes for some stats. I really like the Dragonlance. I think it's really important in this game versus the burst potential from the Puck. And there's not really anything great. Like Lincoln's doesn't really, actually doesn't block anything. It's like Sunder, and that's it. So eventually maybe he'll get one, but yeah, I think it's a great approach. Just having that sustain in the laning phase has definitely boosted his potential just built to run around.
Smoke up. From Na'Vi.
He's got the full Maelstrom too. He's pretty damn farmed on this Weaver.
He really is. I mean, 17 minutes in, he's going to be more than happy with what he's picked up. And mid one, hello. Walk into us more, they say, as he heads up into the high ground and does not suspect Na'Vi to be standing there waiting. Same time, though, in the mid lane, Secret will make a play of their own. Take down the Jakiro. But of course, it will be Na'Vi happy with the trade. They get themselves a tower. They get themselves a middle kill.
I like how Na'Vi was set up for that, though. They had Pycat showing bottom lane, pressuring the tower, and they have the three of them just kind of waiting on the side, expecting a kind of rotation coming in. And mid one did fall for it. They get the disable.
Yeah, Pycat could be in trouble here. Secret with 4 around. He'll try and get himself out of there with a reflection. Vacuum wall onto 3, but Pycat's already gone. And Secret, they're not done. They're trying to chase down for more. General with the surge out. And MP will continue to chase the gap up to the high ground. Do they have the damage? They don't. General will be able to get himself out of there. Secret, at least with that reaction, to find themselves a good kill in return. Bringing down Pycat. Highest value hero at the moment on the board for Na'Vi. This game. Both to 8. Dendi, of course, with that Midas, will continue to keep himself at the top. Mid one still has quite a bit of catching up to do to get to the stage that Dendi has.
I like that he goes back for the Midas, though. Yeah. On the Puck. I think it's great. I mean, we always say it, getting level 25 on Puck is super important. You get that 420 GPM, and it really accelerates you. And all levels are just great on Puck. Like having their high levels of phase shift, anything is just amazing.
Oh, that is unfortunate. That jump from Denny must have just come a millisecond too late, dropping the Rift and the coil, but the Remnant was already out. Very, very quick reactions from mid one.
Mid one's like, you're not getting me again.
That was as close as it can get. Navi will try and put a bit of pressure up on this top lane, but they don't have Pike out with them. So not too much these three can do. On the sidelines, mid one, where does he go back in? Knows that there's no coil. Trying for TP out by, and he will make it. Chain's already used at the start of the initiation. Bottom lane, roll back from Seneko as MP started to get aggressive. Now looking to build into the defusal out of the Maelstrom. Really getting all these fantastic mid-game items that are going to do a hell of a lot of damage. Jumping onto mid one.
I really like the defusal pickup on the Weavers lately. When I saw Pycat do it the other day as well, it looked like his damage was maybe a little underwhelming at one point, but then it was like, it just exploded out of nowhere. As soon as he got that defusal, getting that solo kill potential, being able to just chase people with it top lane.
They have the burst all they can, and now the turnaround could be there. They'll look towards General, but he's quick with the TP. Will get himself out of their mid lane. MP starting to go ham. Gets one, but he's been silenced underneath the tower. 6 charges popped. It's not enough to save him. MP punished for his over-aggression. The coils drop. They wanted to look for more. Yapsor tries to turn a player's way out of there. He's got the living armor on him. It doesn't matter. Not enough. Second down for Secret. As Navi get 2, Puppey will have to back off. And now Navi in position with the Metamorphosis up to take at least 1 tower. They may even be able to pressure for more here. Puppey's still hanging around, but the sentry is down. Does have to be careful how close he gets.
Feels like Dendi's everywhere in this game. He's actually trying to attempt on gank top, misses his coil, doesn't care. He's like, oh, I don't have coil, whatever, I'm going to counter gank mid. We don't want them to be able to claim our mid tower this early.
And has he just gone minus into bots, I think, as well?
Yeah, he did go for
so
the
he's going to be even more everywhere.
Yeah, he's having a very good game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think this is also a bit of the, what happens, I think like Merlini and Curtis and stuff, we talked about at the Kiev Major, when we do see these trees go for the Midas. It's like, you look at it and you're like, oh, I can get a Midas, I'm super farmed. But now he's playing more of like this farming-esque tree in a way, right? Instead of like playing the tree where you're just walking around scouting, giving your team all that information, he's playing a little bit more greedy. So I feel like that is kind of maybe like, it's like, I feel like it hurts them a little bit in that kind of factor, rather than him just giving them all that type of information to be able to play around it. So I think we'll probably be seeing that adjustment coming up from Puppey pretty soon, just because they don't want to be losing all these towers. They don't want to be losing these tier 1s. They want to be able to keep them as long as possible versus Terrorblade.
Sentry plays out for Navi. A catch Secret. Puppey immediately walking into them.
So he wants to give the information there, but Navi was ready for it with an Obs and a Sentry ward placed. But now it does deter them from pushing the tower a bit, at least for that. So he is going to be able to heal those up, at least that one up with the tree armor when he respawns. And Yapsor did steal the coil.
Oh, that's certainly a nice skill for them to have.
With Blink Dagger finished up too.
Yep.
Definitely pretty nice. Mid one also gets some nice time to catch up, and you see the build that Mid one's going for.
Yeah, look what we got here. Some old school stuff. Battle Fury build this game for mid one. Now why is this? What's the plan here?
Right?
Terrorblade?
Yeah, I think just to be able to get cleave out the illusions, have that damage potential.
And they drag back in. They kill Kezu. Good ice path to lock him down as well. The wall's being dropped. Kezu with the 3-man purification, bring them down low. The GS pops as well. Navi, they've lost 1. They're going to lose Seneko as well. And Secret aren't done yet. They'll chase for another. Double kill for MP. However, he's going to try for the TP out. He's not going to make it. The change is there to cancel. And Secret swiftly bringing down 4 members of Navi. As that was just an initiation gone wrong. They try and go in onto Kezu, but if you don't kill that Omni under the duration of the silence, he's going to be able to punch back very, very hard.
Oh, I love Kezu's item choice this game. He had the Midas queued up, but instead of finishing the Midas before that kind of fight, he finished the Guardian Greaves. And right there, he was able to remove the silence from the puck with the Guardian Greaves and being able to just get that surge heal right afterwards, get the heal and the repel. That was actually like beautiful right there from Kezu, just that item decision making.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
So in 1,400 games,
there's never been a puck that has gone 4-4-0. Never, ever. Dendi, the first to do it. Will it be a successful way to play? I mean, obviously at this stage it doesn't matter. I mean, for the part that mattered, it did.
Yeah, he definitely made it work really well.
But it's all about if you win the game at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Well, he managed to do it. And old Dendi talking about the man. There's something about our words, Fog, that just doesn't work out for these guys. Dendi's out and down for 50 seconds. The curse is strong.
Having that instant blink disable from Yapsor, and then the root as well coming out from mid one. Puck isn't able to really cast anything when you're root booted, so we do see Dendi making the adjustment. He's going to be going back to that Yule Scepter to be able to avoid that.
Yeah, we'll try and go on MP here. Very hard to do so with Kezu around.
Oh, Pycat actually finishes his own. He just buys a full defusal there, so.
They have to be careful in Navi. I mean, it's still Secret with a full 5-man ready to go back in. The Ice Path will be there. Vacuum onto 3 with the wall drops as well. Boulder Smash combo connects onto 2. But you've lost your Darks here. You are beating into MP down pretty low, but he pops the time lapse with the Repel on him. He's ready to go for more. Yapsor with the stolen Vacuum, trying to create some space to close in onto the Terrorblade. Pycat rooted, taken down. They've lost Pycat, they've lost Spiver. They're going to lose Suneko as well. There's Navi just throwing bodies at Secret at the tier 2 defense.
The sustain coming out from the Omni tree is just too much for them to handle right now. And that instant disable coming out from Rubik, from Yapsor, is actually just really crushing these fights. Like being able to blink lift the puck initially to be able to start the fight and kill him off. Then there, getting that stolen Vacuum, bringing Pycat out of position. And the way they position, the way that Secret actually positioned in that fight too, they only had Kezu standing right next to Pycat. Everybody else was a bit too far out of Sunder range, so they're not letting him get that Sunder off.
And worth noting as well, Yapsor certainly having again another impressive Rubik performance. Not quite as flashy as the one we saw the other day, but still very, very beautiful. 6-2, 15. He's been involved in 21 of the 22 kills that his team has done.
Yeah.
So certainly once again lifting his weight here in game 2.
Absolutely. And then now he's finally, since he's getting good levels on the Rubik now, he's actually being able to get the no field levels, which actually is going to be playing a good factor into these fights, nullifying 4 of the heroes.
Yeah, that's massive. I mean,
on the side of Navi.
You're relying on Pycat to do everything, and you know this is he's still 2k behind MP.
Yeah.
It's just the end of the day, the damage spread is much better coming out of Secret's lineup.
They just have so much more healing and sustain. Sure, they have the mech on general, but having this Omni Knight is really just doing so well for them.
Smoke up and go. They'll look for Kezu, but he gets the chance to repel, and now Navi, they have to turn and get themselves out of there. Jump in with the chains and combos do again with the stolen Vacuum. Yapsor bringing them in close. Navi, they've lost 2. They're going to lose more here. Pycat takes a triple remnant to the face, does get the Sunder out onto MP, but MP time-lapses off the Sunder. The root again onto 2 with the cleave damage from mid-one.
Kill.
I mean, this is some BM getting beaten by Ember with a Battle Fury in 2017. It's got to hurt for Navi. As Secret up to the high ground. And this one, it's bordering on feeling like it may just be over here.
Yeah, I mean, again, the Guardian Greaves, he gets initiated on, he's silenced, just Guardian Greaves off, repels himself, fight gets turned instantly because he has the backup support there from his teammates. Kezu's actually, yeah, his item decision alone is doing so much in this game, not to mention, of course, with the Yapsor's movements and steals.
That's going to be at least one set of racks. We'll see how much they can do to the second. Navi starting to restore one back up, but look, immediately Denny's been jumped in and he's now down. 50 seconds, no puck. Again.
The roots and the disables for this puck are just, it's too much. And now this looks like it might actually be a secondary rack down. Pycat does have meta when he's up, but puck is dead for 40 seconds.
No puck, no key control. They do have the vacuum wall. Vacuum to be dropped. Stolen ice bar from Yapsor. Freezing the buttocks of General.
He's got Vacuum again. Vacuum with Ember Spirit.
And there we have it, onto 2. Again, the cleave damage ripping them down low. The Ice Path will hold back Secret. They go for the Boulder Smash. General falling low. The Shrine will heal him back up. Kezu comes with the purification again. The chains onto 2, just spamming these Sleight of Fist. And it really is, as you said, Yapsor was like, build the Battle Fury, mate. I'm going to be stealing Vacuum consistently this game. And a Vacuum Sleight of Fist combo at this stage brings most heroes down to half health. With the Ice Path onto MP, but he's been repelled up again by Kezu. And just turns to the racks and they take the objective. Navi now with a full 5-man backup. Dendi leads forward. Finds the Yours onto Kezu, but are you really going to kill the Somni Knight? That's the question. They're trying to go in onto him, but look at this from the sideline. MP goes in, rips down Suneko, and now ready to chase for more. Pycat tries to man up, but he gets bashed by Puppey. Kezu falling low. Will he actually go down? No, Kezu survives. Has the medallion on him, post the repel. He lives. They've lost 4. They're going to lose 5 as well. There's no TP out potential from Biver as he gets killed, and it's over. A very, very clean performance from Secret here in this second game. And just nothing that Navi could do to stop it. They had a great start with Dendi, but their team fights just went downhill from the 20-minute mark. They couldn't do anything against this Omni.
This game exploded so quickly. It was like they were doing, Navi was doing very well. Then that one top fight happened. Kezu had Guardian Greaves, pops the Guardian Greaves, repels himself, pops GA, fight gets completely turned around. That was, I mean,
I'm not sure how well that Wig Sword build would really work out, at least inning phase 1, against that laser and that miss percentage chance. So maybe he is just going to go full Exort. I thought because Navi's so initiation dependent in some ways, less so because the Tinker pickup, but I think they still need it for most of their team fights. I thought the quick reactions, the Tornado EMP of the Quas Wex Invoker would have been quite valuable.
Yeah, I was looking at this game like where you've got enough damage output coming from the Terrorblade that you don't need the Exalt build as well. It seems like a greedier approach. The Exo Invoker typically takes a bit longer to come online. Like if you look at how Quake played it, I don't imagine we're going to see MP played at that extreme. It's very much like you're playing to fight around that 30 to 40 minute stage of the game. You're not looking to group up with your team to push. You're playing very isolated, very kind of separated from your team, and may change, very likely will change with MP because you can kind of go with your team when they've got Metamorphosis, pop an Alacrity on the Terrorblade, perhaps fight around the level 15 timing where you've got the double Forge Spirits, but it doesn't really strike me as like immediate, like, oh yeah, this is a great Exalt game. If anything, it's the Quas Wex, which can cripple Axe. Hidden EMP on an Axe or a Slaughter, those are both very low mana pool heroes who can get heavily punished by that.
I completely agree. Thinking about the Exort, do you think it's more of do you think it's more of that late game focus you're talking about, or do you think it has more to do with Forge Spirits adding into the pushes? Because I am honestly completely unsure what the reasoning is behind it over Quas Wex.
I think it's got to be more the late game because they probably just feel like they may not be able to push down enough towers against the Tinker, because getting the double Forge Spirits at level 15, by then you're pushing into March of the Machines and enough AoE that the double Forge Spirits isn't really the difference maker for a push in my mind. Mid lane Puppey, going to harass Dendi down some.
Going to be able to get a stun into a Sunstrike, into a Disruption, and very early First Blood should be here for Secret against Dendi's Tinker. So start out there for Secret, and Navi not able to get that information across fast enough with their aggro tri-lane. Midwan is just playing completely off the lane against this until his supports choose to come over. But do they even come over? Because this is a tri-lane I'm not quite so sure you can beat with Shadow Demon, Vengeful Spirit, and Terror.
Yeah, this is a tricky one. They're going to get the side pulls off. If they get that CM early aura as well, this tri-lane then has the mana to sustain, constantly spamming crushes as well as Lucent Beam. So in my mind, they're better off, getting another kill on mid. They smoked up. They're already looking for Dendi once again. And whether or not this succeeds, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, at this point, the supports at bottom have to be saying, look, no one's here. Like, they're even scouting aggressively in the jungle. Like, there is no signs of anyone, but Pi has still got Disruption.
It's going to be underneath the tower, too. They're going to be able to hit that Magic Missile. MP goes for the Cold Snap over the Sunstrike here, hoping they can get enough damage out, but instead, they are going to be forced away by RMN. His TP rotation in puts a stop to all that. Meanwhile, Kezu, it looks like he was just heading out to the Sush Jump and receive a bit of harassment damage.
Early Blightstone pickup for Kezu. Bit of an interesting choice. We saw Hestejo just rushing the Arcane Boots yesterday. Typically, you look at like the fast Soul Ring. And going for the Blightstone, obviously able to do decent right-click damage, but I feel like it's a big gold investment considering how desperately you want to get either your Soul Ring or Arcane Boots up. I'm not a big fan of this Blightstone early on Enigma.
I'm not sure. He must really feel like he's going to be able to get a lot of damage out with his different conversions, but doesn't Axe just kind of like charge? Unless you're perfect with your micro, you're going to lose those Eidolons. The Axe charge.
He was able to just get some nice harass here, and Axe is actually a very low armor hero when he's not Berserker Call, of course, so sitting on just the 2 base armor gets him down to 0. But yeah, I think it is still a bit of an interesting choice. I mean, there's plenty of HP regen in general. He's got Salve and Tengos, and he's just going to farm the conversions up top. Yeah, well, it doesn't get there. Okay, there's the spin. Got very unlucky there initially, but does end up getting the kill. Those give decent gold and experience.
Yeah, 100 gold for those 3 demonic conversions and a good amount of experience. He's now up to already dealing with the constant denies of the Enigma fairly well. He can kill those Eidolons. Looks like Vengeful Spirit is not going to be helping out this bottom lane. Pylai is just here as maybe a pittance of help and a saving grace, but it really doesn't look like they want to commit to this try versus try scenario and would much rather keep the pressure on the Tinker, but there's only so many ganks you can do on this Tinker. At some point, you do have to find a solution to this aggro tri-lane.
Yeah, Puppey doing his greedy support thing, just jungling it up, using the tower to help him clear this camp. And gonna try and get some early experience and levels for himself. Just staying off the map as well. It's always very scary. Like if there's a bench or something missing on the map, you've got to be worried about your mid lane getting ganked. You've got to have TPs ready on your supports. So just staying off the map applies pressure in itself right now. But yeah, Kezu's got his arcane boots, so his farm rate's going to really accelerate now. He's able to farm the jungle, he can get the bounty rune, then he can go right back to the lane, and we'll be looking at a very fast mech as a result.
I mean, they're from Puppey. They'll still get the disruption. Now, he doesn't have the mana for another magic missile, so they should not be able to get this kill unless RMN runs in the wrong direction. They still have the Sunstrike. It's on point. RMN gets taken out by MP. Nicely played.
Yeah, very, very well done. That's a nice little kill. The support's getting some good XP. Puppey already level 4. Fortunately, Pi just level 1, but that's the Pi life sometimes. And mid one, while not farming well in this bottom lane, is at least getting experience. Going for one early point in the reflection, so has some aggressive potential off of this. And they are trying to set up, but doesn't look like Pycat's going to let Shadow Demon get close enough for that disruption.
Yeah, I think they really wanted to force a fight while RMN is still away after that death, but unable to connect. Now the lane's pushing forward, and RMN and his gank into mid lane can go unpunished in bottom, but doesn't really feel it. Tries to show his face out there, thought about going for the crush, thinks twice though. Refraction goes, or reflection rather, goes down in the bottom lane. Looks like they tried pretty much on the mid one, but nothing more, just a bit of a poke, that is all.
So far, lane's looking pretty good for Navi, though. Like, your Axe is matching Enigma farm for farm, like as kind of hoped for in that lane. Dendi is crushing mid in terms of CS, even with the early death. He's got 18 denies with 23 last hits. MP really struggling to get farm in this 1v1 matchup.
Oh, this laning phase would go so much better for Navi if it wasn't for this pesky ward right here, which is spotting out Slardar. It's constant rotations into the jungle and into mid.
I mean, those kills for Secret are very, very unfortunate that they're getting them based on the fact that Navi are winning the lanes for the most part outside of it.
Invisibility.
We'll see runes now being picked up. Ironman sneaks the bounty rune, and with an invis rune, Biva does pose a threat to mid lane, the bottom lane. Throwing arrows for Ironman to loop around, and MP needs to be very careful in this mid lane. This laser cooldown.
Very defensive wards may actually have a downside, which is no river vision, but it does seem like MP is going to play back, even though they don't know about the invis specifically. Is playing passive enough at the right time. General's going to try and do a wraparound on Kezu, but they already have the TP coming in from Puppey, so General is going to find himself in a 1v2 scenario against a black hole as well. Looks like they should be able to get this kill. Meanwhile, while we're watching that, it looks like MP did not play as conservatively as we hoped. The Invis rune does strike a kill in mid.
Yeah, good move from Puppey. That Radiant Observer at top, just knowing that Axe was trying to go behind the lane, get a bit greedy going for the conversions, and it's definitely worth using those early black holes to get solo kills on core heroes, be it an off-laner, mid laner, or carry. Secret now, first metamorphosis.
Mid-1 gonna turn on the Viper, will be able to pick up that kill. Pycat can't do much to help his support. Kezu actually drops pretty low in that top lane. General missing the call still. I'm not sure how Kezu dropped so low that a Cooling Blade would have finished him off, but either way, they do manage to get away and keep that lead over General, who was actually going to be going for a Vanguard before, but it looks like after that death, he's going to switch it up to the faster Blink Dagger.
Yeah, I saw that too, and it was interesting. I think if you're just staying in the lane early, Shadow Demon gets found by Pyke at bottom. The Vanguard makes sense against the Enigma and what was struggling him in lane, but as far as the overall Navi game plan goes, the faster Blink to me is like the better choice of the two.
One is not opting for the early level of Sunder against all this aggression. He's going to have to dig his way out of this hole.
No salve from Pyle down the TP, but his presence hopefully enough in itself.
They've got Pycap kind of stuck against his own illusions right now.
It's so tempting to go for that kill, you know, like one Lucent Beam on the Terrorblade with a right click is going to be enough, but all it takes is one TP in, and from like an Enigma with it. It's a level 4 Malefice now. Speaking of which, he's going to do, General gets forced to use a defensive Berserker's Call just to block some damage. For Maleficent is very powerful here, but now Kezu with it on cooldown is going to get gone on.
Aren't going to be able to get a little bit of damage there. Iron Man being turned around on. General forces Kezu back, and we'll go for the Eidolons, looking to clear through all of them.
That was like not just to farm, but also to save his life. The Sunstrike. Whew. Fortunately, if it had communicated that one a bit sooner, that would have been a kill. Even with just the 2 points in Exort, that was ample damage to bring down Slaughter.
How's that CS continued? 47 and 26 for Dendi compared to the 28 and 11 of MP. Sure enough, did go for a bit of a Wegsword build here in transferring into Quas Wex more as time goes on, but
yeah,
having very clear issues with CS against Kaiser and against the ganks of Navi. They're going to be able to get another one, maybe slowed down. MP is fast enough thanks to the high levels of Wex. Edges to stay one step ahead of the Frostbite.
Good positioning, far enough away that the Frostbite wasn't coming in. Even if it did, he had the Tornado, and I think that's something Navi, they scouted out there, like, look, we can't really go diving into a Tornado and TP rotation, but our men seems to think they can. Here come the TPs, and it's Enigma, no mech. Okay, Enigma will cancel now, and with that cancelled TP, this mid lane becomes a bit more exposed, but there's still a Terrorblade in the neighborhood, and there's still 4 heroes for Secret here if they want to go for a play.
Opting for a smoke here. Now, I doubt Terrorblade's really going to be joining them. I presume he's going to use them to...
I mean, you join them, you take a tower is the nice thing here, so...
Oh, that's true, that's true.
Like, you show Shadow Demon in the mid, you get your level 6. Pilot Eye can TP up there if there's a big 5v5 clash, but... You want to try and bait the Enigma. Problem is
this is going to be bad. If they get this quick kill, nice. The Tornado comes in, now the swap, they'll be able to get the catch. General is going to be caught by a stun, Malfist up as well. With the help of the reflection, they'll be able to turn that, and as you said, turn this into a tower push with the meta.
Yeah, they're going to see if they can punish Pilot Eye. It's just a support, but it's still at least worth getting this kill. I may even get away with that Demonic Purge.
Twice he manages to fog out the nuke coming from the...
Nice. And I don't think Navi are not going to push this mid lane all that fast. They've lost their siege creep. They've got a Luna, but just level 7. Iron Man dragging up the creep wave. It's going to be a much faster push from the Secret side. Very well done. Kezu almost got caught out there. Like, he was very much like, Kezu, you bait, we're coming up there to smoke, but he was very close to going down before the teammates arrived. Just managed to get the Tornado before there was a Culling Blade, and they get the tower, they TP'd it, they're defending now. Navi, they're about to hit that Boots of Travel on Dendi, which is where they can kind of react to these aggressive plays and defend towers a bit better against the Terrorblade, but...
I like that Pykat's playing so aggressively, trying to create that space for the Tinker. They're going to be able to go for this 3-man rotation reflection, and they will manage to pick up that one with the Eclipse. Navi, though, are going to have a straggler here. General's been... Oh, nice 2-man crush, actually. That's going to be able to catch Puppey as well. The double kill onto Dendi. Now the jump forward. MP's been caught. He couldn't ghost walk out of that one. A call from General reveals the mid laner of Secret. They managed to pick up 3 kills, turn that into a tier 1 tower, and that will most definitely be Dendi having Boots of Travel plus some gold in the bank.
Yeah. Great call from just blow everything in the Enigma. Didn't even get a chance to use the mech. Not using the Eclipse there to kill the Enigma would have been a big mistake, and once Enigma's out of the fight, there's no way that this level 8 Invoker or level 8 Terrorblade with no items can turn that fight around. I mean, Terrorblade's stuck top. He's just farming. Metamorphosis is down, so you're not worried about him. The only thing you're worried about is Enigma popping the mech, turning and fighting with conversions, Malefice, or even a potential black hole. So once that Enigma is down, Secret will very weak in that fight, and that's something that they're going to have to continue to do. Most of the farm is concentrated right now on Enigma, which is something that Secret have to try and remedy by creating some space for the Terrorblade and for the Invoker.
Highlight Die is going to run into Dendi. This is perfect. Puppey's coming in too, but General's ready for the counter. Ready to go with the Blink Dagger at some point in time. Goes for Highlight Die. Dendi's still in trouble though. The EMP and the Purge is going to be able to blast him out. General, he managed to get the Cooling Blade. With the movement speed, it's delayed, and General is going to die as well. 2 cores down from Navi. All that for a little old Highlight Die. That's his specialty. Die for kills for Secret. It's going to be very happy with that exchange.
Yeah, nicely played it. Navi hoping just for like a free pick while they have Iron Man farming up top, and if Secret are going to commit that many heroes, Navi themselves need to have an Eclipse, have Luna down there, have not necessarily Slaughter, but they had a very small like little rotation going just with the Tinker, Crystal Maiden, and well, Tinker and the Axe really is the 2 big ones, and losing both of them since Secret are willing to fight early. This is the benefit of the Quaswex Invoker. There's no way you can fight and make that kind of a play with the Exo Invoker, but MP's being able to have a nice early game impact with less farm and just lower levels on his Invoker because of his build.
Now, another Metamorphosis has been used by Mid1. He's opting to use this to farm neutrals a little bit quicker. Do you think that's the kind of play that they have in mind? Are they going to let Tinker have... Because they just ganked him and they got themselves some space, but I was wondering how much are they going to pressure these tier 1 towers early?
I think it's hard now that, I mean, Tinker is his travels, so you also has maxed out the March, so even though you killed the Tinker once, by the time you get to those towers, he's back alive, and you're in a it's very dangerous to push to the Axe Blink.
All right, man.
Sunstriker found it? Okay.
Yeah, it was a disruption. He goes for the TP out, and he had Purge on him as well. So he TPs out, and he's going to get hit by Purge and Sunstrike inside the fountain. Poor guy.
Yeah. I mean, my understanding from playing like the Terrorblade in this position is just like it's impossible to push. As much as you're typically playing the Terrorblade, you tell your team whenever you have Metamorphosis you want to TP to like a tower, group up and push. Against the Tinker, it's just not possible, and I think it's more efficient to just power farm through the jungle using your illusions, farm Ancients, so popping Metamorphosis to farm the jungle, especially when you're behind like this, I think is pretty reasonable of Mid1, so I don't really mind him using the Metamorphosis just to farm some Ancients there. Pushing against the Tinker is just like it's a nightmare. You need to get you fight around the BKB timing. Not that, and you don't want to rush the BKB. You go like Manta, Dragonlance, then the BKB probably, but it really is going to be a slower paced game from Secret because of what the Tinker does.
Okay, so you think some of these outer towers, some of the tier 1s and tier 2s, they're not really going to feel the big Terrorblade presence unless they get a smoke and then, you know, and some sort of pickoff, and failing that, you're saying wait for Manta, wait for BKB, wait for the later game time.
Yeah, and there is room to go for those smoke plays. Like Puppey's got one in his backpack. I think if they find a key kill on like a Luna or a Tinker, or even the Axe is the initiator who kind of enables that tower defense, then you can look to the Metamorphosis being used to push, but that's something like which you can't rely on happening. So I think Mid1 just happy to play around it, not potentially having RMS. Whoa.
Almost got caught by that tornado. He gets caught by the tornado. He's caught by Kezu with the Malefice. And if he's caught by all that, he doesn't get Blink Dagger.
That was such a weird move around the map from him. Like that path, like trajectory that he took was just very odd.
I'm watching RMN going, what the hell, dude? Just farm your Blink Dagger. You're so close.
He's now been given the bottom lane.
Pycat is kind enough. Cede that control bottom lane too. I don't know.
Not sure how much.
No.
We'll see how much stronger Navi get with this Slider Blink. I mean, they already had the Axe Blink, so I don't think it's like going to make a huge power spike for them necessarily. The bigger power spike actually comes from Dendi's Blink, which is now completed. He's almost reached that point where he's got max missiles and lasers, so his single target damage isn't quite at its full potential. So they may wait for him to get a couple more levels, but I mean, realistically, Navi they're the ones probably more pushing here because they can just layer the March down, do what they're doing bottom, Alpha Wolf Luna, protected by the March, and very hard to fight into this if you're Secret.
I like this. Navi, completely agree with you, and it seems like Navi had pretty good control of the lanes when they went for this, so they're not even going to concede a tier 2 in exchange for that. They're already well in position ahead of the Terrorblade. They're not going to have to trade blow for blow here. They're actually going to get a nice economic lead.
Yeah.
Continue to make these same kind of plays. Get some lane control, make sure Terrorblade isn't threatening a tower, and then go for a Tinker push.
TB's back to defending, so this may make, if you see the Terrorblade here, they may try and clear out their jungle, get aggressive, but they will need to do so as a big group because there's still 4 Secret heroes able to fight.
Looks like they're going to catch Pycat here, maybe turn this into a tier 1, swap back into a tornado. That is one of the things. This offensive swap is going to be so deadly with the Invoker and the Terrorblade. Pieliedie may be caught here, General. He has the Blink Dagger coming up soon. It looks like it got canceled by Wave of Terror. He's going to wait out the disruption. He's going to go for this one. He decides against it, knowing that his life is not worth the life of Pieliedie's Shadow Demon. Holds off on his initiation.
Good find, and Navi, I feel like they strategically were in a good position, but they can't afford to give up pickups like that one. They just took a tier 2 tower at bottom, they defend top, but lone farmer in the mid lane gets caught. It was a smoke rotation. I think that's where there's such good dire vision around this Roche area around the mid lane that Pycat felt very safe that he could see those rotations coming from top to mid. or through the mid lane, so the smoke able to catch him out by surprise.
We're going to have the Ether Lens being built up next by the Tinker, I'm presuming followed by the Aghanim Scepter, and that'll be another really big power spike. Navi, correct?
Yep. Yeah, the Ags is where like it's very hard to fight into that Aether Lens Ags build. We'll see. Well, I guess for Secret, like the Invoker's still slowly playing catch up in terms of his farm. Puppey's transitioning into a bit of a core with his itemization. Treads Helm, he's been going for the Helm regardless of what hero he's on, but can go for more of a right-click build with his current state. I think more importantly, we'll see what Kezu looks like be going for a blink now. He had the pipe queued up earlier, decided against it, goes for a blink now. Once that gap close against the Tinker, most especially, if you can catch him with a Malefice, makes it very difficult for him to rearm and just sets up the rest of your team to get on top of him. So, pick up I like to see.
Good to see the big differential between the cores here, between Navi and Secret being shown on the network chart. 3,000 gold lead for them. You see both the Invoker, especially the Invoker, quite under-farmed. 6,700 net worth is trying to pick up just a 4-staff right now.
Puppey.
Some opportunities. Puppey's going to be found by RMN and Pycat. Be too much of an issue. They can even get a Colon Blade in. Get themselves some nice movement speed, see if they can go for more, but Secret are already back and playing mid and bottom.
Can't play this top lane. They use Metamorphosis to farm again, and again, not a mistake. I think you can really tell Secret they've changed their tune. They've got a new game plan, which is going to be play for the late game. Like the fact they've gone for this Blink Dagger build over the pipe means they don't feel like they can push towers. They feel like they need to go for like the pickoffs. They need to go for the team fight. And they recognize that Navi have the heroes and the items to defend any 5-man push. And that's where like you're gonna see TP just try and catch his way back up through the Metamorph farm.
Alright, man.
Pick up there.
Thought he was keeping Secret honest. Blinking forward, getting a stun, seeing what Secret are doing there, but they just turn around, quickly kill him from a distance. Navi as a whole do come out pretty well, right? They did their mid tower with the Tinker. They kept bottom lane pushed in while gaining yet another objective. These are the general Tinker pushes that we're talking about. Can't split push, nor can you fight into them at this big power spike.
And Secret, I think off of that, they're gonna smoke up. See if this is gonna be can't go for Roshan perhaps with the Helm creep, although it does leave the pit for now. They'd rather find another key kill. Find a Tinker. In the mid lane, doesn't quite get the vision he needs for a swap.
Now, Navi, 5 men here, Tornado EMP on the Pycat, but that will not give any opportunities for a Secret. Have too many heroes backing up that Tinker with the marching machines going, so Secret are going to fail to be able to get truly on the offensive yet again and farm their way to a better path later on.
BKB Enigma, so going for that BKB Black Hole kind of late game play where there's an Axe Call to theoretically cancel it, although very difficult because of obviously you have to blink in close to get that call off. I think ideally Navi are going to look to initiate on the Enigma to make sure that he doesn't get that BKB hole off, but that's always tricky in itself. And even like Invoker, Midas is looking, I mean, you're always going to go Midas and Invoker, so no difference there, but looking more for the late game. And Terrorblade, of course, just trying to get what farm he can. But Navi, recognizing they're strong at the moment, they don't want to keep giving Secret room to get this farm and play for the late game, are going to start getting aggressive.
Smoke up, straight into MP. MP, his quick reactions with Tornado may be able to save his life. Highlight Eye is instead going to be the one caught out. Yeah. MP continues to run up. Highlight Eye tanks the smoke, and the team is going to look for more, see if they can catch somebody else. They really shouldn't, but MP gets a little close to there. Tornado goes down. Armin makes a block jump in, not hitting anything there, but he does get some vision. Looks like Secret are actually going to fight this one out, though. Mid one has popped the Metamorphosis. He turns, quickly kills the Crystal Maiden. MP is being chased away. Pycat, they've got the vision on him, but they just need to close the distance. The heat-seeking missile will manage to pick that up. That kills Puppey. He's also going to go down. Mid one finally TPs away. I thought for sure Secret were going to just TP out, but it looks like they tried to stage some sort of turnaround.
Yeah, perhaps some of the TPs even on cooldown as well. Like they were just, it felt like they were just kind of trapped a bit up there. And I love the call from Navi. It looked like, okay, they got the pick by Roche, they just take Roche, but they recognize weakness and that their opponents were fleeing, and they have such great catch with the Slaughter Axe. Speaking of which, they've now picked another. The Observer Ward setting up a free kill. Now I imagine they probably finally decide, okay, enough heroes are dead, we don't see any more pickups, let's take Roche, but really good call to chase. Iron Man misses the blind crush, but it was just that, it was a blind crush. He didn't have to land it, he just had to get in there, ensure that the TPs were being cancelled, get vision for his team, he had the sentry ward as well to scout out the Invoker and then amp him up, and then Dendi comes in and just cleans up, so really well played by Navi.
Enigma trying to scout right now with the Eidolons. It looks like they really do want to try and fight this one, but it's very risky. The Tornado's already interrupted Navi, but Navi a bounce out of the pit, starting threatening that Enigma. Nice three-man call from General on the lower side. Is able to finish off one. They get off the turnaround, though, from mid one. He managed to get the Sunder down, but it's still not enough to finish off General, thanks in part to Dendi with the big-time nukes, and the laser miss percentage means that there is no hope for Secret to be able to get anything down. And I know they had to have known that was a risky play to try and contest Navi around that pit, but they tried it anyway, and very clearly got shut down.
Yeah, it looked like they were perhaps banking on Kezu coming up big, like coming in with the blink black hole, but he got scouted up by the Slaughter, so he got corrosive hazed up, and the dire vision around that pit was just too good. They had wards from the south side as well as the west side. They had two dire wards protecting that Roche, and I think if not for those wards, it goes fine. Like, Secret can potentially make that play with the Tornado EMP setup. You engage him with the Terrorblade. The Enigma comes in later on in the fight with the Black Hole, but because of all the vision Navi had, it was a very safe Roche to go for, and really good blink call from General, catching three, Dendi bursting everyone down. There was just not a whole lot they could do once they got caught.
That was beautiful. I think of the combination, right? Slardar keeping Kezu back on one side, and General getting that brilliant initiation. Keeping Kezu, looks like he's dead, as that mech is not going to be enough to save him from all this power of Navi. So once again, they start going for some sort of objective. Secret get out of position. Navi quickly snap that one down, and they should be able to still keep pretty good control of the map and turn towards that last couple of remaining tier 2s.
Yep. Get that map control up, make it so you can play, not necessarily to end the game with this Aegis, but later on. Pycat's queued up and alter. Is he going to go for the Lincolns, I guess, this game? Yeah, Lincolns against the Shadow Demon seems to be the preferred build for most Lunas, so it's a bit harder to get that disruption off at the start of a fight onto the Luna. It's like one of those items which just gives naturally good stats, so you don't really mind building it on a Luna. It doesn't really feel like, oh, I'm getting nothing out of this item. It gives you HP, it gives you Agi. And the Bell Block, of course, great on Luna as well.
Yeah, I liked it also versus the Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah.
The swap into the Terrorblade and Multitudes, that is also something for Cat to fear, since he does so close. You can already see the Lincoln's play there. Attempt a bit of a poke at him. The push is still going to happen, though. Tier 2 tower is going to inevitably drop here. Secret, I'll just look. See any small windows of opportunity for a pickoff.
General just follows the media. That's so obnoxious. I mean, luckily it's only 3 Exalt media, otherwise MP would have taken a bit more damage from that one, but I mean, Navi look like they're going to scale very well. Like, even CM going back from Midas is a great call. It means you're going to make sure you get those late game, like that level 3 ultimate as early as possible. It makes sure you get your late game talents. And CM's a hero that actually late game does a very impressive amount of damage through the freezing field. So the CM's going to scale well. The Axe is already looking fantastic with his farm. Slaughter's got his Blitz. Slaughter, I guess, could consider a Midas as well, but wants to go for a bit more fight now. Picks up a 4-star for the team. And Navi in a really strong advantageous position now.
Yeah, they've got Tinker Luna 27 minutes in with almost a 10,000 gold lead, almost 20,000 experience. There's the Lincoln's pop. They're going to be able to get the swap back. Disruption goes down. They're going to try and target Pycat down first. It's going to cost Puppey his life, but RMN, nice introduction there with a blink in and a crush, keeps the rest of Secret at bay. So Pycat's actually able to get out. Low HP, yes, but Aegis still intact.
Yep. Keeping him alive means you can perhaps sustain the push a bit longer, although that Aegis expiring in a minute or so, so more than likely it'll be just for the tier 2 plus shrines. I think it can come back in and bottle up Pycat if they really want, but I mean, this Terrorblade Metamorphosis and just TB Illusions are useless versus Tinker. This Aghanim Scepter just destroys them, and it just doesn't feel like the TB is going to offer a whole lot. We'll have the BKB soon, which means at least the main hero, that's BKB, can fight and do some good damage. But that's more against the Luna than against the Tinker. And the Luna will, the Reflection as well, very good against the Luna, so that Luna will have to be very careful on the front lines about fighting into the TB, but Min1 does not have damage items to go with the BKB.
So we're very clearly setting a high ground defense stage for Secret.
Yes.
We're talking about maybe waiting out the second Roshan for Navi, getting that second Aegis, and going high ground from there. How does Terrorblade scale past the BKB, right? He'll have the BKB for the next push most likely. What do you do from there, though?
I think he scales very well against the Luna. Like, I don't think there's any stage of the game where you feel good playing against Terrorblade as Luna unless you're like 10k net worth ahead, which could happen because you may just get starved out while defending high ground. But I think TB can scale very well, like with more items beyond the BKB, just whatever damage items you want to go for. Maybe you want an MKB to deal with the butterfly most likely. You probably want a butterfly of your own at some point, Skadi, like whatever items you want to go for. You're going to get a lot stronger. You're going to always struggle against the Tinker just because you can't really get on top of him. That's where you're always going to have to rely on your teammates, the Invoker, to find him with a Tornado, rely on Vengeful Spirit to find him with that swap, and that's where I think Secret are going to have their biggest struggles. Like, yeah, the Luna on the front lines can be dealt with, but Navi's only ever going to come fight at you with the Luna on the front lines if Luna has an Aegis. And that's something which Navi is going to probably wait for before they go for any aggressive high ground push.
So in that case, if the Tinker's going to get stronger later on to the game, do you think this BKB and its 10-second to 5-second window, do you think that timing, the longer charge of the BKB, is when Secret needs to get aggressive, or do you think they can play a little bit for the late game, knowing that they have to go into a Tinker still?
I think their only option is to still play for the late game. As much as like you want to get your most value out of like the first couple fights with a 10-second BKB, those fights won't look pretty if you're fighting outside your base. Maybe if you're catching them by surprise with a good smoke gank, but Warriors, they don't have, like, they're relying on a swap initiation. They don't have like the Slaughter or the Axe themselves. They don't have that blink stun catching hero. They've got to swap into like a Malefice, and it's not a very reliable initiation, so Secret's smoke plays around the map are not very scary. So I think that's where high ground defense is always where you're going to look strongest. So just defending high ground with the BKB seems fine. Oh, mid one.
They're going to catch something here. Mid one. His TP is going to be canceled. That is so bad. They know they're going to mid one. They know he's dead. The rest are going to be able to escape. NP and Kazu were able to get out, but a nice net there from Navi coming in from all sides essentially to catch Secret outside of the base.
Yeah, and looking around, like for Secret, it's like the high ground defense with the swap initiation is to me where they're at their strongest. Trying to pull a hero deep into the base near like past the tier 3 towers, drag Navi in as deep as possible, and that's where the TB can shine because he's not very mobile. He doesn't have the Hurricane Pike to push himself around. He's very slow in the Metamorphosis, and he's got to like try and play around the reflection. So the more heroes he can pull in for that reflection, the stronger he'll be, and that also pulls in heroes to the potential BKB black hole, and that's something which Navi will be very cautious about pushing into. I believe they've spotted the BKB by now, so they're going to be having to either play around the cooldown or at least play around the fact that that black hole exists anytime they go for a push.
Puppey feeling a couple of heat-seeking missiles on his backside. He'll have the back of an NP, Tornado EMP, burned out General. Still, the call opportunity's there, but he misses it very slightly. MP is still caught, though. RMN managed to get the crush onto him, so they still get a bigger hero than Puppey, for sure. NP's Invoker goes down.
I'm watching that, I was thinking like that TP from Puppey is not going to work, and then the Deafening Blast comes in, is like, okay, MP just saved him. Good guy MP, but dying to save your support Venge? Yeah. Not sure about that. I mean, I like the mentality where it's like, yeah, we're playing together as a team and making those coordinated plays, but yeah, that does set you back further. There's no real item that MP's working on, but the problem is not having buyback doesn't seem to matter right now. There's no real high ground push attempt from Navi. I think they're gonna be very slow and methodical about this one just because of Enigma Terrorblade threat and the swap to pull someone in, but they ideally just want to have Pycat on the front lines and then everyone else as far away from Pycat as possible. Put the Lincolns on him. He's got the Lincolns being given by General as well, so you can't even swap Pycat into the base.
And to get some damage onto the Raxes, those bouncing glaives are going to go to work unless Secret finds some sort of initiation.
Oh, that was
now,
the swap block.
Like
Oh, that was the double Lincolns. Yeah, he had the Lincolns from his axe, and then it gets popped, but he still has his own Lincoln, so...
Navi
thought he had an opening.
Well.
Yeah.
Sunstrike checking out the Roshan pit. Navi, now they both know that Roshan is up, but Navi are really the only ones with the power to take it. Secret may have the power to contest. Do they have a smoke? They have one in Pylai Die.
They just bought one, but I think it's going to die too fast with Amp. They may use it thinking they can contest it, but as soon as they see that message, they're going to be like, alright, let's back off. Defend high ground is probably the better call. And yeah, I think they realize by now they're going to be too long. They may as well save that smoke for the high ground defense.
Coming. Navi. The small window, man. They take out MP, then they take down that tier 3 tower during that small little window when he's dead. Now they've got an Aegis to work with, and they don't even have to use that Aegis to beat down a tier 3. I think that's a secret. I'm not even sure if you should try and contest it. But honestly, Luna is that strong once you start getting those glaives out onto the Raxes. Like, preemptive damage is already in place.
I'm on board with that call. And she's going to have the double Lincolns again, like...
Unless you fight outside the base, right? Okay. Unless you get this smoke wraparound and do catch Navi before they go for the high ground. They place the ward and everything, setting this all up.
Who can they catch? Ideally, you want General, I guess. He doesn't have an Aegis. He's the key hero.
They only see Luna right now. They know the rest are in this tree area. They see Tinker now for a moment.
The smoke's about to end and there's a ward there.
Oh, they see Slardar and now bad news for Secret.
Don't see this ending well for Secret.
No, that's certainly not. Pylai is going to be the first one down. Fortunately, no Culling Blade. That movement speed. Not going to save Cat. Oh, no, he does get the blink away.
Okay. Now Mid-Rax definitely not being defended now. MP's with kind of glaives in his base. Goodbye Rax, goodbye Shrines as well with this. There's the free rack. I mean, that's a worth going for kind of play, but Navi's positioning was really good there. That was very well spaced by them.
Cat getting some damage on the Puppey. The follow-up is there from the Tinker. Shrine going to be activated here, trying to go for Bycat. He gets a Force Staff away, and the initiation from RMN also stops that one. He is going to be caught by the swamp from Puppey, but it makes sure that the Aegis stays intact for Navi, and they just reset another minute.
Yeah, reset without Metamorph now. That's actually, like, you got to be very careful at how you use that Metamorphosis, because Slider's going to respawn with Metamorphosis on cooldown for about 60-70 seconds. You still have Aegis. This is where you, like, tell your team, let's group up, let's heal. Trying if you need to. No one's actually that low. Tinker, so on using any HP and mana, he can always, of course, make those free trips back, and I think Navi are going to be headed down that bottom lane as soon as Slider respawns, knowing that there's no Metamorph.
Really, I don't see any big upgrades coming in for... You've got the Scotty coming in maybe for the Terrorblade, but that's going to be at the cost of buyback, most likely, if he gets it before the next fight. And
I think it's worth buying, but it's like... it's not going to make a big difference when you don't have Metamorphosis, so...
Somewhat similar situation for MP, too. He's looking at that Octarine, he's got 2,700 gold, but he is not close enough to get it before the next fight.
Yeah, so Navi, not aggressive. They've done a good job split pushing this top lane. So it's like Navi's like, well, if we want to go down this bottom lane, force another lane of Rax, we're potentially losing stuff at top. Iron Man's going to ward to at least get some. I like this ward a lot because it's where you're like, okay, if we want to defend this tower, we need to have vision. We may just make the call to go for bottom Rax. And I think if anything, you ignore this tier 2 tower, take bottom Rax, and then TP back should Secret try and force the issue up top. Secret do not push fast enough without the... I mean, TB's defending base, so there's no one pressuring the high ground at the top. And this may just be a free rack.
It's kind of looking like it with the Tornado EMP in the tier 3 tower. Almost down. Navi out of the danger zone. Set once again for this push to finish off that tier 3 and crack open bottom lane of Raxes.
Reflection very annoying, but not annoying enough to deter Pycat.
Cat with a Soul Catcher on him. There's the initiation from General. A disruption counter out from Pylai Die. Helps out mid one. He still has the Sunder ready to go too. He's about half HP. Now the lasers start coming in. The black hole. It's a good one. He managed to catch two, but Dendi's still in the back line, dishing out the damage. General almost going down with the Urn Charge. Not quite good enough. A Sunstrike maybe. Oh, General! He stopped point blank right in front of the Sunstrike like he knew. Secret now have to bounce back with Kezu buyback and see if they can still fight this one out without their big ultimates, but it just seems unlikely. Metamorphosis is up now. Maybe they can actually get their initiation on an RMN, double force staffs, and a Lincoln's. They'll get the cover necessary. Stay back. They won't have Black Hole, but they will have Metamorphosis. If they desperately want to save this lane of racks, they can still fight.
Yeah, we'll see if Navi want to commit for it or not. They may just send Luna up with the Lincoln Sphere once again and try and finish it off. They've got both of them so low, but it's annoying to push into the disruption.
Soul Catcher and a lot of damage. Nice Tornado Rise. The initiation was about to come in from RMN. They're forced back. Double force staff actually gets them out of the range of that Deafening Blast. Yeah. But the range of racks is still alive with 14 HP. Melee begins to regen back up.
Yeah. Satanic pickup nice to sustain the push, but I think with a BKB there, that's like a free rack, so... I mean, again, I'm sure Pycat's looking at this like, probably should have gone BKB instead of Satanic. Satanic's kind of like the nicer late-game fighting item against like an enemy carry, but realistically, as far as objectives go, the BKB is what's going to make the difference. The Reflection's still going to hit you, you still get caught by Black Hole, but when you re-engage there when Black Hole's on cooldown, you want to have a BKB. That's guaranteed lane of rack with a BKB, but... Either way, not the end of the world. Still very good for Navi to be in. They may actually catch him in one here.
You can't get caught like this. The Blade Mail's going to go down. They have the amp and crush. Not even close. 50 seconds down for the Terrorblade. The Secret had worked so hard to save that bottom lane of racks, but a pick off like that means it's just going to be given away for free.
Yeah, they can keep on trying to stall things, but Black Hole 20 seconds away. This is also working on a refresh roll, but he won't have that this defense.
Cat leading the charge here, but there's not much NP can do to threaten him.
Yeah. There's the racks, and Navi can just back off with their spoils if they so choose to. Drawing lines to loop around a bit here. They do need to be careful. That Black Hole has come back up, and Kezu really wants he could even like sell his mech to buy the refresher or something. Oh, I think it'd still be a little bit short, but to sell like the mech plus Soul Ring if he feels like he wants to have a second Black Hole, or if he uses the Black Hole and they don't win the fight hard enough and then they have to defend again. It's where you look at selling those items to get the refresher up.
They may need to do something like that. Our circumstances and all that. Currently 2 lanes of racks down. 30,000 net worth lead for Navi. Same goes in experience. Secret are very definitely a small percentage to hold this game one together.
I mean, their big late game carry with the most farm is hard countered by all 2 of the 3 carries. Yes, TV was picked up as a good Luna counter, but Axe with Blade Mail just blinks in, destroys Terrorblade, and Tinker is the best Terrorblade counter in the game. Navi looking to go for the killing blow though.
Find a killing blow on Pylai Die anyway to swap back there from Puppey is a bit of a save. Pylai Die still taking some glaive damage. Missiles, rockets start coming in. Secret will survive against that push, but it's just one of many. Navi look to be able to close out the game nice and clean with the smoke. Doesn't quite get it, and they may still have to wait out Roshan number 3 for that last time.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You're in Navi's shoes. You're just like, well, we'd like to end this game now, go into game 2, but if they're going to be stubborn about it and keep on defending, well, we'll also be stubborn and wait for that 3rd Aegis. Wait for the BKB of Luna. I assume that he's queued it up. I assume it's going to be purchased. May want to save onto the buyback at least for now. Be on the safe side and just prefer to have an Aegis, but very short Roche respawn. Bycat is going to be nice and favorable for Navi.
General gifted with a full wave of Eidolons. Jumped on them and they were just 3, and then as he jumped on them they split him. He was like, oh, 100 gold, no problem. He is
Kezu did sell his mech, by the way, so he's got the refresher.
But he's gonna hide in the trees and not let Navi know a damn thing about this. And
he may be sitting here for a while.
Okay, Navi are actually gonna back away from this Roshan attempt. Now, if they give up this fight, this could actually be Roshan for Secret if this fight goes awry for Navi. It's a little bit surprising they don't take that more conservative path and just pick up the free extra life.
Okay, they're back. They've seen it now. I guess in their minds they don't know if Roche could have been 2-3 minutes away. It was a very fast respawn, and they don't want to just sit around letting Secret farm up big items like the refresher. Or they haven't seen the refresher. I don't think they've still seen the refresher. I think Kezu has just remained hidden since picking this up. He wants to make this as big a surprise as possible. I mean, on paper, realistically, there's nothing that's going to cancel a BKB black hole. Like, the chances of Axe getting that cancel is very, very low, so KheZu wants to remain hidden and catch Navi by surprise.
The small chance that he does get both the Luna and the Tinker, that is pretty much the fight over, and a huge swing, because a refresher is that, how many seconds is that? 8 seconds of disable on those 2 carries. If he can catch him on the first one, he's got him on the second ones.
Yeah, I feel like the first is going to be for the Aegis, the second would be for the hero itself. Icat has the BKB in his backpack, he's not going to use it for his first life. It looks like he'll blow the Aegis and then put it on his hero post-Aegis. But he's going to get delayed. It's very annoying to push into reflection. Every reflection takes away like 600-700 HP.
Warcraft is definitely the name of the game in match right now with sieging action that's going on. And after time, your core goes forward.
That's been like every...
And 4-staff. A bit more damage onto that tier 3. Down to half health now for Pycat. He's got Satanic, though, to heal up on the next wave. Initiation. Hans, I might have lost you, but... Alright, okay. Oh, there's the initiation. Black Hole and the BKB. Black Hole used on Pycat. That's going to be life number 1. But in the back lines, Dendi's already getting a lot of damage on MP. A swap is necessary. Puppey may lose his life for that one. RMN, oh, in the back lines, he barely got caught by the last shot of the tier 4 tower and ends up dying because of it. So, the first Black Hole is a bit of a success. It kills the Aegis, and they managed to get a +1 in the Slardar. Navi, I'm not sure if they want to keep going for this push without that extra hero. Part's got to be for Navi is that these death timers, if they do actually get taken on in this next fight, death timers may be long enough that Black Hole is up again for the push after that. They see this constant defense. There's the next Black Hole. That'll be an easy kill on Pycat. Navi not even going to try and contest that. They do get the tier 3 tower when it's all said and done, so... KheZu's gonna make that initiation even better. Look at that. Pick up a Shadow Blade to see if he can just get a little bit closer for those Blink Dagger Black Holes.
Just Shadow Blading around completely undetected in a team fight.
Secret push out, good time for it. They know they have the numbers advantage right now with the Luna down, even off the Black Hole. All they're really getting here is a little bit of farm. I'm not even sure they're going to be able to get that tier 2 with Luna coming up in just 8 more seconds.
Doesn't look like it. They're actually pinging top laners. He hasn't bought travels just yet. I want to say, I'm curious to see if he does or not. Luna, and just TP towards the mid lane to go for the straight up push. But yeah, 36 seconds on the Black Hole. But there is a refresh. This is double Black Hole, so I feel like this is like not a scenario where you can push, if you, at least not go for a straight up push if you're Navi. You've really got to respect Kezu's teamfight impact. It's going to hold his... I don't think you want to buy anything. That's a hero worth having buyback on for sure in the late game. I think Terrorblade can like spend his money on the MKB or something just because you should stay alive with the defensive supports, but I think Terrorblade is also one of those heroes you buy back, you don't have Metamorphosis, well, you're not all that useful, but see if Kezu really is able to progress much in terms of items at this point.
I like the switch up to the Octarine. They do survive for a while, and he gets a nice amount of golds. Or that cooldown reduction even more. Give Navi just the hardest time ever, where they just can't seem to crack base. It's possible.
We're about to hit level 25 Invoker. Yeah, the 25 Luna coming soon as well. Luna and Tinker not hitting their level 25 talents just yet. And Luna's isn't that crazy. 15 to all stats is like alright. I don't think you ever go for that Lucent Beam cooldown. That's probably one of the worst level 25 talents in the game, maybe? I don't know. I mean, 2-second cooldown Lucent Beam sounds ridiculous, but right-clicking as a Luna who's 6 on it also is pretty ridiculous, I guess.
God, you clearly have no respect for the support Luna. Come on.
Support's getting level 25? Okay. I don't know about that.
That is true. Look at more Crystal Main. It's been a great game for Biver, and he's only level 20.
Yeah. That was my favorite thing in the... There was a post about like, oh, Pudge seems a bit OP right now, and people talking about how his talents make him OP, referencing his level 25 talent. I'm thinking in my head like, how does having a level 25 talent on Pudge that's really good make you hero OP? How often do you get level 25 as a Pudge? Like, that's the worst argument I've ever heard.
I don't know, dude. I'm pretty sure Puppey's thinking about, you know, picking Pudge, and he's thinking about that 55-minute game aspect, you know? He doesn't care about the first 50 minutes, but...
I mean, if there's a player and team to do it, like, this Secret of History had some of the longer games, especially the team where they had Jackie Mao with Envy. They were having 50, 60-minute game regularly. Casting that team is like, all right, we're ready for a 60-minute game before it even begins.
Yeah, you got to make sure you eat a hearty meal, use the bathroom, all that before you casted those secret.
Bottom lane.
Bottom lane, MP. This is a big pickup. They've got the Scythe of Ice to combo stun him. This should be just a free pickoff and forced buyback now from MP.
Value in this rune.
They're closing in on all lanes too. Pushing in mid, pushing in bottom. Now the Luna comes forward with his BKB. There goes the black hole. Pycat's going to be torn apart pretty quickly by mid one as he pops his BKB, but the Satanic goes down. Pycat's actually surviving. Now the call. He gets a full heal out on Pycat. Yeah, Terrorblade's dead. He doesn't have Metamorphosis. Black hole comes back in from Kezu on a smidgen of HP. They might just be able to finish off Pycat, but no, he survives. The lifesteal gets thrown in, and now the laser. They cannot put the damage, and it's all over for Secret just like that. They get the swap onto Dendi, a good sender, but Midwan is left against so many heroes by himself. Pycat comes back in for round 2. Midwan amplified up, calling Blade on the back lines, and that's it. GG called from Secret. They held on respectively for the last 20 or 30 minutes, but comeback was a very unlikely opportunity.
Yeah. It was cool that they made it possible though. Like, I'm watching this game like thinking for a good the last
a position other than support, and feels a little bit better.
And as a 4, yeah, the Sand King I think can kind of match the Earth Spirit a bit better when you're roaming around with the boots. You run into the Earth Spirit, you can like look to actually trade blows a bit. If you have a teammate there, you get him with the Burrow Strike and you can cause problems, whereas a Weaver doesn't look too potent. Like, there's not like a good killing combo. Like Weaver TA, you've got no slows, no stuns. Like the roaming Weaver with the cores that you've got doesn't seem like it's going to necessarily have that big of an impact. So we'll see mid one playing the mid silencer.
Yeah, what are your bets? Are we going to see like maxed out Curse or something, or do you think you're just going to see it a little bit more regularly played and just maybe a more farm game with Glaive?
So Baby Knight used to do a bit of this for the old Imperial days, well now Cloud9, where he would go max Glaives by level 7 with like 1 point of the other 2 spells. I think the Arcane Curse is the other spell that's really good to max and does a lot of harass damage. It just doesn't give you as much mid-game damage output necessarily. general, trying to be sneaky and go for... I mean, you don't expect the offlaner to be courier sniping, but problem is mid one is not bringing salves out.
Alright, man, it's actually
Dendi doesn't have refraction. He's actually dead.
Wait, what's... Oh. A little bit more. Fairy Fire. It's not going to be enough damage on that right click, so he does have the healing salve. Yeah. He will be good. The Weaver unable to snipe the courier as it's not showing up. Top lane, Kazu is going to be pulled back here with a telekinesis, but they clearly do not have enough damage to actually get that kill. Puppey popping the mid laner shrine here and is going to return to try and get a quick kill on Dendi once again, but the ward is already in place to spot him out here.
That's... I don't know about using your mid laner shrine, but he's got a salve coming out to the mid lane at least, but never a fan of popping that shrine, but it does allow Puppey to come back in. If there's no ward here, this is a play that can pay off, but there is that ward there. Dendi going to pop the shrine of his own. He's probably, I mean, he sees Ghost Spirit come back to the lane with full HP. He probably realizes that shrine was popped as well. So mid one we'll have to play without, but he's ideally going to just try not to get harassed too much, but with the side blades, that's something where Dendi can put good pressure onto mid one.
Puppey going to throw out the roll here. Dendi tries to sidestep it, but doesn't actually hit it. Puppey is going to be able to slow down Dendi enough to be able to get that first blood. So the Arcane Curse eating through the refraction and the constant damage coming in from mid one does prove to be enough to bring down the mid laner of Navi.
Yeah, combine the Orb of Venom helping out a lot there as well. This is a really dominant mid lane. Now that they've got this small advantage, mid one can just continue to spam that Arcane Curse's bottle, and the Clarity are coming out to give him some extra sustain, and he is not having a fun time. He is far away from his own bottle.
Found another counter to the Templar Assassin mid of this mid one Secret Silencer.
I feel like without the Earth Spirit, TA does just, I want to, well, at least even in this matchup. Yeah. If anything, TA I think can win this matchup in a straight up 1v1. But yeah, the Earth Spirit is where turns this match. Now that Silencer has an edge, you do very well. But the thing is, Silencer's actually not farming all that well. The CS is pretty even between the two mid laners, so you're going for these kills and like losing some CS here and there. And when Dendi is going for CS, he is getting denies here and there. So you've got to keep up this aggression because Dendi will heavily outfarm a Silencer with the use of those Ancients. Bottom lane general.
Back, Shukuchi's down. He's got 5 seconds till it's up. He tries to juke his way into the trees, has a magic wand, 2 seconds. He'll be good.
Yeah.
They should be anyway. He's getting a little cheeky turnaround on NP, daring him to try and make another dagger throw.
Like that play. Got a cheeky little Gemini attack off and damage you can. NP has plenty of regen though. So we'll see how things go. Another salve pop by Dendi in the mid lane. This is slowing down that bottle as much as possible is really the name of the game right now, because that's when you can start like picking up runes, jungling a bit more efficiently, having more access to constant refraction. Puppey tries to line up the Boulder Smash at mid, doesn't nail that one. It's pretty hard to initiate with Boulder Smash nowadays. Once upon a time you could do that as an Earth Spirit, but not anymore.
Hezu actually picks up the Iron Talon. I guess he's assuming he's not going to be receiving a whole lot of help from Earth Spirit, so this Rubik Vengeful Spirit lane appears to be dangerous enough that Kezu wants to jungle. So the next bit of action, presuming Kezu just stays AFK jungle, is going to be bottom as well, where we've had this constant little battle between Weaver, the PA, then Sand King matched up against the Disruptor. And with the higher levels in Burrow Strike, we might be able to see Navi pick up a kill here, where their mid lane falling short.
Yeah. One thing I wonder if Kezu does is with his boots, he could theoretically rotate on mid with the Earth Spirit, like smoke up with Earth Spirit Slider. Level 2 sprint, level 2 crush is plenty to kill a TA with. So I think that's like a surprise play you can do as a Slider. He has the money for his boots now. Doesn't have a smoke, which is maybe the one thing they're lacking. But even without a smoke, there's actually no vision on that north side of this mid lane.
Smoke comes in from Navi. They're going to try and go for a Rubik Sand King rotation. Sand King does have that level 2 Burrow Strike, so not quite as limited in range as it used to be. We're hoping to be able to catch mid one, but they see Puppey is kind of blocking their way. This ward is going to wear out. Puppey spots it, realizes that's been causing him a lot of issues in lane. Smoke pops on the side of Na'Vi as well, but they haven't been scouted just yet. They're going to throw another ward here. Spot Puppey, not going to go for it. Now the kick comes out, the roll misses, and Viper will be able to get some distance. Telekinesis, throwback into Pylai Die. They need to be able to stay ahead of this glimpse. Pylai Die is not going to be able to get him as there's only level 1 glimpse. Iron Man comes back, goes for the kill on mid 1, trades away his life to make sure that happens. General's going to be able to pick up a lot. It looks like Pylai Die may also go down with Dendi now coming in. MP, he's going to join the fight as well with the dagger in. Puppey's trying to make his jukes around, but Dendi finds his old friend. Going to get Pylai Die as well with the help of General. They turn now together to fight up against MP, but Kezu has made a surprise entrance. Dendi's out of mana. No more refraction charges for him, so they turn and fight against MP as best they can, but his fight they cannot win. General is forced away, the only surviving member of Na'Vi in that engagement.
It feels like it wasn't a total disaster for Na'Vi. They killed the silencer. They trade, what, 2 supports? Both teams lose their mid laner and 2 supports, and I mean, it was, what, 5 secret heroes committing to that while Na'Vi had the Venge staying top lane. So I think it's a, if anything, it's a slight Na'Vi win. Keeping the Venge farming. And also just Dendi gets his bottle. Like, he spends his money before he dies. So Dendi doesn't really lose too much there. He gets back to mid lane. He's level 6 now. It gives him some, it actually helps him recover. Despite him dying at the end, I would call that recovery for him. And now he's got to kill on silencer. Hit 6, has the traps.
Dunzo.
General's been very good with his like early game pressure. He rotates mid. He came before that fight even started to help make sure things went alright for them. Now he comes mid again. General's been very active.
Iron Man realizes a little bit too late. Sandstorm's underneath the sentry, and will be giving the kill to MP. Kezu's in some trouble. He's going to be telekinesis pulled back, but uh-oh, Biver, what did you do? He was actually taking all the tower shots that whole entire time, so he is going to go down here. Kezu survives. He's going to pull back on Pycat, but not healthy enough to threaten that hero.
Well, this is gonna perhaps stabilize things a bit for Kezu now. He's level 6. Back to the jungle he goes. Gonna get what farm he can. Pycat's gone for an aggressive swap though at top. He wants the solo kill. I think he may pay for this with his life if he's not careful though.
Oh, Pycat, you crazy. He gets the kill on support, but oh no, the misroll by Puppey. Now the counter from RMN as they get the burrow strike. Mid one gets the silence on a Pycat, but it doesn't do anything. Pycat's just ready to full right click down the Earth Spirit and will survive through all of that. So Pycat, not so crazy it seems.
Yeah, he's got 1100 HP with this build of his. It's ridiculous how tanky Venge actually can be as a core, and this is a big reason why this hero is played in that safe lane core role. You're so stat heavy and you just become this great frontliner. And against this lineup with all the silencers, they don't necessarily have a ridiculous amount of damage output, but the silencers can be very problematic. Having a tanky Venge in the front can be very beneficial to you.
And he still needs a bit of recovery time. He's sitting at 25 and 12 in CS. That results in about a 2,400 net worth. But of course, we said he should be able to get some pretty decent recovery time, right? Vengeful Spirit can get quite active, and Dendi can start playing off those neutrals pretty well, especially if they can get another kill on a mid one, swap back into the burrow strike. Beautiful combination of stuns, well coordinated by Na'Vi. Get yet another kill on that mid lane.
Yeah, this is
one more trap. Pycat trying to get a ranged missile, but he gets sent back first. Still though, looks like General might be able to get this. Silence on a General prevents him from Shikuchiing forward. Won't be able to kill that support, but the mid lane tower is taking a lot of damage and might just go down.
2 points in Vengeance, so I don't think this can be defended. They've got the Blightstone, so it should be a free early T1 tower. Those secret, they're keeping in numbers here, and the trap will scout out one of those, so they decide to take the cautious approach. They don't want to give up any lives to take that mid tower and come back for it later. Great aggression, and this is my experience with mid silencer games, like be it watching it in pro games. Oh, hold that thought. Kezu at top is going to get gone on now.
Hey, RMN backs away. They see the mass TPs, especially MP. That is a hero that nobody wants to be near right now, and poor Piver, he's going to get a up close and personal touch. The amplified damage actually wears out here, and they are going to be able to get another dagger, and there it is, the pullback. He knows MP is going to have a pretty fast Desolator at this rate.
Oh yeah, that's going to be, with the amp damage, this PA can have a fantastic time and needs to, because yeah, the Silencer I feel like is one of those heroes that does really well the first 4 or 5 minutes, but once rotations start happening around the map, Silencer really struggles and dies very easily, as we're seeing.
But in with some extra forces, Pycat will TP in. The help of the Ogre Frostmage, this actually makes a very big difference, giving everyone that 8 armor bonus against damage at PA.
Yeah, nice neutral to have. Would you rather have the Ogre or the Satyr, though, is the question, I guess.
I think the Ogre for being able to spread that damage around, but there's probably clutch scenarios, right, with that anti-damage, say on Weaver, where you desperately would want that purge at the right time.
Yeah, getting rid of the amp and also slowing enemies would be nice, but top lane has gone in on Kenzie.
Yeah, he's baiting out this whole entire situation for Secret. Secret are still here in force. Navi didn't expect it. They're going to lose Pycat board unless Pycat... Nah, MP's got him. He's going to be able to jump to him, gets a magic missile, glimpse back. Pycat turns, kills Puppey at least, but now Dendi's here with a haste rune. What a haste to pick up. He joins in. They trade 1 for 4, make it 1 for 5. Because mid 1, he might as well be a support at this point. He's dropped down so far, and net worth has not progressed at all because of the constant Navi rotations left.
This kind of way I'm at. When I first saw the silence pick, I felt like it needs to be in the safe lane because this hero gets rotated on so easily. You need to get, and he's going for a fast Midas, which I think you've got to almost rush the 4 stuff on this hero because of how important mobility is, so that you just don't instantly die in these fights. Going for this Midas to me just means he's going to keep on dying more and more in these clashes. But
silence, great need a crit here. RMN, there it is. Just before the silence phase, and the burst strike was up. He gets the crit necessary.
Now he's in the Roche pit. And they've stolen the Corrosive Haze. This is the easiest Roche of their life. Beetles, Corrosive Haze, Venge. They've got every minus armor in the book. Minus 23 armor I saw for a second there. Then the Beetle died.
My mind trying to work that one. I was like, how the hell did they have Weaver, Vengeful Spirit, TA, and Slardar all in one team? Wow. Crystal and Corrosive Haze from Biver does quite work against Roshan. And 12 minutes in, 4,000 gold lead, 2,000 experience lead for the Navi
I think the concern
boys.
for Secret is going to turn into like PA versus the world. Like PA is going to have to solo kill, like do all the damage in a team fight during a global silence and around the like these teammates offer good control. There's a Slatter Crush, there's the Earth Spirit with the Boulder Smash, the silences, Kinetic Field is there with the Static Storm, but the damage output is going to come almost entirely from MP. Until he gets the BKB with the Deso, he's very fragile. There's good magic burst damage coming from the Magic Missile, the Burrow Strike. I mean, you're throwing even like the Fade Bolt and all that. The Swarm damage kind of can add up as well. He's going to have to play very cautiously and choose his time well when he enters the fight.
Looking like Navi, both in this game as well as just a team in general, are building up steam. This is... they put on a really good performance game 1, and it seems like game 2 is an even cleaner performance, excluding Dendi's death here. Looks like he's going to be caught out by the rotation from Secret here in the top lane. The rest of Navi were taking bottom.
Yeah, Dendi quite a bit alone there. With good presence on the top side of the map. Secret are going to look to trade this bottom lane for top. It will be a tier 2 tower potentially, though, if Navi press forward, which it looks like they are angling to do. Both General and Pycat rejoining this push effort, and RMN's already kind of like looped in behind the tower. He's like, all right, if Secret show top, we're taking this tower. No one's going to be able to defend this one, and it does look like that's going to be the case. Even with a 5v4 advantage, Secret do not feel like they've got a really good tactical position to fight at bottom lane.
That's going to grow Navi's network even more. It'll also ensure a completed Lincolns pretty soon here for General. That's a very big pickup very early on to the game for this offlane, when the safe laner is currently operating on... looks like he's going to be picking up Manta next. The silence makes sense. We talked about how from this safe lane core we want a BKB or Manta hero. We could potentially see both here.
Yeah. More damage output, I guess, from the Manta. You're maybe thinking like he wants to save the BKB for later, still up to 10 seconds. And I think this is one of those games where Weaver can go full defensive with his item build if he wants. Like General can go even like BKB after the Lincoln Sphere, and Navi do not lack damage output. Like between the TA, who's going to have a Desolator, I mean, there's going to be a Sand King at some point with a Blink Epicenter. There's a Venge as a core who's very farm right now, top of the net worth. Weaver is not like there's no, unlike I feel like where Arrow went wrong, where he went too dense with his items when he needed to do damage. This game doesn't matter so much for General.
Inclined to be with you on that one. 2 minutes until the Aegis is reclaimed. Secrets, they want to halt their aggression until Well, that is gone, but it does seem like Secret need to start being on the aggressive sometime soon. Maybe they have to wait for the Aegis, but they certainly cannot let Silencer, especially since his ultimate Global Silence is so dependent on getting the initiation first. It's not a very good reactive spell a lot of the times. So if they can actually be the ones smoking out and setting the pace for this game, they'll have a lot better chance against Navi's line.
Smoking into the Aegis, not necessarily, I think it's actually kind of a good idea because it could catch them by surprise and you're smoking towards a lot of your vision, so it's a good place to take a fight. Problem is, Navi have the same idea. They head south while Secret head to the north side of the map, and MP does not want to get caught out here. He is going to tuck himself back near his tower, and I imagine Navi will ideally look to get down some deep wards here. They've only got the one on the Rubik. All MPs walked into them.
That's MP. There goes the Global Silence, so it stops the epicenter. That's going to be pretty decent. Viver's going to be the first target here as Puppey rolls in with a big-time combination, doing a lot of damage to Dendi. Static Storm laid out by Pylai as well. Navi, they're dropping like flies now as the physical damage is not enough to finish up any one of these heroes. RMN comes in with a two-man burrow strike, and maybe I lied. Pycat does manage to pick up one, looking for a second one now as MP jumps back in. RMN with the amplified damage. MP, he wants a bigger kill, though. He looks towards General, starts running over there, thinking about it. Pycat stunned up a little bit. Pylai will finally drop to General. He's dropping lower and lower, though, with his Arcane Curse. Mid-one's actually going to be able to pick up that kill as MP jumps in to finish off Pycat. Navi lose the fight dramatically against Secret. All three cores staying alive and finishing off Navi.
Whoa, that's some turnaround there. They managed to just get back in time to group up and fight around the PA, and that Global Silence came at the perfect time as well. There was like one more follow-up stun. Like, if they'd managed to just get off like a magic missile onto the PA, they probably would have been able to kill off MP during that stun duration, and that fight wouldn't have gone as badly. But just being able to global before that follow-up stun came from Navi, and the world of difference. And Secret feeling boosted up after that fight. Want to go again? They need to be careful because this is now without the Global Silence, and if Navi can get numbers in this area, I think Navi will have a good way to take a fight here, even without Sand King Blink.
They knew too. It's like, you don't always have to throw down a counter ward when you're smoking, but against Templar Assassin, I think you do. Yeah. They got spotted out by a trap. Navi are in a position trying to take the high ground. They're actually going to push out now. Pycat is going to be immediately blown up here with underneath the Static Storm. They're going to glimpse back Dendi, and that, I'm not sure what kind of movement they thought Secret was taking there.
Yeah, I mean, Secret were very patient, just sitting on that little ramp on the south side of the river, waiting their time for someone to show, and eventually Pycat does, and gets taken out as a result of it. And it is, I mean, for a while it felt like they were fine without the Blink Dagger, but I think now we're at that point where Secret are starting to win these fights because they've got the cleaner initiation. That Slider Blink Rush is proven to be like the better way to start a fight, whereas for Navi, until they get a Blink Dagger on Sand King, aren't able to be the ones jumping and initiating. And against the Silencer team, you want to be in that position.
Pushes forward, sees if he can find anybody for a glimpse target. No such luck though. Tier 1 tower will go uncontested. Team Secret. What are they going to do from here? They push out aggressively like we thought they needed to do, but they did that once. Do you think they continue to keep hitting against Navi, try and keep them on the back foot?
I mean, ideally you want to set yourself up to be able to at least keep vision around that Roche pit with the Roche respawn coming in the next 3 to 4 minutes or so. I think I don't imagine they have too many smokes left at this point. They've kind of chewed through them over the last 5 minutes of the game, but they're kind of at that point where I think they want to fall back and play a slower pace now. They're going to go for a, it looks like an Armored on side. I was wondering if Kezu was going to go for the Midas, but it seems like he's got a different idea. But they've got the Midas on the Silencer. The PA BKB is where they get really strong though. That's where MP doesn't have to worry about the lockdown and control from the Sand King, Rubik, Venge, and his game gets a whole lot easier.
Yeah, are very close. Some of those big ticket items, and then maybe they can resume the aggression from there. And the Global Silence is still going to be rather effective versus Navi for the time being with support Sand King. We talked about how, like, with the offlane Sand King, you'll have to get Yule Scepter eventually, but support Sand King doesn't have that opportunity. The Manta is a little bit delayed here for Pycat as he's gone down in so many engagements. General is just operating on a Lincoln Sphere for now, so they still have big mid-game strength around this global ability from.
And the Manta isn't necessarily going to help you if you get caught or jumped on by the Slider. Like that Blink Crush into Static Storm that we've seen a couple fights in a row is going to completely destroy you. That's why you'd rather have the BKB. So Navi are going to have to approach these fights very differently, even when they've got some of these items.
Initiation is a must. RMN trying to neutral his way to that last 250 gold that's needed for the Blink Dagger. But meanwhile, BKB, first of many items for Secret.
Yeah, I think the game looks very different for Navi with their Blink Daggers. So like having a TA and Sand with a Blink could be an instantly dead Disruptor, Earth Spirit, even someone like a Silencer could just get Blink stunned by a Sand King, Blink Meld Strike, and is just instantly deleted. So Navi's approach to fights is made a lot easier through these Blink Daggers, and I think that's where those last couple plays by Secret were really well timed because they took advantage of Navi not having those gap closes.
What's their vision like? They don't have a whole lot of aggressive vision. They don't see too many heroes, so I think they're kind of grouped up, maybe anticipating some sort of smoke rotation or something about now. Taking them out of high ground and just seeing what going to be happening. But they are spending more time farming right now. They've got the Blink finished up on both Dendi as well as RMN, so quick, fast initiations can still win them the fights against this BKB and Global Silent.
I think this positioning is just like, we have no smokes, let's just camp this high ground position and wait and see what happens. Like, they don't want to... If they show too many heroes bottom, they risk getting jumped on and initiated around the road. Even, it's not that their opponents are going to necessarily take Roche, but someone could get jumped. Even with the Shrine there to TP to, that if someone gets jumped, they instantly get deleted. That's the nature of these Blink Daggers on Navi. So Secret want to make sure they have everyone there as 5 to start the fight off. And that's why they're just going to defend bottom with some illusions, which is a nice little room pickup. Silencer is not with the rest of the team at the moment, and Navi, Biva, he's actually...
Secret are not expecting any of these Navi members here. That was awkward as hell.
Yeah, I think they see Biver and they probably think, okay, there's 4 or 5 heroes with... He was like almost entirely alone, with the exception of RMN slightly to the north. But I don't think RMN would have blinked stunned to save the Rubik there.
They do have very good vision, Navi side, around this top half of the map now.
Still traps. Very good for keeping vision on the Navi side. Like even with the sentry there, there's still a trap in the Roche pit. You can just constantly recast that.
You have the ward in place to be able to get that. The glimpse in, Static Storm. They're going to commit everything they have to bring down this carry. They know how important he is for sustained damage.
That's a Roche.
Team fights.
It's either a Roche or a buyback, and I don't Navi necessarily want to commit their Venge buyback considering how much Pycat's farm has already fallen off. I think this is where you say, let's angle more towards the late game. Dendi's actually going to be pressuring the bottom lane. I like this play, but it's such a fast Roche that Secret can quickly come back to defend.
Looks like minimal damage was done on the objectives on Navi's side. They get a little bit of damage on that tier 2 top, nothing on the tier 3 at bottom. Are going to try and go for a quick kill on Puppey here. A small pick off that can do a lot, but Navi can't actually finish him up. He's significantly tanky with that value buckler. What a Puppey specialty that is.
Yeah, I mean, he gets so tanky like, on some of his supports. I mean, he plays a bit greedy and gets more farm than most. And he's like mid booster, buckler, raindrop, and urn, and like all 6 of these items give him like some decent survivability.
That's looking for the Crimson Guard maybe later on. That'll be a nice damage block scenario against those bugs.
Yeah, all the Navi damage output is really going to be physical damage this game. The Sand King is not really looking like a big threat as far as damage output goes. He will have a level 2 epicenter soon, but the 3 cores are entirely physical. This is a great game for a Crimson Guard, and I mean, Puppey's not really that far away from it. A couple of towers or 1 team fight, and he's going to have pretty much enough money to complete it.
Dire's middle tower is
doing the split push objectives. Navi sticking away from NP. Rest is Secret as they push down the tier 2 tower. See, as Secret a TP to one side lane or the other if there's any opportunities for Navi to find a quick pick on somebody.
Well, Navi kind of posturing around this top lane with Iron Man. Will be another Earth Spirit TP. Will Iron Man get him this time? I don't think they're even going to try.
I think they learned their lesson from last time. This guy's too tanky and they're too quick with the TPs. We can't get him. Dendi does manage to spawn out. A couple of these heroes rotating over thanks to the traps. Dendi's just pushing for efficiency's sake to maximize his farm underneath the nose of Secret. Does finally force himself to TP back. Bought a little space for General to farm the top lane, and that's about it.
Now Araman blinks out, pushes the lane with a Sandstorm. This is kind of the split push time for Na'Vi. They're like, all right, they've got Aegis. They're just 5-manning down all our towers. We can't defend bottom lane. We can't defend either of these towers, most likely. Let's try and pull them back to defend this top lane. So Araman pushes out one way. Puppey kind of comes back. It's this kind of tug of war between Puppey and Araman as far as this top lane creep equilibrium goes. But Puppey, he just feels confident that his team can push without him. There's also a shrine close enough to this bottom lane that should it look like a big fight's about to break out, he can still at least TP and get there like partway through the fight. And you know your team with an Aegis and a BKB PA are not going to lose the fight in the first like 5-10 seconds.
Ooh, it looks like Na'Vi kind of want to force this real quickly. They rotated, but then Puppey went off map. He backed away from that defending.
Oh, they've got Dendi's BKB, that's why.
Okay, this is definitely going to be a big pickup. Kezu looks for the initiation. Dendi's already picked up the one. Disruptor's down. NP's going to be up next. They managed to get the stun on him. There goes that Aegis. Kezu caught by the bugs. He's not going to be able to reinitiate with that. Now he's immediately peppered away by Dendi. BKB activated by MP. They blow up Dendi before a refraction can come back in. A global silence activated. Pycat's now fighting into Puppey. Gets the swap out. Turns and fights a little bit more. The epicenter's here, but the BKB still activated by MP. Dodges most of that damage, and they'll clean up Na'Vi members 1, 2, and maybe a 4th in RMN. Yeah, he's not making it out. Spotted out. Secret managed to lock him down, and what started off with Na'Vi on that BKB on Dendi. I personally thought they were going to wait for the BKB on Pycat before they tried to get into a big engagement, but
they felt they spotted an opportunity. I think that was very, very ballsy play from Na'Vi, but they instantly take out the Disruptor, so there's no Disruptor ultimate to worry about. They know Puppey's not in the fight, so they turn it into what's effectively, at least temporarily, a 5v3 fight. So they feel like, all right, it's worth taking a 5v3 fight where we pop the BKB early. They break the Aegis too. Like, they killed MP's first life without losing too much. Problem was, couldn't get Kezu in the trees. That armlet made him just too tanky. He was even able to armlet toggle after he got low and the Weaver was trying to chase him down, and Kezu had gone for like any different item build. I think they kill Kezu and that fight goes very differently. But really good play from Kezu to stay alive, as well as MP's second life. He also got the amp damage on the Dendi post BKB, which meant that Dendi melted to the PA's second life.
I was looking to be able to pick up the MKB to try and counter that PA's natural evasion, but that's going to be a long time coming unless Na'Vi can still make a fight happen. Static Storm immediately laid down as RMN tries to go for the initiation. Countered up Na'Vi with that ultimate on cooldown, still kind of hanging around thinking maybe they can fight. General's going to be stunned up. If they can get the crit, they got him! Corrosive Haze, and immediately gets the crit to follow that one up, eliminating General, and now all bets are off. Na'Vi, there's no way they can win an engagement going back in. Pycat's going to be the extra cleanup with the glimpse back, and Secret take another 4 against Na'Vi.
I mean, that is the beauty of Disruptor. Like, what's a bad pickoff turns into like a bad quote-unquote team fight. Like, one should just be 1 kill from a good defensive play from Secret turns into 4 all of a sudden. I mean, the bottom lane was Na'Vi and aggressive. That was like Na'Vi going for a pickoff, and you think normally like a pickoff backfiring is normally like that one hero who goes in, ends up dying, and the rest of the team just get out. But no, there's no escaping there against the Disruptor, and Secret are in a spot to break through a lane of racks here. There are pretty short respawn timers, and there is still global silence though for Secret, and that's where they're like, well, they're respawning, but we've got global silence.
Here comes the epicenter. They're going to try and blow up MP with all this magic damage. The global silence goes down. It's not... oh, it is enough. MP actually managed to get the blink away. Evades all the shots from the tower as well. Na'Vi hold their tier 3, but they wanted so much more of that. That's why Pycat comes in. Oh, he meant to dodge the stun, but it may not be enough. A good Burrow Strike comes in. Pycat fighting up against MP, but he can't win that engagement. Dendi will finish him off. Gets a little bit of vengeance for his ally, but they need to be able to catch so much more. The TP in, Pylai Die going to be caught. Static Storm can't edit TP away. Won't manage to make it out alive. A 1 for 3, thanks in part to Pycat's ballsy-ass Shrine TP. They're going to be able to find a 4th one, it looks like. Puppey gets a kick out, roll away, but RMN can blink in. Slowed down by the trap, and that is going to be a gem going the way of Na'Vi. What a nasty turn of events after it's been Secret, back-to-back. Navi finally show a little bit of strength in them.
I think you said it best earlier, where talking about the silencer ultimate, you want to use it when you're the ones initiating, and that's like first time where Navi get a really good initiation onto the PA. Like in the past, we saw like there being a lift or a single stun, and then there'd be a global silence, and the PA doesn't take too much damage. This time it was a full epicenter burrow strike, and by the time the global silence comes out, but PA is already on 200-300 HP. Ideally, they want to kill the PA there, but they're allowed to chase after the PA because she can't fight. She's on 200-300 HP. She ends up deciding, well, I can't run either, so I'm going to do my best, take a hero with me, but Dendi cleans her up, so being able to initiate onto the PA with the epicenter seems like the approach for Navi to win a team fight. Like, they have to get PA down to, like, below half HP before the BKB is popped, because that means PA can't then reliably fight. There's a good chance that Dendi will be able to get off enough right clicks that they can get the kill. And once there's an MKB, that PA is going to really struggle if she gets initiated on by the Sand King.
I think another thing that this says is that the backup carry, Mid-1, who's been making some pretty decent progression in net worth after having a rough-ass start. I was going to say, look, with his Shivas, all of a sudden he actually becomes a threat, but he still got blown up in that team fight despite the heavy armor upgrade that he had.
Yeah, I remember clicking before the fight, I'm like, oh, he's pretty tanky, he's got some good items, he's recovered, but in the actual team fight itself, I felt like, yeah, I didn't see him. He didn't really have much of an impact. And only Navi are getting these lanes pushed back out, they're getting items across their cores. Dendi's close to finishing his MKB. Pycat with a BKB could be a game changer in itself. Diffusal on the Weaver, yeah, I'm curious to see what this picks about. I guess you can use it to kind of look to kite around and also get the global silence off of a teammate, but not yourself. But yeah, interesting little pickup.
Successful scan, the Radiant side. They are going to make their way over there with the smoke, it looks like. They run into the Roshan pit, find a Wild Wing Ripper. I'm not sure if Kezu accidentally clicked on that one, but they do chase away that Wild Wing Ripper, and we will not have as much information.
Worth killing those traps, I think, instantly anyway, so not too big deal, but I gotta imagine there's not anything, like there's probably no smokes left for Secret now for this next Roshan. It's Navi still not having a BKB on Pycat means it will be hard for Pycat to enter that next fight. Dendi with an MKB, oh boy, if they can smoke and get on the PA, this could be huge. Don't think the Crimson Guard's going to protect against this amount of TA damage output.
Alright, man, you gotta make sure you do not get caught before this whole entire engagement goes. Pylai die, he's so close with a glimpse. He's just out of range.
Gosh.
Time lapse is gonna be used by the Weaver.
That felt a bit fortunate for Iron Man. I don't think he needs to be making that play pushing out mid lane. They've got to get in this Roche pit soon. They're going to scout it out again, and gives them the intel that they need to go now.
They know that time lapse is on cooldown. I think they want to force that engagement during this time. They managed to get the burst strike on mid-1, but the Static Storm, and they're actually going to go for it. They snatch up the Aegis onto mid-1. He's going to fight this one out with MP against Pycat inside the pit. He's gone, and Navi have aborted this whole entire fight. They're going to lose a couple more. That's going to be RMN going down. Maybe we'll see, hopefully not Dendi. Dendi can't get caught, that's for sure. It looks like they'll both get away.
That was very, I mean, it's so hard to play those Roche fights when you're going in blind. Like, Sand King had to probably just precast the Burrow Strike post-blink, and he didn't hit the PA with it. He only stunned the Silencer in the pit. He also didn't want to go for the Epi. I think if he goes for the Epicenter, it could go a bit better for him, but problem is that he's in plain sight. It's daytime, so if he goes for the Epicenter on that ramp, he gets seen doing it. Maybe he needs to, I think the play there is to like cast the Epicenter from the Ancients area and then blink in from the Ancients into the Roche pit with the Burrow Strike. If he goes for that kind of a play, potentially it works out, but problem was Pycat swaps in, finishes Roshan, but Slaughter's there to stun him and prevent him picking up an Aegis, and Navi are going to go back to defending and playing from the back foot now that there's an Aegis on the Secret side. But it is an Aegis on the Silencer. I'm not sure if that's really the hero they wanted to have the Aegis on.
Yeah, I think Navi right now, anyway, especially with Global Silence on cooldown, they want to be able to focus down that MP first. Doesn't really feel like Silencer's that big of a threat. Yeah. Though maybe he will become a big threat with this next item in the Scythe of Ice. That will be a significant damage upgrade.
MP, on the other hand, building in Assault Crest. I think this is a must-buy item given it's purely physical damage killing him in these fights. So the one item that's going to give him the extra bit of survivability as well as help out with damage output.
Dire's top tower
Let's
is
push in
under
from the
attack.
bottom lane. These kind of pushes from General can be done with a lot more confidence with this fresh BKB picked up by him. He's going to try and keep Secret away from pushing into these high grounds and forcing these potential 2 or 3 Aegis scenarios that we
Actually, crazy how much the itemization from Secret is like. It's out of the norm because they're just purely countering the Navi physical damage. Like you've got the Slider going for Vlad with Armlet, 2 very heavy armor items. You've got the Earth Spirit going for the Crimson Guard into a casual chainmail. He's going to be going into a Solar Crest off of this. So everyone is just itemizing differently because of the Navi lineup.
Pull back on RMN. Puppey misses the kick there, but Kazu will be in place for the crush.
Navi split push is going to be very annoying though this game, and that's where it's like, well, you can itemize, you can have the team fight advantage, but got to be able to keep these lanes pressured out, which General is doing his best to make difficult.
Just about to say, I don't think that pickoff on Sand King is going to be much. General split pushing like
Can they get this combo?
But if they can get the kill onto Dendi, that'll be much bigger. Still have the refraction going, managed to get the blink away. A BKB going to be used. Back over to bottom lane. General fighting it out with Kazu. Pops his BKB. Diffuses up Kazu, stopping that sprint, stopping his progression into the base. Managed to pick up that kill. Time lapse away. Back over to mid. Some things going out. Looks like they're going to try and cut downwards and catch General with this BKB on cooldown. Nailing that.
That was so well played by Navi in the bottom lane. Like General's just sitting there. He knows Hero's going to come for him, but he's got Biva behind him on the Rubik. Rubik comes in, gets the 2-man stun with the telekinesis, and then steals the crush. Allows General to turn it around, get the kill, and get out. It does cost him a BKB charge, but it was like a good 500 extra damage onto the tower. They get a kill. They buy time to help this Aegis expire. Like this is the kind of plays that will buy Navi time to extend this game. Them into a position where Benj can get some more item. And Pika not going for the BKB, interestingly, going for the Lotus Orb. Wants to just get some extra armor and be able to instantly purge off some silences in a secondary way. I think we're getting to that point where the Disruptor is the Static Storm isn't as big of a problem because Disruptor dies so early on in a lot of these fights. So probably just feels like he can go for a different approach in terms of his items.
I think in some ways, Pycat is become less of a presence when it comes to his physical damage and much more secondary to Dendi.
Yeah.
If he can't actually save Dendi, he'll be able to Lotus Orb and himself and then swap Dendi out. I think that may be better use of his life.
This feels like one of those accepted games almost on Avenge. You know, like you throw away your life to save a teammate, and then you still have your Avenger life. So you put the Vengeance Aura on the enemy and still have the Aura for your team.
I mean, I was also kind of thinking in similar play. Oh, mid one. How did he get caught out like this? All these TPs up to the top lane have left mid one alone in middle. That'll be the Aegis down. Fortunately, Secret is not too far away, so it doesn't look like Navi can actually go for this second kill, but it is going to be the Aegis lost.
It was expiring in 5 seconds, so it's kind of a non-issue, but it's still like you don't like to see that because it's something that shouldn't happen even when it is just like okay, that Aegis was about to expire anyways, it's a throwaway, but you don't. It's a bit of a worrying sign for Secret when Navi are managing to outmaneuver Secret, but they will now target some of these shrines. It's going to have time to get to them, but definitely worth doing considering that there's going to be another Roche fight likely coming up. I don't see, unless Secret somehow get a great jump, win a big team fight, this game is definitely going to extend to that next Roche fight. And again, the split push at bottom lane is going to keep Secret busy and preoccupied. Not just bottom lane, but top lane as well is going to keep them constantly defending.
Yeah, I think Secret... I think this may still be one of their better opportunities to claim some objectives and force Navi back, but maybe not. They're actually not going high ground immediately. General's already getting damage onto that tier 2.
It's very tough to even try and force the TPs back by going for the high ground because of the Venge swap. You're so scared of that swap.
MP put up on the cliff. Somebody help. Give me a blink Phantom Strike.
I mean, it's a free T2 tower. Now Navi can take those shrines. Actually, no, there's a mid tier 2. Sorry about that. Can't quite take the shrines, but it's still farm. It's still... Like, I feel like Navi's getting a bit more farm out of the map, farming top and bottom right now. Although, with that said...
Dual Scepters himself, Burrow Strike, blink to the side. As long as he remains out of vision, they can't glimpse him. Nice.
Radiant's bottom tower
just
is
in
under
time.
attack.
General is going to become quite the threat here with all the split pushing before because we went to double defensive items. His damage hasn't been that threatening, but he is on the cusp of a fresh upgrade in damage.
Probably the MKB, I guess, against the PA. I mean, the Desos are always a nice pickup, but against the PA, the MKB is definitely damage output. And yeah, Pycat's queued up the Ag Scepter after the Lotus Orb, so it looks like he's on the same page where he's not really he's the utility carry. He's got to keep Dendi alive, and I mean, they've got plenty of damage output across their 3 cores. The Sanking Epicenter is going to start to kick in as a late game damage dealer as well, so there's not pressure on Pycat to be a damage dealer.
Oh, RMN! Oh, God, just keep on doing this, buddy. Just keep on buying your team time with these sort of plays. If he can actually get out, it'll even be better, but he's going to be glimpsed up. Has a blink up for a second or Burrow Strike, but I don't think he's going to have a chance to use it. That is still 5 members of Secret in the bottom lane, and they're all going to have to TP or play somehow defensively. They make some
coming for Pycat, though.
Is it in time? Oh, Pycat gets nailed just before the TP can complete. Pycat pops the Lotus Orb, turns and fights, hoping to be able to get at least one, but Puppey is not even close to death. He gets that one. General almost gets the tier 2 in mid off of that one, opening up the shrines, but not quite.
Yeah. It's actually so frustrating. It's like one of the new counters to split pushing is these shrine TPs. It's like, all right, they can't get behind me, and then you're threatening to push a tier 3 town, and then suddenly there's like 2 heroes behind you, and you're like, oh wait, that's right, they can TP to shrines nowadays, and Pycat's play there would have been totally fine and like the standard right play to make on any other pre-7.0 patch, but those shrines are his undoing as Puppey's able to get in there in time to cancel that TP out.
Or even having BKB, he could BKB TP out.
I still feel like, the BKB over the Lotus Orb would have made a bit more. The Lotus Orb is the more team-oriented item, and it will help against this Hex. Like, if someone like Dendi gets Hexed and initiated on it, it means he can help him out. But I think he can help him out by swapping him. That's the thing. If he has he could swap him out and then pop a BKB. So I don't necessarily feel like the Lotus Orb was a necessary item pickup this game.
Do you ever, because we talked about the Ags on Vengeful Spirit, and I think it was a good suggestion. Pycat seems to agree so. He's trying to pick that item up now. Do you think the Ags on Weaver is ever going to be a thing that we talk about for this game, or should he just build straight damage? Hold on, RMN goes on a Pylite die. Abyssal Blade goes out. MP is going to be able to collect this kill, looks like. With a glimpse back into a crush, RMN has no hope of escape, and Secret are slowly but surely getting Navi out of position more and more and keeping the lanes relatively pushed in at the same time.
Yeah, this is a good chain to pick off. Secret, I think, starting to figure the game out a bit better now with their ability to find these split pushes. I think they were prioritizing too much, just pushing down one lane, and now they're like, okay, we've got to just send out 2 or 3 heroes, go and get these kills, and then go back to pushing. Even if it means we're not breaking high ground, just punish Navi. Like, you can't let Navi just walk all over multiple lanes, get a free T2 tower top, have you chase them around like with this Sand King, Yules blinking around. Like, you've got to make sure you get these kills, even if you're not getting Raxes. Set yourself up to perhaps go for a Rax with the next Aegis Cheese. But back on the topic of the Ags for Weaver, I think there's too much pressure for General to actually do damage this game. I think he's going to be too slot limited to... for Navi to win, like in my mind, for Navi to win, it's going to take a 6-slotted Weaver and a 6-slotted TA. Yeah.
Do you just want this General to go full damage then?
Yeah, the Ags could be nice. Maybe it saves Dendi one fight, but they've got to maximize their damage output in that small window where they like pop their BKBs in the fight. And I think going like an MKB into Bloodthorn or something is going to be a better way to approach this game.
Yeah, I completely agree. The way I see it is that in the beginning of this game, either Weaver or Vengeful Spirit could turn into that support utility role with the Ags, or in this case, the swap. But once you've made that commitment, one of them has to be full damage. In this case, General's got to take over the damage output that Dendi will eventually drop off, right? Templar Assassin is not the be-all, end-all of late game carries. It's a nice damage dealer, but it is still susceptible to initiation.
Does have that nice +3 refraction instances now, which is I think one of the better level 25 talents for carries that there are in the game. So see what he can. Well, won't necessarily obviously see the impact of that, but it does make it a bit harder for the PA. Most of those Blink's Phantom Strike attacks will get blocked by the refraction at the start of a fight. So and be very pesky.
Oh no, he didn't get the blink off in time. Okay.
Timed it perfectly.
Did you see that? Yeah. He blinked at the same time as Glimpse. So
What a
he
godly
actually
play.
Yeah.
That is like some amazing timing. I'm sure there's like a tiny bit of luck involved with that as well. Like you're only going to get that 1 in 100 times, but that was the 1 in 100.
I was just like, what the hell? All right. So
Navi, they're going to wrap around. This could completely catch Secret by surprise.
Looks like it just might. MP.
But Secret have the high ground advantage.
Yeah. As long as they keep heroes in this area, they're good. But as soon as they start going downhill, it could get bad, Navi.
The courier walks past. They know they can go uphill now.
Oh god, they have so much good information, such a good opportunity to find this initiation, get the quick kill, but Pilotai spots him out, then Kezu, he gets a 3-man crush, the Static Storm follow up, Puppey gets some combo stuns, Pycat, it's gonna get dropped, and so is Dendi. They have no response, RMN comes in with the epicenter, but it's not gonna do enough. All the magic damage is gone, and General, he's trying to get away now, but he may still be caught as well. NP locks him down, gets the bash dagger, and they finish him off. Gabriel will be the last one alive. 5 down from Navi. Secret went from taking Roshan to potentially being countered by it. And all of a sudden, they can ignore Roshan if they want to and just go high ground.
Man, that initially looked so good, but Kezu with the split-second reaction instantly blink crushes, catches out 3. That was some impressive play and reactions coming out from his Slardar, and I think it was the courier kill that kind of revealed their position there as well. Like, they kind of showed their hand by killing that courier, and then they didn't, like, they needed, I think it's Navi who have to make that split-second jump. The second they see, like, they're on the high ground, they see heroes, they just need to blink crush and delete a hero right away with the TA. Pop the BKB and just stand your ground and fight, but Secret, the team willing to take the initiative, get rewarded for it, and this is going to be multiple lanes of racks. Weaver, no buyback means this could just be straight up mega creeps.
They could. 30 seconds left. Templar Assassin. Dendi may be forced into a buyback on such a low death timer. That is going to be the worst feeling ever, but it's going to be worse than just watching you get megas like this. Melee racks are going to be dropping low now. 14 seconds till the Weaver's up. Dendi immediately gets stunned up, and the Lotus Orb does a lot of work. It already psyched the Vice up mid-one and got the stun onto the MP, but he still managed to complete up Dendi. Keep on going. Glimpse back. Pycat going to be the next core that gets dropped, and right as Weaver comes alive, he finds his team. He's already called the GG. Navi will lose game 2 to Secret. We will see another game 3.
A couple of really good mid-game fights from Secret. I mean, they had to recover this game, I feel like. Navi had I mean, they had a good start. Like, yeah, Dendi died a couple of times to ganks, but it was mid-one who really died at the crucial. A bit more out of the lane is not going for the Iron Talon this time around. Weaver not perhaps as strong at zoning as a Venge, a slightly less kill potential between the Rubik Weaver lane than the Venge Rubik lane, but still a pretty potent lane. Don't get me wrong.
For sure, just lacking that extra bit of nuking disable. Biver and RMN doing something interesting here. They combo up together, blocking together, but they smoke, and I think that was fine, except for the park where they caught Dendi.
Yeah. He's going to come out of the smoke. There's even a Radiant High Ground ward, so it's not like he's going to pop on his high ground with nothing seeing. This
better go fast.
Shouldn't work.
They just need to go right now before the smoke puzzle is solved.
Oh. Oof. Yeah, slightly misexecuted. They had an idea they wanted to do, but yeah. Here's Boots on Sanking. They could still go for this. But now it's just the ward on the high ground.
Puppey being the guardian to mid-one silent. Again, he's going to go for the high ground. Check. Sure enough, there is RMN sitting there. Which means Kezu just got some free time in his lane. Well, I say free time. He actually really didn't get too much. Looks like the lane's pushing forward, though. He's got double range.
Yeah. They'll try to pull this back. They've actually already stacked the neutral camp, though, so it doesn't end too poorly for Navi. They'll be able to deny a wave or 2 of XP farm from Kezu following this, and maybe even get some farm on the Rubik. They're already pulling it over, trying to catch these range creeps. Take those 2 range creeps away, that's a lot of XP that Kezu is not going to end up getting.
That's interesting. Yeah, they blocked out their own hard camp on the Radiant side. They're going to have RMN coming over. General might be able to... No, not follow that. I want to... Fortunately, he's not level 2, so no battle hunger or anything. But he can try and chase down a support. Just a bit of space, granted. General will have this creep wave push into him and get a lot of farm.
Yeah. I wonder if that's a misclick from Pilot Eye, perhaps. I'm not sure you want to block that camp when you're running like a... I guess if it's an aggressive dual lane, you perhaps do, but it's just general down there. You want to have access to that side pull to do similar things to what Navi's doing up top.
Yeah. As you had that nice double range creep situation where the lane was going to push into him, but he has since found his lane pulled and seeing at least a lot of gold. Still keeping some experience thanks to the neutral creeps, but
gets some experience. He also got the bounty rune too, which is pretty nice, so it gives him a little boost. So he'll have boots at least at a decent time. Feels like he's going to reach like a similar timing on his level 4 plus boots as last game with the Iron Talon. Dendi though has vacated his lane and gone jungle. He's having a very rough time once again. This is actually worse than last game. What's happened to him? So this is, and that's with that early smoke. So this is a bit of a concern.
I go down. Our men was contesting the easy camp pull, and they found the opportunity to get a burrow strike on the disruptor, turning the MP. Making a jump on a general here, thinking that maybe with Highlight Die, they can actually do something here. They've got 2 versus 3. RMN kind of sticking around, seeing if he can help general if possible. He still has a call ready to go. The stun's going to land. They get the slow, and that will be the end of general, even with that armor upgrade on now.
Yeah, RMN could have gone in for a stun, but unless they got really lucky with the axe spins, that would have been 2 deaths. So it makes the safe play and just lets the axe go down. 3 heroes rotate for that, and you're still doing very well in this offlane, and now Axe can TP in, and you can look to turn around and fight. He brings a salve, and Pilot Eye's going to be very careful. Another kill for Navi.
Take up there, Kezu trying to make that lane work. For the most part, it was kind of turned out. Does give that extra gold to the Weaver, and that's dangerous. As we talked about the Weaver's farm in this game. Going to be higher than it was last game. His priority in this game, and a bit of gold is...
Dendi finally gets the money for his bottle, although Courier heading top, that should not be... I guess Dendi may just head back to base to heal up after this, but he is struggling to farm. There we go. Courier goes back. He's actually goes for the boots before the bottle. Perhaps just going to be prioritizing getting the bottle a bit later, using the shrines to heal up, but bottom lane, Roman, he's careful. I don't know if he's got a good escape for this one. Still has the Burrow Strike, and Pilot Eye is out of mana.
Oh, Burrow Strike over to the side. Puppey missed his roll in. Now General's blocking the exit there. We'll be able to give RMN the exit out. It looks
There's another
like
Burrow Strike.
Puppey doesn't have anything, so... And King, they were kind of trying to bait him in, but it wasn't good enough.
Yeah. And the big concern is still this mid lane where Dendi he's left this mid lane. He's been jungling for the last 2 minutes, I think. It's a completely empty lane. No one's getting farm or XP there. I mean, they're trying to contest the off lane rather than send like the Sand King mid just to leech XP or anything. No one can actually lane against the Silencer right now, as far as their lineup goes. But now with Dendi returning, he's gone for boots and Windlace. He's gone for this super movement speed build, and the rotation's been spotted by a scan. Really good use of that from Secret.
Puppey and Pilot Eye. Like we're
Ring
gonna have a
Around the
nice little
Rosie.
game of Ring Around the Rosie here as they try and catch that successful scan, but not already right. Roll in. Attempt to go on to Dendi here. This is the roll in. Will manage to hit the kick though. Dendi has a refraction fresh up. It's going to be eaten through pretty quickly by that Orb of Venom of Puppies, and that's going to be
they're going in bottom though.
Yeah, those supports showing in mid lane means RMN feels pretty comfortable going for MP. MP, he knows he's not feeling comfortable. He tries to eat his way through the trees. Nice juke out there. Phantom Strike just before the Burrow Strike could come in from RMN. Over to the left-hand side. We missed that one. The Rubik goes down. Looks like Puppey has managed.
Yeah. Well, we asked how things would change in the game 2, and it feels like Secret have won the early game much better than they did last game. Like mid 1 is completely pushed Dendi out of the lane. Dendi, I think, is kind of reacting to what happened last game and just saying, look, I don't even want to have to deal with these Earth Spirit rolls. He just wants to straight up jungle. The one difference is Navi are contesting this offlane a bit more. They're not giving MP the easy time he had in game 1 as far as free farm goes.
Yeah, MP very rapidly was like 15 minutes in. I remember that first rotation he made out to the off lane, and it kind of said, like, nobody wants to be near MP if you're Navi. Like, that hero is real scary. They're not going to let him have the same kind of huge power spike, it looks like. Just contest him in the laning phase. Haven't actually, they maybe shut down his farm a small amount, but they haven't really stopped him. He's 34-9, haven't gotten a kill on him either.
And all he needs is to hit like a good timing on like his phase boots Aquila or even just phase Bassi, and then with an amp damage he does more than enough damage with the stifling daggers. Like a level 7 PA rotating top with phase boots is scary in itself, assuming you have the amp damage.
We get a little lucky here with spins. Puppey, oh, he actually gets blocked up by that one. I thought RMN was too far to the south, but he does get in front of that one. RMN maybe the turnaround kill, Burrow Strike coming up, but he does have the curse on him. And last shot there from mid 1, that's going to be -2, maybe -4. General's also going to be pulled back by the glimpse. Mid 1 gets the extra intelligence to start that snowball rolling.
Yeah. Axe, not a hero you want to be losing too much int on as well. One of the heroes that does run into mana problems early on, and Sanking, same thing. Like, you're playing a support Sanking with Tranquil Boots, so you're not going the Arcanes. Losing that precious int can really cost you later on when you go for Epicenters.
They're going for Kezu here. Burrow Strike will land up. They'll get that kill. Meanwhile, Biver did die again here. Looks like Puppey managed to catch him in the mid lane. Biver's been kind of showing himself at mid sometimes just because Dendi has forsaken him.
Yeah, it seems like our TA is going to jungle, someone should get the farm and XP, let's just send Rubik there, but a couple of cheap kills it seems getting picked up. Highcat pressuring this top tower though, this is the first real tower pressure we've seen from either team, and PA not a hero known for or really able to pressure tier 1 towers early on, and that's where Secret are the ones who have to react to the tower push, because they're not going to be able to fight trades.
Telekinesis, but RMN is not going around. Because as this ward placed behind the tower, he also saw Pup.
Yeah.
Could have tried to make that go 1 versus 3, but it's 3 versus 2. General, he's kind of being kited around. He knows he's dead. He tries to go for Pylai dies. See if Pi mispositions himself, but no such luck. The PA is in full laning phase dominance now. You've got phase boots, you've got maxed out stifling dag. Max can't.
Yeah, this bottom lane has been won by Secret at this point. 3 deaths on the Axe, not looking like he's going to get a fast blink time. He can fall back to the jungle now. Dendi making up for lost time in the mid lane, finally shows up once again with the help of some support to take out and punish mid 1, similar to what we saw last game. And ideally they want to try to get a tower up for this one. Even Pycat rotating in. Navi really deciding that is a lane that they want to try and start winning.
3-man smoke like that, where the lane was relatively pushed in at top. There's a bit of a surprise there for
Secret have global though, so yeah, they can't actually get that tower. But they took top, it did get denied, which is at least money being denied from the Navi side, but ultimately still will give them slightly better map control and easier access to the enemy side of the map.
I think they need the Blink Dagger before they can go, because they have to deal with that global silence. I think they need that clean initiation before they can threaten.
I think in a lot of ways, both teams are waiting for their blinks quite a bit here. Perhaps less so Secret because they've got the PA who can rotate and just use the corrosive haze with the stifling dagger to kind of chip away at and initiate off of. But Navi definitely need the blink on General before they can their next big moves and like ideally look to save some of those smokes for like their blink dagger timings. I like that Dendi's going to... Last game he went for the Deso first, and I think when you've got like a blink initiator on your team to go with the TA, you want to go for the blink before the Deso because you can just pair up so well. That blink dagger on TA becomes more valuable when you've got an Axe or a Sanking with a blink. And Sanking's actually going to hit his blink before the Axe at this rate. RMN is very, very close.
Get the last hit on the tower. One away from General. Meanwhile, Secret have dogpiled up here at the top lane. Pylai Die and MP sitting behind Kezu, seeing if they can get some sort of crush or glimpse scenario into a Static Storm, slow down that Linken's. Pycat is current build, but he's
a bit low on mana here. We'll have the 1 charges to get a time lapse off if needed, but limited Shukuchi access. If he pops the Shukuchi, he can't time lapse. Although he's going to tuck himself deeper into the trees. But I think you look at last game where Navi kind of fell short in the mid game, it was that blink timing. Sanking's blink came very late, and the couple of big team fights Secret won were before his blink came up. This time around, Navi say, trade towers. We don't care about defending top if we're getting bottom. And for one thing, like, they're not even really losing top. Secret push very slowly. Last game it was Navi trying to fight, and that was when the PA rotated in. There were heroes that were amped up by the Slaughter, and they just got destroyed. This time around, Navi just play a more farming efficient game. They're waiting on Dendi's blink, they're waiting on the blinks on the 2 initiators, and they're going to take a very different approach to playing what is effectively the same game as what we just saw in terms of draft.
Yeah, I think even Pycat's patient play there in that top lane where he's sitting behind his tower, and as soon as the scan goes off, he gets a pretty good idea of what's happening and just keep out that much slower style of play here from Pycat in this game with the weak, as opposed to the Vengeful Spirit is working out for them. They give up that tier 1 tower, but they got a lot of farming space in the meantime, and they'll get their blink daggers, not just on the Sand King, but General is just a small step behind too. He just needs another 100 gold. So double initiation points now for Navi, and they gave up very little in the last 5 minutes.
Navi can get a couple of good successful fights in a row with these blinks. They can quickly snowball, because right now they're still fairly squishy. Like, an Axe really isn't, until he gets the Vanguard, and maybe even a Vanguard and a Blade Mail, isn't all too scary, so they need to get good initiations.
Oh, that was not the place to TP.
Having flashbacks to that off on his Invoker in game 1, sometimes you just get a bit unlucky with where you decide to rotate to.
And now they're going to try and take the tier 1 tower. They're actually going to fight this one with the Global Silence in the entrance of Puppey. He gets a really good ultimate that finishes off the Templar Assassin. They're going to pull back Pycat as well into the Static Storm. Couldn't get him though. He already had the Shukuchi out, so he got out of kinetic field. Mid-one, he's culling bladed up, and now Pycat looks to be able to find those extra kills. And once Pylai die, he's the squishier one. General though may have slight issues, gets a nice call onto Kezu. Pycat comes back in, seeing the opportunity for Pylai die. Nice sidestep there of the stun, but can't chase out Pi with Kezu protecting him. In the end, it is going to be Navi retreating, not able to pick up too many extra kills. That was a formidable defense there from Secret. They got the deny on the tower because of that and managed to fight forward.
Yeah, not too bad. The worst part for MP was he respawned and couldn't even TP into the fight because his TP was still on cooldown, so could have perhaps been even better for Secret if, with how long the fight dragged out, MP actually respawned and was able to get back in theory, but Navi, now with both the top and middle tier 1 towers, opens up a lot of access towards that Roshan pit. If they can deward the 1 Radiant Ward in that area, well, there's really 2 with the one to the north side as well. Navi's lineup takes Rosh pretty quickly with the Weaver and the TA. So I feel like this next big, well, both teams take Rosh fast. This next big team fight, one of the 2 teams wins it, it's Roshan as well, and that's kind of going to dictate the flow of the game based on who takes that first Aegis.
Armin. Thinking the dagger's going his way, not actually the case, and now he kind of wants that blink. 5 seconds. The cooldown's up. They really want to be able to catch
Access his
again.
blink.
They pressured him in lane. They want to pressure him again. They're going to be able to get the blink call in from General. Jump in from Dendi. Follow that one up. A missed percentage. He dodges the meld strike, but it's still not enough. They do manage to pick up that kill. Mass TP's in from Secret, but they're going to be coming in one by one. The supports first. Static Storm laid out, catches 2, as well as an ultimate out from Puppey. That's a lot of damage over time. The Dendi tries to just get out of there with a TP, but a glimpse stops him. Or damage out from the Earth Spirit ultimate. General, he knows he's dead. He tries to get whatever damage he can. Pycat chases down Puppey into the trees. Puppey actually gets uphill, and now Pycat's in trouble. RMN comes back in. A damage over time, a little bit more, gets Pi. A little bit of pop. Dendi comes back in, gets the Slardar as well. Now it's just mid-one against the world. Refraction. Dendi, what are you doing? He's gonna die as well. Mid-one actually gets the man up and finishes off Navi in style despite having a limited HP and a 1v2 scenario.
16 stolen in from him. Dendi was sitting there, like, I feel like he was lagging. I don't know what it was. He was sitting there dying to the Magnetize and not popping Refraction. He didn't pop it until he was 1 hit from dead at 15 HP when he could have popped it when he had like a good 100 HP. I was like, Dendi, what's going on? But he pops it, goes in, gets 2 kills, and it felt like he was just he tried to TP out. I don't know, maybe he didn't realize that his TP got cancelled or something. Nice play. Secret. Yeah, they followed up with another pick. They'd love to get into the Roshan pit. They've got good vision around the area. It's just how much they're worried about a Navi blink initiation into that pit. But I think with Be Center down and the fact that Axe doesn't have his follow-up item. If Axe has a Blade Mail or a Vanguard, it's a bit trickier to take Roshan because the Blade Mail onto the PA can be really problematic. But without those extra items, right now Secret they should be strong enough to take out Aegis, but Na'Vi trying to get in there and trying to stop this one.
They need the swarm badly from Pycat, and if it connects pretty well, Global Silence goes down, but Roshan is still not dead. It's going to take some time. Full commitment. RMN makes the jump in. Static Storm laid out preemptively. Now the jump in from Dendi. It may cost him. He managed to pick up the Aegis, but he's going to lose this life pretty soon. Already 2 down. The big 2 cores of Secret. Now it's just going to be cleanup time for Na'Vi. They're going to be able to get Puppey and a jump forward. General catches Pylai Die, gets him with the slow, the Battle Hunker. RMN will gladly oblige with a follow-up. Gets the Burrow Strike, and Dendi is here to collect that kill. Or RMN. Or his Blink Dagger. What a jump in from Dendi, jumping into the Static Storm like that, but claims the Aegis.
Yeah, that was such a crucial moment for this game. If PA or Silencer gets that Aegis instead, that fight goes back. That's a Secret favored fight. Maybe not as one-sided as it was for it's like a 2-for-3 or a 2-4, but Secret win that fight if they secure themselves Aegis. The problem is they use the Global Silence to try and finish off Roshan. So they pop the Silence and then they're still hitting Roche. They're not fighting with the Global Silence. So by the time the fight starts kicking out, Dendi doesn't have, for one thing, has a second life, and for the other thing, they just don't have that Global Silence to fight Army with, because they were using it not to fight, but yeah, just to try and secure Roshan, which they didn't even succeed in doing so. If they do succeed in getting Roche, it pays for itself, but not the case.
And part of that is the lack of vision around that pit, despite being able to set up with a quick pickoff and make that rotation. I think he was just so afraid of RMN channeling that epicenter and coming in with the blink that he felt like he had to kind of go for that blind silence, not knowing what he's actually doing.
RMN possibly looking to set up towards this bottom lane. Na'Vi haven't got the Aegis to play around with since they had to use it to win that fight, so they don't come off with quite the position they otherwise would have had if they can win that fight while maintaining the Aegis. But they're going to have a Desolator now on Dendi. Just finishes the money for that one, so it feels like they're going back to playing more of a farming efficiency type game. And I think Na'Vi's a team that needs those next couple of items. They've got the Blade Mail and Axe, but kind of talked about ideally having the Blade Mail with the Vanguard. They want to get those extra couple of tanky items going. TA Desolator makes a big difference, so Na'Vi's lineup looking, at least currently, a bit more item dependent. I think on the Secret side, you're really looking at that Desolator timing, but more than anything, Secret want to fight around their spells, the Global Silence. Na'Vi, they want to fight around item pickups.
If this smoke allows them to get the initiation, they were hoping to be able to catch Pycat. A chance here. I thought maybe Na'Vi would actually leave that opening. Have Pycat play the farm role while the other 4 look for fights, seeing as they had such a big peak.
Scan pays off.
Scan does see the rotation in.
Na'Vi knows what happened. And then he saw no one defending the mid lane. There's creeps on a tier 2 tower at mid and no heroes hitting it. That's like a telltale sign your opponents are smoked up. So should be very apparent that mid 1 was baiting there at the bottom lane with 4 heroes seen behind him. Still could be worth, if you can jump mid 1 and burst him down, it is worth doing since he's the Global Silence, but you've got to make sure you actually kill him off.
Creep. Guy's a sniper. Did you see him? He just started chasing down General in the trees for some reason.
Your range creep vision is something else.
Yeah, it really is. Looks like Secret are finally going to give up on fighting around that tier 2. It's too low and too... Yeah. I think the terrain is too hard to fight around. Don't have that smoke initiation to fuck around. Mid 1 is still maintaining the top net worth. That is a small glimmer of hope here for Secret, but I'm not sure if a farm silencer is going to be able to accomplish the same kind of things that MP did in the mid game with their Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, the PA is the big hero. Like they were able to fight really well around the BKB timing last game. This BKB is still a bit of a ways off, and it's not going to be quite the influential item it was last game, because Axe with a Blink Blade Mail and it's a bit of extra HP in the Vanguard, suddenly he can fight.
Detonate with the initiation from RMN. We'll get a clean pickoff on Puppey, allowing them to take control of this tier 2 tower area. Glimpse back, but likely to result in much. Lincoln locking the Stifle Dagger and use their tier 2. Last one remaining is in the top lane. That'll start opening up shrines for Na'Vi, and probably a very easy game 3 if they can actually get the tier 2 and the remaining structures. That'll be too big of a net worth lead and too much map control, I think.
Yeah, it gets tough. I mean, they're playing for that late game. They've got the Midas on the slider now, but PA doesn't have good farming tools. So this PA is not going to be able to maintain good level of farm once you're down all your outer towers and you lose shrines. That's where PA will not just be like 2 to 3k behind some of the enemy core heroes. You'll fall like 5-6k behind the TA. You'll be a good 3,000 net worth behind an Axe or a Weaver. Like, we won't be seeing PA keep up with any of the Navi cores once you lose that map control.
Man, how much do you think? I mean, I think it's a decent percentage. Glimpse back, pulled in once again. We've seen the story time and time again from RMN. I was going to ask you, how much of this aggressive play from RMN, how much do you think is intentional, the way he's always running into the enemy like this, and how much do you think is occasionally it's got to be coincidental, the way he just is always right in the enemy's face like this?
I think it's very much a playstyle thing with him, where he loves to go for these aggressive, like, solo moves around the map. He's often the one, like, getting that vision for, I mean, it's very much a vision thing more than anything. Like, he's not expecting to be able to get solo kills. Like, that's just unrealistic. The only hero who has the HP to solo kill is Pilot and Disruptor, which is not, you're not going to use an Epicenter for a Disruptor kill at this stage. So I think it's very intentional, but at the same time, sometimes it perhaps comes to the detriment of his team, but I think it's paid off more than it's hurt them, at least so far in this Game 3. And I think Game 2 it paid off more than it hurt them as well, even though there were a couple moments where it looked like he got caught out by himself.
Yeah, there's a lot of time where he just bought space. General is going to be target here of Secret's full rotation. Comes back deep inside their jungle. Even Static Storm being used just to ensure this big kill. Axe 45 seconds. See what Secret does with.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, unlike the Sand King, that's an Axe who's just like trying to farm. He's just like, all right. I think he's under the impression that Secret are playing very passive on their side of the map, so he feels safe and confident farming in the jungle there. But all it takes is like one Disruptor to scout him out, and then the entire Secret team converge on him. So that's the kind of kill that you don't want to see happen. Like the Roman kill on the Sand King is like, well, he's actively just like trying to split push lanes and be a nuisance, but losing the Axe really stunts Navi's potential to make plays around the map.
EKB for the Templar Assassin, Diffuse a Blade for the Weaver. Even if the Axe has gone down, the other two cores have picked up a rather large peak of performance for them. They can do a lot in this next team fight if they can get the right kind of initiation. It looks like they're going to go for smoke. 4-man smoke?
Like
nope, full 5-man.
Dendi's just hit his item timings a lot earlier this game compared to last game. Same for like the Sand King with his blink. Same for, I mean, General's playing a different role. I mean, he's just as farmed, even slightly less farm than last game, but he's playing an Initiate who doesn't need that farm. So it just feels like Navi have hit an earlier timing and are taking advantage of Secret's draft a lot better this time around.
A word for counter word trade.
They know exactly where Navi are. Like, they're just drawn a box around this secret shop area. Oh, there's a lane ward though. They could still get these catches. Kezu sprints past.
Catch the Slardar.
And MP they don't have vision of, so this is where you ideally want to have a gem. You don't have the best like gem lineup slash hero. Like Rubik doesn't want to carry. Rubik's not carrying a gem. Sand King, I guess, theoretically could. He's got the blink and full stuff, so he can at least blink on the cliffs. Oh god, Sand King, speaking of which.
Alright, man, not again. Okay, this is a saving glimpse this time around.
Oh my gosh.
First strike away, blink up, he's good. Pilot dies like,
tough.
Huh. Alright.
It's a tense game, you know, like.
Yeah.
Oh,
the courier chopped.
Oh.
That had a lot of gold on it. What the hell was in it? Oh, that was Shiva's guard for mid one.
Alright, that's an item you want to have for this next fight.
You did
get the D ward, but you'll take that courier, and this could be a Roche. Oh, it's a long Roche respawn. They were almost going to be able to, like, if Roche had respawned before that Shivers, it could have been a slightly easier Roche fight for Navi. I mean, the Shivers isn't like the end of the world, but one thing Secret have done differently is they've actually held on to more of their smokes this game.
Another glimpse. Another opportunity for Pilot dies, just not quite in range. RMN, there it is.
Got this one.
Gets it pulled back. RMN. And again, I feel like this kind of play that RMN is doing, this kind of style, great when you need to buy time for your team, but I'm not sure if Navi really need this space or this time.
When you're ahead like they are, it seems like a bad call from him. I know even there, like I think he could have dodged that boulder smash out of the way, but even so, like every now and then you will get caught. You won't be able to make that perfect play.
Rush from Biver, but he doesn't have any mobility. He's just gonna go for the TP out. He's good.
Sure.
Oh.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As Cats, they're pressuring bottom lane, but yeah, it feels like Navi have slowed down a lot. Both teams, I think they're just so dead set on this next Roshan that they're trying to like farm and split push lanes when Navi's actually very strong. Like they sniped that courier, took out the Shiva's guard. They're perhaps respecting the global silence, but they've got BK. I guess they've only got one BKB, and Pyket can theoretically take the global off of one of his teammates with the diffusal, but that's like not always going to be reliable, and you never know who, like what the positioning is going to look like to make that play. So I think Navi just want to play the more map control game. They've got such good vision like outside the enemy base here, although they just lose one of those 2 wards, but they feel like they can just secure this next Roshan, and Secret feel like they've got to contest it.
RMN's position will pop the smoke there from Secret, and does not get caught this time around. Navi were all sitting in the pit, knowing that Roshan had to be spawning now, and Secret obviously knowing something similar, tried to go for the smoke interception.
I saw MP have this item queued up. I was wondering if he was just like kind of trolling a bit. He's gone for the blink. He's going for that before the BKB too.
Oh, Epicenter coming in. RMN, though, he's going to find nothing to connect with. Highlight Die sitting there on the front lines, taunting them. They are going to go on to Pi here. He's got the Ghost Scepter, but won't be able to get it off before Dendi's Melt Strike hits. So now it is still 4 versus 5, even without the Epicenter. It's like Navi could claim that Aegis.
Yeah, no Epicenter. It's also no Static Storm now, and they just lost that Radiant High Ground Observer Ward by the Roche Pit. It expired, didn't get dewarded or anything, so Sanking with no... It's unlike last game, they don't need that Epicenter damage against the PA because there's no BKB. Just the Burrow Strike alone. RMN again! Alright, you can see what this guy's looking to do now with his plays.
Yeah, you can see. I mean, it pays off real good sometimes. Other times...
He's tanking every smoke. Every smoke Secret's doing is just being like wasted at this point.
RMN, he's been able to escape some of that. I think a large part is just like, it's the Disruptor, right? Without that hero, you wouldn't be catching RMN when he does these sort of aggressive plays, so...
And he's always doing it around his vision. Like, he hides there next to the Observer Ward, so even when he's on the low ground, he sees them pop with the Observer Ward vision and then can instantly blink away. So he's very calculated about it, and the chance of getting caught is pretty low. Top lane, though.
Oh, two-man crush. That's going to be perfect. They're going to be able to go for General first. Global Silence. They find Pycat popped out an Invis, and they're like, oh, hey, we hit 2. We're going to be able to get 2 as well. Biver on the side with the Earth Spirit Ultimate still on him, but the damage is still too quick for him. They lose 3 on the side of Navi. Secret, they've been, should have been behind this whole entire game, yeah. But they have a big opportunity now with that double pick off in the top lane of the 2 cores. They can turn into some serious.
Well, like, Navi get a bit complacent there. They're like, alright, we got the Aegis. We've just broken all their smokes. RMN, he's not going to get glimpse. He forced out of the range. Nice play. And I think also the backup from Pi wasn't really there, but yeah, I think that was like a moment of just complacency from Navi. It's like we have Aegis. All we got to do is just like push down this top lane, get this last T2 tower, get the shrines, and they also know Secret's probably out of smokes. That was 3 smokes in a row that RMN detected, so they're probably thinking like, oh, they're not going to make the play right now. They have no smokes, and that was just like Navi split across the map. Secret just make a bold move and punish the fact that Navi were split up.
Change from the Blink Dagger to the Scythe of Ice.
Okay. That will definitely help as far as initiating onto Dendi goes. Less so the Weaver, who's got a Lincoln's, but BKB is the name of the game. Axe is working on one for himself as well, and this feels like the item which will make life a bit more difficult for Secret in these team fights. They'll be very reliant on bursting a target down right away with those crushes. Kezu was clutching game number 2. We'll see if he can do it again against the BKBs of Navi.
I really feel like Secret, I think they should contest this push. Again, it's their last tier 2 tower, but it's also, the game is going to get a bit tougher when this NKB is up, but
there's no globe. Oh, there's 10 seconds to it. It's just like there's 2 10-second BKBs on Navi and an Aegis, so I mean, vision-wise, neither team has good vision at the moment. I guess Dendi's got the slight advantage with his traps, but
I think it's also a tower. One of those situations, no matter what, even if you were going to contest, you'd have to go for a smoke and some sort of wraparound. The straight-on 5-man into Navi will never work. So that'll be the tier 2 and sure.
I think you're kind of at that point where you're like, we've delayed it enough. We bought time, we've got a few key pickoffs, Silence has really transitioned well into the late game. PA's still, like kind of mentioned, like you're never going to be able to keep up in terms of farm with the enemy cores. Has managed to at least overtake the Axe a bit and very close to the BKB. This Blink Dagger feels almost like a pseudo split pushing item where MP can like aggressively kind of split push and then blink out to safety in the trees a bit, but it's still like a gimmicky little item, which we'll see how it works out for him being able to enter the fights a little bit better.
Very concerned for Secret. Maybe it's just because I don't trust the one position silencer and what he's going to be able to accomplish in these team fights, but I worry that the PA is going to drop off pretty significantly here if we can get an MK.
Yeah, I think that's where I mean, for Secret, it's you look at what the rest of the team brings to the table. You've got the late game Earth Spirit who can combo with the Slaughter. Like if Kezu can hit these, I mean last game he was hitting 2 3-man crafts. He doesn't even have to hit those. He just has to initiate on 1 or 2, followed up with an Earth Spirit stun, and that hero is going to get bursted down by the PA. Even with an underfarm PA has the damage output on a corrosive hazed hero to take them down at the start of a fight. So I think I look at Secret's draft and they're transitioning into the late game, not just on like, I mean the PA isn't transitioning well, but the other heroes are.
Yeah, that's true. Even the silencer, now that I think about it, I forgot his level 25 talent. That's he turns into another sniper.
Oh yeah. I about his talents.
He'll have 900, he'll have 940 attack rate. Basically another sniper.
Okay. Yep.
If we can get to that point, still 3 levels.
Yeah, the 20% curse slide isn't really a consideration, I don't think.
As you closing in on that AC,
he's being pinged. They know he's there because of the trap. They're not going to catch him there.
General's trying to cut him off. He's gonna spot Kezu here as well. And sides against it. His allies are a bit too far away. Doesn't know where Secret is. They've got some nice aggressive vision, but only seeing heroes through this way.
That was risky from mid one. He didn't have buyback. If he somehow gets caught there, I mean, General's not going to solo kill him by any means, but Dendi gets. I mean, Dendi wasn't there. Neither was Sanking. It was just a Weaver who isn't doing a whole lot of damage yet. I mean, it's the exact same build we saw last game. I think this is still an okay build. Where it feels like going for the defensive items first against all these silences allows you to team fight, and it's a big reason why they were able to like take out all these outer towers. But Navi do need Pycat to now start transitioning to those late game items, and he is going to be ahead of the PA. That's really the big thing is here. It's like last game, like so he gets up towards the MKB, but PA has enough items like with the Abyssal Blade that she can still fight the Weaver and fight the TA as well. But this game around, Weaver and TA are both miles ahead of PA.
Thunderhide. Stuck in the trees over here. No one's paying attention to him. Forever locked in a cage.
Yeah.
Double damage picked up by Pycat. I thought for a second maybe with the MKB on Dendi that they might try and make something happen, but he's just using it to farm. They're closing in on the MKB as Pycat as well. This PA is going to have potentially very little relevance in these team fights with the these two anti-evasion pickups. And it's going to be all on mid one to carry out some hefty damage.
I mean, the PA's job is to make sure that first hero that gets jumped is bursted down. Like, whoever the slider goes on, the PA has to guarantee that's a kill.
Who's the target then? Who is the ideal person for Kezu to jump?
I would look mostly toward... I mean, if TA doesn't have Aegis, killing her is great. The Axe is also a good target. I think Weaver doesn't do enough damage. I think Weaver is like a non-consideration right now.
Okay.
But ideal target is TA. Secondary target's probably the Axe, but I think more than anything it's going to come down to vision and whichever hero you see first. Like it's one of those, you jump the first hero you see. There's never like a, oh we've got to blink past that frontline hero and put ourselves in a bad spot by overextending. It really just comes down to the positioning of Navi.
Beggars can't.
And right now, Secret have pretty good positioning.
They're on the high ground here. Blink forward by General. They do manage to catch Midwan here. Midwan's by himself. He's just going to get blown apart by the 3 cores. And Secret may try and fight this one out. MP pops his BKB, turns, goes for RMN, but the BKB is a Navi, rendering so many of these heroes too tanking for Secret to deal with. MP turns, fights, tries to get a Blink Strike. He gets Biver, but come on. It's just a hard 5 position. They've lost 3 from Secret, and they're going to be forced into 1 buyback because that's all they have.
That is brutal. This PA just hasn't been able to keep up, and we saw there, pops a BKB, tries to attack, this tickles Navi. This is looking like Navi could threaten to go for X. PA does actually manage to get buyback. Looks like it was just a couple gold short when he died, so there is now 1 additional buyback, but TA Weaver on the front line. This is a very tough defense. No global silence, no static storm, very little in the Secret arsenal to defend with.
Like they're going to wait out on the Slardar at least, maybe giving up the full lane racks to keep their buybacks intact. There is a rather large wave coming in at bottom, but Navi are not going to be taking any risks whatsoever. They may have done some damage to that tier 3, but again, Disruptor, sure they don't get caught in the escape.
Yeah, some serious discipline from Navi. I think it's one of those things where you're a new team. This is like one of the first big tournaments you're playing in. Yeah, it's a qualifiers, but it's for one of like the closest thing to a major that's not a major in DAC, and playing one of the top European teams right now in Secret. They can see how close they are and making all the safe defensive calls for the most part. Smoke available on Puppey. We'll see if Secret can make a good move out to contest that Roshan. It's been RMN so many times scouting these out, and with the Observer Ward here, he's in the perfect spot to once again reveal this one.
General comes in, managed to get the 2-man call. Dendi tries to follow this one up. They're going to be able to take down 2. Kezu, he actually gets crushed up. RMN managed to hit that one. Triple kill for General. Pylai die. Go Scepter as much as you want. You're delaying the inevitable, my friend. He will also get dropped. 4 down from Secret. 2 buybacks are up. The 2 cores are the ones lacking the buyback, and it looks like Navi are just going to look to end.
Yeah, it really came down to a game of map control. Once you lose all those towers, it allows Navi to get all these aggressive wards up, camp by those wards to spot the smokes out, use the traps very effectively. Dendi's been covering the map in traps to get intel for his team, and the map vision and control that Navi have had is what's really secured it for them in the late game. Game number 2, well, the game we just saw, was won through a few key smoke ganks from Secret that didn't get scattered out. This time around, every smoke was being revealed, and that's really been the deciding factor here. Navi get a second lane. They're not going to push their luck and try go for a third. They're just going to take the safe play and go for Roche, it looks like.
The Secret will have one last team fight in them. Yeah, toughest battle yet. These team fights have been anything but close. They've been rather one-sided to Navi. Vision is going to scout Secret as they start making their way towards the Roshan pit. They don't have any smokes, I presume, to work with. It would have been too late anyway. Puppey's going to get caught out here. RMN slows him down. Enough for Biver to get the telekinesis. Now they crush off as well. Puppey is down. He has buyback. What I think is an Aegis and cheese, right? They have cheated. They need their full 5 against Navi. Maybe not.
Where's that? Only the second Roche? Oh, it's in the pit. Okay, that's right. I'm pretty sure I can count to 3. I don't work at Valve, and that is a cheese in the Roshan pit, so... Alright.
Something for Navi to collect later, I guess.
I don't know if Dendi's got the memo yet. He's in the neighborhood. But...
They're letting it, they're letting...
Yeah.
Alright, Navi. Final high ground push for your first win in the DAC European qualifiers. Bring you into that winner's bracket to face up against Team Bears.
God, that's such a tough group. It's like, alright, you just beat Secret. Now you're going to go versus Bears. Then there's potentially Adfinum. Or Secret again, you know, like,
yeah. Navi,
they're going to slow roll things. Yeah.
They got something coming.
Daedalus. Are they Daedalus, I believe? Yeah.
Annuals.
Yep. Interesting the Aegis on Weaver. I thought the TA would be the Aegis carrier just to hit the buildings on the high ground, but Dendi's a bit more slot limited, and Weaver, the 2 defensive items, can also function very similarly to the Deso TA on the high ground.
He's got BKB and time lapse to work with, whereas there's potential that TA a second life get combo stun maybe by a Puppey.
They'll chip away at Pycat as best they can, try and break that Aegis for as cheap as possible, and there isn't the best sustain for Navi as far as they can't actually really heal him up. Pycat slow rolling this one.
Limited damage bit by bit. Dendi will lend a helping hand as Pycat drops lower and lower.
Not going for any kind of a time lapse.
Go back and eat that cheese.
Yeah. That's exactly where like you wish you had a cheese. It's like, all right, we just did 800 damage to this tower. Where's the cheese now, guys?
Can cheese go in your backpack? I actually don't.
Yeah, it can. I'm 95% sure it can at least.
I think it's just Aegis.
Yeah. There's what supports should have. I mean, Rubik could drop a magic wand or something. You know, it's fine. But oh, not the end of the world. They're not going to get it just yet. They're going to just sit around. This is just like waiting for the Weaver to slowly regen up a bit. Oh, he picked up a heart. I love this. This is the slow sieging item. You used to see life stealers get this in these really... It was like a Chinese Dota item where you're slow sieging. It takes like 10 creep waves to finally slowly break a tier 3 tower, and you just hit for 5 seconds with rage, back off, and regen with your heart. And that's Pycat's approach with the Heart of Trask here. This is the sustain that he's been missing.
Feeling some of the AoE stuns, but they do finally get the tier 3. He's going to go ahead and time-lapse here. Bidding that one. He's going to throw out the bugs, not quite catching Kezu inside the trees there.
At some point, Secret just have to go. Or they're basically saying, oh, we'll verse Mega Creeps this game, which I don't think that works.
For stun, still not feeling comfortable with their openings here. Combo stuns on Pycat don't mean much with that Aegis in hand. Now mid one's going to jump forward with a Scythe of Ice, threatening Pycat's life as best as possible. He gets a Force Staff deeper into the base, actually, and that is where his Aegis is going to go up. But he does have a BKB. He's going to go ahead and pop that one, turn towards the mid lane of Rax. Decides to get a little bit of damage onto MP. Still focused on the game plan of objectives here. Left goes down. Puppey tries to make his initiation. Jumps forward. Global Silence is out. But Navi, they've gotten themselves pretty far back. Even smoking for some of those heroes in the back lines. Now General goes in big. He manages to catch MP with a blade mail with Dendi on the damage dealing. They're going to be able to finish him off. There goes a buyback. Already one. Maybe Puppey. That's going to make it two. Another Culling Blade out. Epicenter comes in. RMN hits it big time. Almost finishing off Highlight. Dying. Getting a lot of damage on the mid one. Pycat right on top of mid one. Knows this is the big damage dealer. He needs to be able to finish him off. The time lapse goes down. Oh, PA gets dropped again. Mid one goes down. He has a buyback, but he's losing all of his allies here. And how can a Silencer possibly stop this by himself? Well, if they have the combo stuns on Pycat, maybe they can actually do it. Jump forward here. General does manage to get the call on a mid one with the blade mail still going out. He needs some extra damage though, and he may not be able to have it. General dieback just like that. 90 seconds down. The rest of Navi
they didn't get
a little bit safer. They're gonna back out.
Ooh, okay.
Secret hold.
Yeah, you can definitely call it that, and this is all right. Interesting saying that this is like the no one has buyback state of the game now. Well, Weaver and Sand King do, so ideally for Navi, you wait the Weaver to come back alive and try and use the fact that he has buyback and no one on Secret does, but
they're gonna go
going in looking for the pick. Yeah,
they got Puppey. Oh, Kezu bringing a crush out from Kezu. Maybe they'll turn this around. Pilot Die has Static Storm. Can he catch something here? They're gonna go forward. Glimpse back. Dendi turns around. Oh, one shots Puppey just like that with the corrosive haze on him. He makes short work of Puppey, the captain of Team Secret. So now they're left pinned with no buyback for 70 seconds. Navi, they are still at a bit of a risk here. They do have two heroes with no buyback, Dendi and General. So if a fight goes completely terrible, them as they push high ground again, Team Secret could respond and do something.
I mean, Navi's advantage still comes from their vision. Like, even right now they don't have wards, but they have TA traps surrounding that top side of the Radiant base. Leaving without going undetected is very difficult for Team Secret at this point, and that's where Navi can pick and choose their fights. Like RMM was just camping on top of a cliff. He just wants to see anything coming their way. It's very hard for Secret to make aggressive moves out on the map now that they're down 5 of their 6 racks, and they've just got no vision whatsoever. Leaving their base is just not really an option. So if Navi want to play safe, they can wait those buybacks out, but I have a feeling they want to probably take advantage of the fact that Secret themselves don't have buyback, and Weaver, the one hero out of 10 that does, so... Oh, there we go. They got the cheese, Cap.
Yeah, I was about to say, important thing, guys. Right. They got the cheese, and they have a double damage, so I think you're absolutely right. Time to close out the game.
Yeah, Weaver can ideally go in if you really want to just pop the BKB preemptively. That's an option.
Yeah, with
unfortunately for Pylai, he
finish.
can't finish his Ag Scepter. He has just about enough money, but getting to that shop seems impossible right now.
RMN turns around, manages to get the stun onto Kezu. Static Storm gets laid out. There goes those BKBs. Pycat not making much use of his BKB. Now turns towards that melee Rax, but it's going to wear out soon. Slowed down a little bit. Shikuchi away. He'll be fine. Melee Rax at half health. Secret still have to battle all these super creeps coming in from the mid and bottom lanes while Tycat chips away at this melee Rax thanks in part to the heart and cheese that he still has his backup.
It's so tough. Like, you're slowly losing your tier 4 towers.
They have to make a full commitment here. They're going to try and finish off Pycat. They have the loaded sword. A couple of force stats. They do get him away. MP and his BKB were not enough to be able to finish off Pycat, who time lapses to full health and will go for that melee. Rax finishing up. That should be Mega's. 1 hit left. Combo stuns. Pycat. Could he get dropped again? Here, he doesn't have time lapse. He gets it up just in time. Bounces back a dagger over to MP. That's Mega's now that Secret have to contend with. But they are going to continue to try and fight this one out.
That's like a sigh of relief from Navi. They had to work. That's the hardest I think I've ever seen a team have to work to get mega creeps. From like that one final Rax. Like that took them ages, cheese, like 10 minutes of slow sieging, and they finally get it, as well as like all the itemization they had to get for it. Like the cheese, the ages, the Lotus Orbs on the Weaver, the Heart of Charask on the Weaver. With Slaughter dead, I think without the threat of that Slaughter Crush initiation, it gets a whole lot easier to try and end this game now.
Yeah, these initiations are not nearly as straightforward for Secret. Lacking their Slaughter. They're going to hold till the end, though, trying to defend their throne now without tier 4 towers. Super and Mega creeps rapidly closing in. Pycat and Dendi doing some chip damage here and there. 43 seconds. They may have caught Biver. Looks like he may go down. Glimmer Cape is going to save his life for those last couple of shots from mid-wand. Blood, they're going to be able to catch Midwand here with a small stun. Midwand gets back to the fountain. General manages to catch MP with the Blade Meld. Help with Dendi once again. They're going to try and get this combination, but MP goes for the back line to Pycat as the damage dealer feels a little bit of threat. Time lapse is all off. Finished off Midwand, and that'll be it. Pylai will have to watch once again as his throne explodes. Navi take game number 3 in this best of 3. They're going to move on to face up against Team Bears in their GSO.
Whew, that was a very tight and tense best of 3 series. Night Stalker get a Vision Hero. See how this works. They are going to reveal their support duo right from the start, but
Night Stalker is good against Clockwork. You think you can trap me in the cogs? Think again.
Only during the daytime.
Sure. I'm not going to fight you in the daytime.
yeah.
He's not Day Stalker.
Night Stalker, Warlock. So both of their supports most likely. Sometimes you do see Night Stalker on off lane roll, but a lot less.
And now be doing Clock SF at all, or is that?
Oh, Secret. That's Secret.
Oh, sorry, Secret, yeah. Are they going to do Clock SF, or is that just revealing too much from the first 2 picks?
I don't think they like to draft their mid laner that early.
But
they tend to
they do have all these 2 hero combos from yesterday. OD, Omni, and Huskar Dazzle. So what is it going to be this game?
They just stick with the CM Clockwork combo.
Yep.
This leaves a little bit of ambiguity still in the draft. You don't know where the Clockwork's still going. Could be offlane. More than likely it's going to be Absol playing it, but...
Yeah, but they did not pick up the Treant, even though it was available.
Mm-hmm. That actually is a very good point, yeah. Maybe versus like the Night Stalker, they'd feel like it's like laning kind of like vision kind of game could play into a factor, but it is a bit bizarre to see it not grabbed up.
I mean, that's true. Night Stalker does make it really difficult for Treant to be played. Quite annoying. So they just go back for the CM. I mean, just like very standard pick. Good for the lanes, you know. With the Clockwork, you can form a very good support duo, CM Clockwork.
Yeah. I actually like the Clockwork support. I like it, but I think it's like super enabled by the Arcane Aura.
Look at them.
What? Which one? What I missed?
How about Omni?
They just ban like Omni and Evelyn.
Oh yeah.
Obnoxious offlane heroes.
Weren't you just like died and laughed? Like, what is going on so much?
Banning some Keza heroes? What's so funny about that?
Weren't just deep in thought.
He's like, there's a reason.
Those two are the disgusting NA heroes, you know.
Right, just saying no secret, please.
Kezu's been playing a lot of both, and with CM Aura, they're both very strong.
This is true.
Bat Rider picked up, or rather, excuse me, banned away.
Yeah, that's actually one of General's best hero. I think we talked about this yesterday. Yeah. He didn't have very good showings yesterday in some of his games, but we were quite surprised that the team actually did not give him his best hero.
I think his Sanking and his Bat Rider are the best too. I wouldn't be surprised if they grabbed the Bat Rider or the Sanking right now for him.
Okay.
He's played some Darkseer as well in the past. They could do some like Darkseer Night Stalker duo. Those are like the big three for me for him, because he always seems to be able to bail his team out of like problems when he has those three big kind of like team fighters.
Yeah, but definitely with Night Stalker, Bat Rider would have been probably the best out of all the few you mentioned.
So, just to clarify, Secret's first two picks are actually two of the heroes with the highest win rate so far in Epicenter.
Yeah, so they take the Sanking, kind of as expected for him. The Wombo combo as well with like the Warlock gives you tons of team fight with Fatal Bonds.
But do you think it's actually possible that they swap it around? They put him on the Night Stalker instead and Sanking on a support role?
I guess it's possible. I would probably
You prefer him on the Sanking?
I prefer him on the Sanking, yeah. I prefer him playing like that kind of like, just that straight up initiator. And Seneko, I mean Seneko's Night Stalker is, just Seneko playing those kind of roaming heroes is very strong for the team. That Space Maker.
Oh, that's the thing. I actually think he can actually do more on the Sanking.
You do think so? Okay.
Yeah, but it's quite difficult to say which is better. It's all about the preference of
personal preference.
Would you not say General can also do more in the Sanking compared to the Night Stalker? I feel like both players would rather be playing the...
Two Sankings.
Yeah. Sanking and Sanking.
But that does set the direction of the game right now for Navi. They're going back for a very heavy team fight with a vision hero, which is always a good thing. You see the enemy first, then you get the jump, you get a better start of the fight. It's going to be up to the enemy to deal with it, whether they go for more heavy team fight or they try to split you around, move you around the map. But that's generally difficult against a vision hero. That's why you want to pair vision plus team fight.
Right, a combination of the two. Now another draft continues. We have a Life Stealer. Secret still, at least they're not showing much yet.
Yeah, I think that's like the big telltale thing right there.
That's the reveal.
Very good versus like the magic damage from the Sanking, and good for like the lane. And he's a self-sustaining. He's a self-sustaining laner that they can leave him a bit.
He might have trouble.
He might have trouble though. Yeah.
I don't know if he's gonna do well in the lane though, because I guess if you commit the clockwork on a safe lane, then you need to use 3 heroes.
I think once you give him some help against the Sanking, he's fine to 1v1. He just needs that like level 1 assistance.
You say give him some help, but the Night Stalker could also help the Sanking at the start.
Whoa!
Oh, Slug Night Stalker. This is like a combo, vision combo.
Is this the first Slark?
It is.
Right? I don't think we've seen any of it at all.
But I think Slug is not very good in this patch because I feel like the hero needs to farm a lot in some way. Like even though you have like a very early timing with the Shadow Blade, but he's not that strong in the laning phase, and he really needs to farm a lot even after the quick Shadow Blade.
He can get punished so much, like if you run like some dual type of aggressive lane, but they maybe are kind of wanting that to be able to set up for the Lifestealer.
That is a hero Slug does not want to fight in the lane, boys.
Definitely not.
Oh, that hurt. That pick actually hurt.
Look at that face. Did you see that?
Oh my god. Sorry. That pick was like, oh, you want to play Slug?
Good luck, my friend.
So it's going to be
perfect.
So basically right now, the Bristleback can do a lot of damage in the lane against the Slug. They are going to need... I mean, I'm not sure how much the Warlock can help him. I think Bristle can still do a lot of damage there with the CM Aura. And the Clockwork can choose to focus on securing the Lifestealer's lane or the mid lane. So the lane situation right now for Secret looks much more flexible. Whereas Navi have heroes that they really need to help out right now, which is the Slug. And maybe even the Sanking. Because Sanking, if you don't get a good start, you don't get the ball rolling in the lane, you might struggle with your dagger timing. And that's going to be really bad for Sanking. And you don't want him jungling from the start. That's usually a bad sign too.
Do you think Secret still will probably ban out like Timbersaw or something? Because Dendi does play it, and it's pretty good versus Blissful Clockwork and Lifestealer.
Yeah.
I think it's still a possibility. Navi bans out the Shadow Fiend since mid one's hero is still left open and they don't want to deal with that clockwork SF. Just puts too much pressure. Makes the Night Stalker's game a bit too difficult, having to pretty much go to all the lanes.
He still has a lot of heroes though, like a lot of heroes that he can play right now.
So Navi are not being limited at this point. Excuse me.
I mean for Secret,
yeah, Secret.
It still has Invoker, Ember, a lot of the other heroes.
Ember's banned first too.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I think he can even do like what no one did last game, can do the Bristleback mid if they want to switch up things. But right now, I would just want the Bristleback to go to the Slugs lane and make life hell for him.
Agreed.
Maybe a cheaper hero because they have Lifestealer and Bristleback, like a hero that can gank and like pressure. If they go for like a, say something like a OD, like another farmer, it will mean that they need to win all their lanes. Otherwise, there might not be enough space on the map for everyone to farm.
It always makes me happy when I see like the notes being rummaged through. I don't know. A little bit of a nerdgasm, yeah. Just someone pulls it out and starts flicking it.
What has he played recently?
Yeah, go.
Alright, what do we got?
Storm ban.
They banned Storm.
Was that a likelihood?
Because they don't, I mean,
limited
maybe,
lockdown.
Okay.
Because they don't have really good, like Parker said, no good lockdown against Storm.
You're saying like what, Invoker, Lina?
Perhaps even like a Puck could be something that doesn't take too much farm.
Puck could be okay.
Yeah, actually, I do like the Puck for the because they already have Bristle Lifesteal. But
well, now you don't know who's going. We don't know offlane or mid. You know.
That's probably Kazu or Shaker though, right?
Oh yeah, Kazu or Shaker.
And then Bristle mid.
Yeah, Bristle.
Maybe they were watching the VP game.
Yeah. You'll send the Shaker mid if you know he has a great matchup, but they won't know the matchup until Navi's last pick, and most likely you're looking at Dendi on something that is going to be a ranged hero.
A very good selection because things can still be swapped around. Even though they already picked 5 heroes, they are still very flexible around with that.
They also have like 3 melee already on the side of Navi.
Oh my god.
And
do they Timbersaw there? You want it?
Now I mean, maybe that's kind of what they were maybe expecting. They wanted that extra lockdown with Earthshaker.
Timbersaw is not very good against Earthshaker's here and Clockwork. They have like good tools at killing him. Like they have enough magic damage in between them. They have physical. They have disable. They can pick Timber, but I don't think it'll be like a free Timber game.
I think Navi are going to give it just a little second of thought. Probably not what. I mean, if we weren't expecting it, chances are neither were they. Even if they were rifling through the papers.
They go for Dragonite themselves. So having some tower hitter, some
tower
kind of
push.
Yeah, I guess the Slack is really bad for objectives.
Yeah.
And DK gives them maybe an alternative by a Silver Edge deal with the Bristle, although Slack realistically is going to be buying that. So
I'm liking Secrets.
I mean, they have to win their lanes first. You know, the lane situation does not look good for Navi right now.
Okay. So. I mean, there was doubt already pre-draft. We're just going to go ahead and...
they can win, but it's harder for them to win.
Okay.
Compared to what Secret needs to do in the game.
Yeah, so expectations for Secret to take this first game in the series. Just clarifying?
I'm going with Secret.
Yeah, I mean, you were just saying suspiciously quiet at the end there.
No.
One for Secret?
Yeah.
Secret as well.
Secret. Okay. So Navi do seem to have the analyst desk not convinced. Maybe they can do it in-game. But we get another Bristleback mid. Perhaps they thought, or mid one thought that, you know, if no one can do it, so can I. Sounds like an oxymoron, but let me introduce some morons of our own. The casters are ready.
Well, if we can't cast it, maybe Ben can. Navi, this draft looks very odd. As odd as that introduction from me.
I think when
That's
Navi...
very odd.
Oxymoron? Moron? That was
kind
of smooth.
I missed the oxy. But yeah, this was... Like, with the DK pickup, like you were itching for Timbersaw as well. Winter had a lot of hesitation about the Timber pickup.
DK's pretty good. I like the first 3 though. I think the Warlock Sinking Night Stalker is something that suits their style more. And when they were doing decently, I don't want to say good because it's been a very long time since they were actually good, but when they were doing decently and kind of edging towards that T2 phase, they were picking heroes like these and more team fight oriented, and that's, you know, go back to where you found some success if you are lost.
But it starts to beg the question too, like with the draft they've got up, like you've got this DK, this Slark, what's the point of it? It's a big criticism, which the panel was also bringing up of Navi, where there seems to be like 2 or 3 different cooks in this kitchen. Like, so you play the vision game, but how are you meant to synergize to work as a team?
Vision, man.
That's it.
You have Night Stalker and Slark to give you vision around the map so that sinking and jumping, you can just annihilate people who are just slightly out of position. You also make it very difficult for the Clockwork to maneuver around. He feels scared. Lifestealer also feels threatened. He can die to a silence from the Night Stalker if you start it off, which is very likely in this scenario where nighttime from the darkness from Night Stalker as well as two Ultra Vision heroes are going to cause Secret a lot of problems. They have Rocket Flare, I suppose, for vision, but aside from that, they don't have too much to counter the vision from Navi. But I think they have better lanes and overall slightly better heroes that can push, that are tankier. And recently, we've been seeing a lot of strength heroes. I think both this game and last game, we've had 7 of the 10 heroes being strength.
Yep. Especially in our last series, that was all strength, strength, strength. But this lineup, she's mid 1. Should actually note too that Team Secret did what we were talking about the other day. They swapped. So mid 1 is now actually on the Earthshaker. Now they probably did this as well, realizing that it's melee versus melee. Now last time we got to cast this matchup, it was Samael on the mid role as the Earthshaker up against Ember Spirit, and he didn't just crush, he slaughtered the mid lane. Up against the Dragon Knight, how do you think DK is going to fare?
You said against the Dragon Knight, how's the DK going to fare?
I mean, sorry, how's the ES going to fare?
I was thinking about a question. I was like, who am I talking about?
No, just brain lag.
I think ES is fine because he has a lot of plus damage, which counteracts the damage reduction from Breathe Fire. And he also has a Quelling Blade start. Dendi went for the Poor Man's Shield, so he's going to have a lot of trouble when it comes to last hitting. Mid 1 going for the CS game, Dendi going for the Harass game, but I think that Dendi is currently winning out right now. 4-0 on him versus a 2-1 from Midone.
Yeah. But this will start to change up, and you might also be another reason too why Puppey is doing what he's doing. He's just trying to stack and flash farm as the Crystal Maiden, get some early levels up into the aura, and that was the other thing we were talking about where Samael didn't even have to go bottle on his Earthshaker just because he had that arcane aura giving him the advantage. But I'm wondering if the cost is too high for this. Like
this lane's awful.
But MP's having horrendous time on bottom.
Top lane's terrible for Slark though, and Warlock. Warlock having to deal with Clockwork, miserable. Slark having to deal with Bristleback, also miserable. So this, this top lane is no bueno at all for Pycat. Hey, at least he has a stick already. That's good.
And then you're just happy to sack MP on the bottom lane against the SK?
Yeah, I think that's okay. Passable.
Snake's really trying to get up in the face of mid 1 underneath the tower. Mid 1's going to burn his salve, and he is actually he's going to go for the bottle.
He needs the HP regen. The mana regen not really that necessary because of Arcane Aura. So
it was a different matchup before, right? Like this is the DK who's hitting you with Breathe Fire all consistently as opposed to the Ember Spirit.
Well, but he's out of mana on Dendi. He actually goes for the Magic Stick early, which is a very good solution to level 1 Enchant Totem. It costs 15 mana, or costs 20 mana, gives you 15 mana back. That's a net win for DK. But I think, yeah, as you mentioned, the biggest problem is the bottom lane. Oh, Pycat. Oof, that was close.
Keizu survives there.
But he's not high enough level really yet to tank this lane. Stealing the stats is nice. I actually think Slark's not that bad versus Bristle because he's a natural silver edge carrier, and I think stealing a lot of Bristle stacks, because Bristle does not die quickly. Yep. He takes a lot of time, and I think that Slark thrives in this sort of situation where you can hit a hero over and over and over again. Abba, Omni, and the Bristleback, all Kesu heroes.
Issue is being able to properly achieve that when you get a Clockwork on the field as well. Clockwork can create a lot of space, and we're seeing YapzOr trying to be a bit of a pain in the butt to Biver, cut through the rear, and then try and cog so he hits both. Maybe not locking himself in with Pycat, that wasn't part of the plan, but Pycat burns his last bit of mana with the Battery Assault. Pycat's actually out too far. With no pounce available, he'll rely on the Shadow Word regeneration to stay alive. Keizu, the Quills, they started stacking up. Pycat went up to 3 on that. But it still wasn't enough to bring him down, but it does drag Seneko to the north.
It's almost nighttime. Seneko is level 2 and can start making things happen for them. However, this CMR is causing them a lot of issues. It's already level 3, so you see a lot of the lane pressure coming out. Mid 1 pretty much with near unlimited mana if he wants to spam enchant, and Bristleback also causing an issue, just constantly spraying Pycat with quill sprays, quill stacks.
They got to compete for this 4-minute rune on the top. Seneko's here just to stop mid 1 from grabbing it. And, well, with the help of Dendi, 4-minute rune doesn't actually come up on the north. It's an illusion down on the bottom, so they have to start retreating out mid one. Cops the breathe fire from Dendi. And he has no other choice but to send the bottle back to base.
Yep, just an illusion taken by General. No big deal for them. And yeah, mid one is very low. He does have an infused raindrop, but still one void plus one breathe fire could be enough to take him down. So he can't really farm at all, and looks like Dendi's still getting slightly the better of him in the mid lane.
Yeah.
We don't know if mid one has practiced this hero at all, too.
No.
I think the thing about Sunil, he's played it a decent amount, but for mid one,
Puppey just picks it and says, "This is meant to win the lane. Win the lane." That's simple. Slark with a little bit of a leash up on top. Keizu doesn't really have a lot of mana to work with. He's only got 3 stick charges. So that's not really enough to fight with. Yapsor's trying to prepare himself for the mid lane. If Dendi dives this feeling that mid one is low, Yapsor can get in behind and just get that cog burn. The Fissure helps them set up for it. So the battery assault and Dendi trapped in with mid one while being hit by the tier 1 tower. Dendi should fall here. Yapsor will claim the first blood. Snako, it's a little bit too late. They do have another totem stop if they can keep the stuns going, but Snako takes the trees. There goes your Fissure. Cogs off cooldown in 1 second time, but they're underneath the tower, trapped inside the cogs, and Yapsor will tank it and Snako will fall.
You question the synergy in between the clock, but it's working out quite well for them. DK struggles a lot versus Clockwork because he's not a natural 4-staff carrier, and Clockwork also does a lot of magic damage that DK struggles to mitigate.
What do you think about this type of build over on Keizu? Where the fact you've got a Crystal Maiden giving aura, but he also goes for a Soul Ring onto the Bristleback.
I think it's overkill, but you can also just get a Raindrop. But he clearly thinks Raindrop isn't enough, so going for the Magic Stick. The Magic Stick, or sorry, the Soul Ring does say that I think he's going to try and farm a lot, though, as opposed to fight early on. But I think if you farm Ancient Stacks and other Kimps a lot, you will have mana issues. So that's where I can see the Soul Ring being useful.
Bottom lane, a lot of movements coming down towards MP. He's just about to hit, in fact, he just does hit level 6, so if he does level up the Infest, guaranteed kill on this will be difficult. They need to chain their stuns as well, so silence perfectly. Not the best chain, and can he Infest? Yes, he can. They had to get it absolutely perfect.
He should have epicentered.
Yeah.
That was... I don't know if he had... Oh, okay, yeah, he had a Soul Ring. He definitely had enough mana.
Yep. Snako didn't actually have the silence. He went for the 2 points up in the void. Not an uncommon thing, but
yeah, the epicenter definitely should have come out. Life Stealer is not an easy hero to kill.
And now MP gets his life back from both Infest as well as the Salve. And Dendi, unsuccessful rotation. Mid one enjoyed that time. He had a double damage room with the catapult, beating into that mid tower. In fact, he's not really done yet.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Normally with the DK, he's the one that's meant to be chipping away at the tier 1 tower, but they've lost over half the life on that mid tier 1. And the catapult's still going. They haven't brought it down yet.
Yeah, that's devastating. Having your tower at like 400 HP.
Yeah, I'll take that holla dollar.
What'd I miss?
If I had $1 for every time It's a Disaster was played, I don't think I can... I don't know if I can play that globally myself. I think that would actually be a little bit rude. Dendi, Fissure, Echo, Frostbite, perfect control. And a very simple execution there for Team Secret. We've seen Epicenter be like such an amazing ability. Echo Slam.
Yeah, I was like,
such
what?
an amazing ability during Epicenter.
So smooth.
The different Epis. Pycat's again going to try to have a crack at Keizu, but Pycat, because he keeps attacking into the back, the Quill Spray stacks go through the roof, and he's not even level 6 yet. He still relies on the Shadow Word. As his creep wave's going to die under the tower, he's going to get to level 6, but Yapsor's here too. Level 5, Puppey, mid one's come in. He's got enough money for his Blink Dagger, but he hasn't purchased it yet. So the Clockwork Rocket, it reveals him. It sees absolutely everything. Mid one, the Fissure, it connects onto the Warlock. Yapsor just keeps going. He can Battery Assault and hold the Warlock in the tree line, while Keizu continues to beat into the tier 1 tower. The Nova gives them the vision onto Pycat. They know there's no real reason to go on him, not while Shadow Dance is available.
their game plan to tackle this Slark is working exceedingly well, and pressuring him at the get-go with the Bristleback and the Clockwork Ender, making this lane suffer immense amounts of pain. Slark and Warlock have barely anything on this top lane. They're going to sack their tower. Warlock can't pull. He is getting okay experience, but it's at the cost of Pycat. So much for your early dreams of Silver Edge.
Yeah. As Winter was saying, this hero just takes a little bit too long to farm up. Even if you do get that Silver Edge, it still takes you time. But with the clock being slowed so much, it's becoming almost impossible. And Pycat's having to jungle now. So mid 1 and Kezu. Like the top tower is gone. Kezu will be able to take that one. Mid 1 has his Blink Dagger. And you know, in 36 seconds, mid 1's going to kill somebody else. Because Echo Slam will come off cooldown. And then it's murder.
They need to get 6th on a Night Stalker. They need Darkness to buy them some more time. Or buy them some space away from this Earthshaker, who is dominating the map right now and has a ton of tower damage. That's not a hero that you expect to see a lot of tower damage on.
That's a fantastic Observer Ward. Just northwest of the Shrine. Sees General perfectly. They know there's some kind of gank being prepared.
And they see his Blink. That's why you gotta smoke.
Yep.
Well, not, yeah.
So big reveal, and this gives MP more freedom on the bottom lane. Because he can come closer towards Seneko, and in fact it looks like that's exactly what mid 1's thinking too. I said when the Echo Slam came off cooldown, he'd look for a kill. He now has a Haste Rune. Fissure to start with, Blink up, follow up Totem, and Open Wounds will slow down Seneko more than enough to get the kill. And then you do not have to commit your big ultimate, and what a nice guy. Mid 1 ensures that MP gets the last hit by just running away at the end. All about getting the armlet up and running.
He was silenced. He didn't need to tank up extra hits at the tower. It's inefficient for him. Well, Pycat and the rest of Navi itching to get a kill on the board. 4,000 gold lead for Secret as 2 towers have already fallen. Now, how are they going to stop this? Bristleback, who has had very little contest in the top lane. More importantly, how are they going to stop this Shaker?
Not certain. How do you stop both at the same time?
Well, maybe Epicenter into Rock is the way to do it.
The double scans come out. Both sides don't hit anything. They're probably still wondering what Puppey's doing, but Puppey's really happy with this. This slow-paced game, just able to continuously farm himself up.
Well, they have an Infest Bomb inside of Yapzor. 2 smokes ready on Puppey.
Delivery system is here.
Who cares about nighttime? Let's go.
Who cares about mid 1? They didn't catch him in the smoke. He's the only one not caught inside of this. But who do you go on? Seneko revealed himself on the bottom lane for a little bit. Pycat, Biva, and Dendi are all moving down to the bottom lane, so it looks like Kezu is going to become the bait. Seneko running over. He doesn't have an Observer Ward, but he's going to walk up the hill, puts down a sentry, and they don't see anybody else in close. Oh, quick hookshot. The Fissure is nice, but the Infest Pop Bomb is not enough. Seneko, no! He didn't get up the hill in time. He will still be able to reach the Shrine, which is triggered off by Dendi.
They're very scared of Sand King, but Sand King's actually up on the top lane. They ping him out, realizing they could have gone right there, but they were scared of the Fatal Bonds Warlock ultimate into Epicenter combo, which could have devastated them at this point, where they still have a solid enough lead that they did not need to go for such a risky play.
But they're going to fight bottom lane. Nice rune for Dendi to have before he's going to trigger Dragon Form. Actually, he triggered the Arcane Rune after Dragon Form. General, gonna let the Epicenter go. Burrow Strike 4, Bristleback taking most of the damage, and then in comes your Echo Slam with the Fissure. No, it was already thrown out. It was the initial stun. Kezu so low on life. Puppey creates a little bit of space, but they've lost the Life Stealer. They've lost the Bristleback. SK was the cost, but Puppey falling as well. 3 heroes down for Team Secret. Not the fight they wanted to have.
Lifestealer Pop raged so late that fight. Like, he was stunned for a bit, but then he turned on the Sand King, still not using his rage, and took way too much damage despite having his armlet on.
Is Navi forcing this issue too far now? They don't have the Golem. Yapzor, mid 1, can blink, gets the Fissure line. TP support's coming in. It's Warlock who got caught by the backline stun. So while Clockwork will fall, the rest of Team Secret are on their way. Biva will go down, but the 2 TPs out. Successful for Navi. The bottom tower also being brought down by the creep wave, so
to stunt Navi's growth, they did TP
back, so it was denied up by Team Secret.
Ideally, Secret out back to base. I believe they TP'd back to top shrine and realized that it wasn't up, just proceeded to farm neutrals. So they get the tower in response. Looks like Halberd will be coming out very early on from the Lifestealer. Not worrying about the damage. Pretty good versus Slark. Decent versus DK. However, he will be lacking on damage. He already lacks on damage versus a tanky hero like the Dragon Knight, and he has a hard time hitting the Slark. So looking to just be more utility and rely on Earthshaker and Bristle for damage. For the deeps.
Mr. Haste-Rune or Miss Haste-Rune Crystal Maiden. Yamsoul's looking for the line to hook, but he got his own creep wave. A little too far to the right. His target was definitely Dendi.
That creep was not his friend, Toby.
All of them were. He hit the middle of the creep wave. Literally smack, bang, plumb in the middle.
Well, his camera was probably in the wrong place because his spell spans multiple screens. It's a very common error for these very long-range spells. Oh. I guess that's actually the only one that you see. Hook, like Punch Hook is only like one screen.
Clockwork Hook.
It's mostly just... Oh, arrow happens too.
Mirana Arrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
But those two spells you'll see sometimes. There'll be a creep right next to them. You're like, wow, why did you not see that? Because he was looking somewhere else. He was looking at the target that he was trying to hit. Supposedly.
Oh.
Theoretically, that's what happened. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, we'll just say, didn't see it, it happened, move on. And Team Secret have done that. They're continuously farming up. Keizu now actually has completed up a Hood of Defiance to go with his Vanguard. Clockwork is approaching his Blade Mail.
Slark's loving this time off, though. After winning that fight on bottom, Navi have had a good amount of time to just my blade, and
my blade, and Naga. You gotta remember what Slark really yearns for.
He yearns for himself?
No, he learned Naga.
But you said
MP,
me.
Rage, Lifestealer needs to get this off, but the silence is lasting so damn long, and he gets back behind the tower, has to Rage to actually help dispel a Shadow Word on him. SK committed so heavily for that, but again, issues with killing off a Lifestealer result in Navi losing out with the initiation.
Well, Pycat wasn't there at all, so he's going to be very close to a Shadow Blade, and he is going for a first item Silver Edge.
Looks like Secret are going to try and force this. Their tier 2 tower is going to come under siege in a little bit, but they're making the most out of Keizu and keeping that catapult in the mid lane alive.
Yeah, Keizu just went full tank with the Vanguard.
They're actually going to Infest Bomb. The Earthshaker's coming up now. He's going to see Dendi. It's that Invis rune that sees all. Warlock or Dendi. Warlock has the Golem, so they start over on Dendi. Biver drops down the rock, should be able to hit 4 with the Fatal Bonds, actually only at the level 2. The Dragon Knight already down, the Golem to fall as well. Man, that thing does not last long.
Not a clean initiation by mid 1 there. He misses Enchant, and that allowed Dragon Knight to get a few of his spells off. Took
Maybe it's not the
more
worst
damage
thing in the world, because he burned his Dragon Form.
Yeah, you don't want to take extra damage though, because you want the siege to go on as long as possible, and that little bit of damage adds up. 5-man Fatal Bonds and into a few Breathe Fire. Yeah, you have earned for one person, but everyone else, they aren't going to be so fortunate. Still, they will beat on this T3 tower without the aid of Dondo to defend high ground, and 17 minutes in.
Without the rock, without the nighttime, yeah, Navi really do not want to be fighting here, and that's why General continuously pushed out the bottom lane. Pycat again just pisses off and goes towards the top lane. And they are going to back out a little bit.
This is the right thing for Slark to do.
Home.
Slark should focus on his own game. He needs Shadow Blade and more items to be able to do stuff. And from those fights, it would have mattered. Like maybe he could have scouted out the gank and prevented Dendi's death, but he's going to sacrifice a lot of his net worth, and the tower still would have fallen at the end. So I think it's way more important that he just AFK's farm at this point while he is still super, super weak. He's a little fishy.
He's not a big fish yet.
Nope.
Not a shark to throw a rock at.
He is not. His blade is but a wee dagger.
Maybe this will help. Double damage rune in the bottom river. Not scattered by Team Secret. They have no vision on this area of the map.
Ideally, he gets a big pick on a hero like Earthshaker. That is the dream.
Well, he managed to get a smoke break. Puppey just had one flown out to him, and Yapsaw, a quick rocket. They are ready for an Infest Bomb, and Pycat with a double damage rune is ready to fight. But mid 1 will also arrive. So Yapsaw, he hooks. hits Dendi. They need that jump to come nice and quick while the creep wave is still up, or maybe not. Dendi Dragon Form, he's losing his mana. General preps the epicenter, in they come with the upheaval. It'll be difficult for Secret to walk away. At the same time, Pycat arrives, still with the end of that double damage rune to go to work. Snipes out Puppey, the Crystal Maiden. And then they disengage, but again, rock being thrown down for... Is it enough of a reward every time that rock falls?
When you're behind like this, yes. I think it's important that they at least get... I think it's more so the rock and the epicenter and the dragon form. They were all committed for that fight.
Yeah.
They only got the Crystal Maiden. Yeah, I think you're right. It was not worth it after some reconsideration.
At the same time, I was expecting Team Secret just to blow Dendi up, and that didn't happen. Mid-1 was too far away to jump in and let the Echo Slam go.
Yeah, they need the Fissure to also deal with the Warlock. I also think that's one big benefit of Earthshaker is that long reach to stop at the upheaval, because that upheaval is generally very hard to stop, especially after Clockwork has committed his spells.
But in that case, when you structure the team fight, you're saying the Earthshaker will have to go in as the second wave. Blink in, Fissure, as opposed to being what we've seen him with the Echo Slam.
Usually you can just hit the Fissure on the Warlock. That's what you do. You normally start with Blink Echo, and then you can hit an enchant, and then you look around for a hero that you want to Fissure, and then you Fissure in that direction. Alternatively, you can like Fissure to block their melee heroes off, but ideally you hit the Sand King so he can't epicenter, you hit the Warlock so he doesn't get a good combination off after your main hero gets jumped. So...
Oh. Roshan now in favor of Team Secret. Aegir symbol into the hands of the Life Stealer.
That was easy.
Gonna give, yeah, it's no contest at all.
They have a lot of mid-game items. We see the drums already out on Puppies. We see the pipe and the Vanguard. And on top of that, we see the halberd. Yeah, so they have all these mid-game items. And Navi,
Snako, you're out way too far. The Fissure will hold him right in position. And Puppey takes the kill secure. Oh, yeah, saw the Great Wave was there. Third time lucky. Third time lucky for Yapso. If that creep wave wasn't there, he would have connected.
B1 with the creeps, man. Where would you be if you were a creep?
Well, let me guess. I spawn at the 1 minute mark and I move forward.
They have varying move speeds though, Toby.
Dragon Tail stun. Bristle back, connected to the creeps around him, which have now all gone. 17 one charges available for Kezu, so he can tank through this for a while. General gonna try and help out the epicenter. They're really just lacquering it on, but still they don't have the kill. The rock will fall. A little bit of space being created, but Dendi can't escape. Puppey lets the Crystal Nova go down. General, all of the help he tried to commit, achieves little to nothing. The only thing Navi get on the map is the kill with Pycat and Snako teaming up to find the Clockwork.
Pycat got a lot of damage on the bottom tower. Now he has the Silver Edge completed. So the game has, yeah, they're not dealing with the Bristleback, but maybe with the Silver Edge, now they can.
Pycat's gonna have to be such a hero though to do it.
Well, he has Rock to back him up. He has Epicenter to back up. There's no PKBs on the Secret side. They have the pipe to mitigate a lot of the damage, so they need physical damage output. And who gives physical damage output? Slark right now. Maybe DK a little bit later, but right now he's just absorbing most of the damage. And it looks like they might be going for 2 Silver Edges. I see the remnants of a Shadow Blade being built in the quick buy of Dragon Knight.
Yeah, maybe they do. I'm still wondering if they could all come together on the same page, because as you said, like Pycat's off doing his own little thing, farming out to his critical items, but to synergize the rock, to synergize the epicenter with Pycat's initiation, like he has to start with the Bristleback. If that Silver Edge doesn't connect, then it's not going to work. And he actually, okay, so he is going to be building a BKB as well as Echo Saber as his next ones. Nothing too unusual there. So here's your start. Silver Edge to break on the Bristleback. Support's coming in as the Earthshaker TPing to the tier 2 tower. He needs to get there really, really quick. And, well, Yule Scepter. They'll pick up Snako. So Silver Edge goes to work. You definitely see Kezu taking damage, but Snako as support is just not enough. He has to juke it around the tree lines 1 second until he can fly up and towards the air. And there he goes. Puppey's Nova should be able to reveal. Actually, no, they didn't have the Nova. So he'll TP out in the tree line, and Navi will not lose anything. Yeah, and they pat each other on the back here with a great applause.
They're finding some signs of life, though. This is good for them. They made the Bristle look very, very squishy. And that hero, without its Bristleback, is extremely susceptible to burst. The problem right now is that was in an isolated situation without the clock and without the shaker. Both of these heroes can't interrupt the burst, at least until the point where Kezu can regain the passive of his bristleback. So they need BKBs, so they don't have to worry about these two initiators counter-initiating or initiating on them.
That's going to take some time. Now Team Secret going to smoke up. Well, if Navi are the initiators, then yeah, you have to think about your counter-initiation. But when the smoke breaks, they understand the Biver is right next to the Ancients. He'll Fatal Bond up to the Ancients, so they won't be farming those anytime soon. But a kill is a kill. Dendi, lure trouble for him, hiding under the cover of the Shadow Amulet. They know exactly where he is. The question is, who has detection? Oh, okay, just hookshot in and drop 3 Sentry Wards to kill off Dendi. He's trying to armor toggle his way through, but it ain't gonna happen. Little bit of overkill, dropping 300 gold to get the kill on the Dragon Knight.
Better overcommit than undercommit. They went in, Toby. They went in. That's what matters.
And they're going to go for the tier 3 tower now.
This is bad. You need your Dragon Knight for this. Slark is not ready. Yeah, you can get this T2, but losing your T3 is very, very problematic.
And what do you want to do? You want to really come into this choke point. This plays into the hands of mid one. That level 2 Echo Slam is just waiting for a target. In general, Epicenter is up, Rock is up as well. Biv is going to start with the upheaval. Try to slow down Team Secret. If you wait another 6 seconds, however, Keizu will be able to go back in. And this time Navi is here as a full squad. There's no split push shenanigans. And it looks like Team Secret will back out with the expiry of the Aegis.
You're an expiry guy versus expiration? English is tough. 2 words mean exactly the same thing. You confuse me.
If you like, I can put an R on the end of it just to confuse everybody.
You already do.
Do I? Don't hear it.
You're used to it. I'm used to it too, I suppose.
MP, Navi is stalking. They're hunting. They go inside the pit. The Burrow Strike Clockwork did get the cogs up. The fissure creates a little bit of space. Meanwhile, MP battling against both Dendi as well as the Slark, but he stands his ground. And with the extra help coming in from Kezu, Navi may just have to disengage from this fight. They still have Warlock Rock up. That's why they'll feel confident to stay there and fight. But the stacks from Bristleback were starting to accrue.
Well, same for Pycat. He had 4 Essence Shift stacks that fight, and this could be quite nice for him if he doesn't die in the initial Echo Slam burst. I still do see a potential route for Navi to come back.
Yeah. There's definitely something there. You kind of just wonder, though, if Team Secret are going to give them the opportunity.
I would say that it's hard not to. Like, it's very hard to burst down a Slark, especially when there's a Warlock in the
top tower is beyond bait. Beyond bait. It's got 15 HP, and Pycat, he knows, he just wants to run in there and hit it once. Instead, it's a Nako getting caught out. Tries to take flight, but the Suns hold him in position. He'll hit the ground. And unlike a cat, he will hit only 2 legs and have the other 2 snapped off. Oh, hello! Pycat got it. Worth it, money worth it.
They need a gem on him. It's very important to have the gem so they can find the Earthshaker early on. If they kill the Shaker early on, I actually do not think they can kill the Slark. The Slark will kill everyone in the fight. So they need better reveal for him if they can, and I don't think there's a better way than the gem on Slark.
I don't know if there's anyone you really believe, because the second you see the gem, I'm fairly certain the Earthshaker is just going to blink and blow up the person who has the gem.
It's hard to blow up a Slark, though. That's the thing. You have to combo him perfectly. You have to not get counter-stunned. Well, I think with BKBs it is, but Earthshaker doesn't have a BKB. There's no guarantee that you're going to keep him stun lock before he presses his Shadow Dance button. It's dangerous.
Team Seeker is coming again for the mid-push. Maybe feeling a little bit wary. That bottom tier 2 tower is down to 90 HP. So it's not the dream for that, but the armor on the Bristleback is looking a lot better. Now he's got the casual plate mail. It's actually coming out in the courier, so it's the Perseverance also on the way. But Roshan could spawn up at any moment now. We're about to get the timer. The players will not know it's almost a max spawn time, however. Fortification triggered for the bottom lane. Mid one, Pycat just actually used his Dark Pact, but under the cover of the Silver Edge, he doesn't have detection of his own. They drop an extra sentry. They saw mid one come out. Now mid one, if he walks in range of this sentry, okay, it won't matter. They're out of range. They don't have vision themselves. Now mid one sees all three of them running and wonders himself if this was really a good idea.
That was very dangerous. They could have straight killed him in a Sand King stun. But Sand King being very patient, staying on the bottom side.
Slark's on the hunt again. Sentry ward for the Radiant side. Won't see anything because, again, there's no obs with it.
He's so close to his BKB. Okay, he has BKB. Maybe he can take the risk now.
Oh, here comes Kezu. Sees a Slark pounce away. Na'Vi are a full team here, so a team secret.
He can wrap around the back, though. I think with BKB, there's very little risk that he dies
potentially.
Early on in the fight.
That observe what they planted down before is going to give them really good vision for this fight, except Yapzor initiates in, isolating Dendi on the back lines. The rock will fall. It only actually catches the Earthshaker. Defensively, Yorsip is up while MP pops out of his chest, just like Alien. A good fissure, stopping Warlock. No upheaval control anymore, and Puppey from the low ground, just letting that freezing field go. It's not really doing enough. It slows down the rock, but as Pycat on the run, Shadow Dance has been committed. He has no mana to speak of. Dendi will successfully TP out, but the big man Pycat will fall. And with no buyback for 50 seconds, Team Secret more than likely will think about Roshan, but it's max spawn time for him. In fact, yeah, they're all TPing up there, but they'll have to wait. Pycat will respawn by the time Roshan is up.
Such a great team fight coming up from Secret. Yapzor with the uphill hook shot onto the Warlock, take him out of the fight. And then the loaded orb onto the Earthshaker, it casts a Burrow Strike, so Earthshaker actually got pushed forward by that. So that pushed him out of the race, the Slark with the BKB, and that saved the fight for Secret.
And big advantage now to be had by Team Secret. The experience graph will continue spiraling upwards, and while Na'Vi did manage to almost flatline it, a little bit of a wavy flat line, but close to a flat line as you can get for the goal gain.
Wavy flat line.
Yep.
Do you hear yourself, Toby?
It's a thing, all right? I don't know exactly the best way to describe that. Hook shot up, and Warlock trapped out this fight. The perfect initiation in as well from the Earthshaker. So on two different fronts, Team Secret will fight this, and maybe there was two fronts too many. Pycat able to get inside the Shadow Dance. They bring down the Earthshaker, but now Dendi trapped outside the base. 15 one-charger. General's going to bring in the epicenter. Needs good damage. It's a nice Burrow Strike in the back lines, catching the Crystal Maiden. One charge will give them the life to fight this, but again, they broke the Crystal Bank. He has to be freed. The Lotus Orb trying to protect him for the moment, while Puppey, he'll create a perimeter of his own. A quick blink up. General not taking damage from the bristle, so he's able to use that blink dagger, but in they come again. Everyone from Team Secret, they're fatally bonded together, but they will work as a team to bring down Pycat.
What was Pycat doing there?
He
walked back into the freezing field and then got isolated 1v4.
Yes.
Maybe he's like, oh my god, I have stacks, guys.
Just like the wavy flatline is a thing.
I think he just proved my point.
Maybe.
That was dubious.
Well, here's your push into the mid. The top lane was already pressured as well, but Chaotic Offering just comes off cooldown. He's already used his Fatal Bonds. General, that's a long way in. That's one way to get the Lifestealer in closer. Late Lotus Orb pushing him into the tier 4 towers. Maybe not exactly what you want to do. General is down. Here comes your hookshot. It's creating space for MP, but the rock will fall down as well. There's no Fatal Bonds. It was on cooldown for 5 seconds time, but you did get the stun in, which brought down Lifestealer. And the tier 3 tower takes its turn. And that means you open up the shrines.
And open up Roshan. However, the Lifestealer is dead.
Yeah, makes it hard.
Ooh,
Kezu gets a perfect regeneration rune.
I'm surprised Earthshaker doesn't go for BKB. Ghost Scepter. I guess it depends on who he thinks going on him. I guess BKB is also still very good versus the Slark, so you can't get leash in place. But Pycat has not been able to do that much work with his first 2 BKB charges. Those are the big ones, a 10-second and a 9-second one.
And life's going to get harder for him. Clockwork just finished up the second halberd for the team, I believe. So they got one on both MP, and now there's one on Yapzor, and Yapzor will always be in range. Hooking in nice and deep.
That sounded wrong.
It's not wrong.
Well,
don't you purge this moment?
The wavy flatline has now ascended towards 10,000 net worth lead.
It has. You could say it was a steep hill. Roshan is starting to fall very, very quickly. And with the death of General, Mid One was able to find him. Now, Echo Slam was committed for that kill.
You don't fight without your epicenter, though. There's no way you win the fight without it.
Now you're doing it.
What?
Oh, you mean the epicenter? Or that? Okay.
I was actually talking about epicenter.
I thought you mean like, don't fight without your Echo Slam. Don't mean to be contagious.
For a wavy flatline, if someone's like dying in their heart rate monitor, is that a wavy flatline?
I would say so, but that one will be that'll be a blip line, wouldn't it?
Blip line?
Yeah.
These lines are foreign to me.
Mid One, he found the target. Sentry's down, a quick little pop-up. Mid One, the fissure, it connects, so does the hook shot, and they trap him in another Sentry Ward. Pycat will trigger the BKB. He doesn't really want to keep hitting Yapster. He wants to try and get out of these bloody cogs. And here comes Mid One. TP support is on the way. He's hiding inside the Silver Red, the Shadow Blade for the moment. With the gem, there's nowhere Pycat can hide, so they stomp him down, punch him up, but the Burrow Strike from General. Space is being created. Biffa, still no ultimate. He can at least connect them with Fatal Bonds, but it won't matter if Pycat's not there to do any kind of damage. And Puppey, like a real Crystal Maiden, lets the entire thing go. Yeah, Epicenter, they're going in. That is a gem. They got the gem stolen to the hands of Seneko now. Lost.
Did you see
by
how
a very
well
dead Earthshaker.
Yapsor controlled Pycat so amazingly well that fight. Like, even during the BKB, he had the Blade Mill. After the BKB, he disarmed him. He just made it look so easy. Like, Clockwork is, like, he doesn't have a 4-stab. He doesn't have a blink. He chased down this super mobile Slark.
Oh, they got
the 8 of his team.
Puppey, move to the side. Move to the side. He's waiting. Frostbite. Yapsor has the hook shot available. And here he goes. Puppey moves up. The cogs traps Seneko in. And you're locked in here with Yapsor. That the smug look of a Muppet. Alright. Top lane maneuver. Slark already opens up over in the lifesteal, just breaks him up a little bit. With the Aegis Immortal, there's not a lot he's really achieving from this apart from just saying hello.
It's really hard without the Echo to get a lot of stacks off. I realized that in that particular instance, like, he doesn't have Echo, and he only got 3 stacks from that. Normally you get a lot more, and you would threaten the lifestealer to use more cooldowns, but
he had to go the Silver Edge as his first item after the BKB, or vice versa.
You could have not gone for BKB.
Could have.
I think Slark can get away with it. He did need to Echo. He hasn't been having enough damage. That's the thing about building BKB. What if you don't have enough damage? Then by the time you get damage, you have like 5-second BKB.
Oh, Pycat knows he's visible. The gem is back on top of Mid One.
It's okay.
It was the Observer Ward that was slowing him down. That's why he knew he was visible. And now Mid One can also see the dire Observer Ward. They'll give it to Kezu. Meanwhile, MP Solo takes a shrine.
Easy shrine.
This does seem like one of those games now where Secret, they just go through the motions and don't screw up.
They're very good at that, actually.
Oh, nice fissure.
I think.
You also have to follow up. This will get Puppey in range so he can go for the Frostbite. They don't have another fissure, so Piva will be able to get this upheaval off for a long duration. Kezu, you can see him wanting to move forward. An upheaval has to be cancelled by Biver and back up.
25-second cooldown on that. Time to go.
Yep. Rock is still up, so is Fatal Bond, so Team Secret could be careful about getting a little too close. But then again, the damage speed, they pump out into the tier 3 tower Navi. By the time they really react to this, there's nothing more to be had. Now the Fatal Bonds, it connects over on 3. So MP, all this damage is being split now between Yapsor as well as Kezu. And he stands his ground. The BKB from DK, the upheaval. MP just wants to run away. Remember, he's got the Aegis Immortal, and they've got the Echo Slam still itching from Mid One. But Navi, They grouped up for half a second, which made it look like that may be the opportunity, but they want Pycat. That's who mid one's really waiting for. Play the back line, let MP and Kezu do the front line work. The melee ranks will be brought down by the Lifestealer. And here's your hook shot. They actually isolated the rock. Or will they? No, it comes down in time. Viva forced up back out. Pycat locked inside with Yapsor. But again, Pycat, he's done so much damage to himself in this early stage. They need more. Mid one, the Echo Slam, minimal effectiveness. He needs to get the fissure off as well. Get some extra stuns, get some extra control time. They don't really have it from just that fissure. But the damage output from just the two frontliners, MP and Kezu, have done so much work.
Hook shot after hook shot makes it look homing from Yapsor. Just able to find Beaver all the time.
And Kezu's going for more. Pycat, Dark Pact, he'll trigger it now and get back into safety.
Is GG, dude.
It really does feel that way.
Well, Navi still yet to claim a game in this tournament. This game, I would say, looked actually fairly okay for them.
It's a fight time. General has the Aghanim Scepter. He wants the perfect line stun. MP's going to come in.
Dude, these halberds are obnoxious. BKB on DK was used right after the halberd, and he was useless.
Oh, the Burrow Strike is nice on the Lifestealer as well as Crystal Maiden, but doesn't even matter. Mid one's controlling General outside the base. Maybe if they can kill off Kezu, but he has cheese. He's just able to pop that, get all of his life back again. So while General's playing around with one, is Secret, who are playing around with the slipperiest little fish of all. Pycat runs past the edges, even aggroes them, and Team Secret know they want to win this game. They just go down through mid. Or they can continue to chase Pycat, which looks to be what they're doing. Okay, the line is drawn. The line is drawn from Lifestealer. Let's go through bottom lane and end this.
Pycat might get a
He's got 37 essence shifted. He can fight MP pretty damn well until he gets disarmed. And then stunned.
Baited.
And then watched. And then killed. And that is a good meal for Secret.
That's when he GG out.
Pycat dead for a minute.
They got put to Slug just got outplayed so many times. These halberds though are just game winning though. They've limited so much of the damage output. I think Stark's done a lot of damage this game, but imagine how much damage he could have done if he didn't get disarmed at every turn and didn't have to pop BKB super early. And you're right, yeah, he probably had to get BKB before an Echo because of these halberds. Like, halberds are just insanely good versus heroes that don't do anything when they're disarmed. There's some heroes that can, like, let's say Bristleback, like if he gets disarmed, that's fine.
Yeah, because he just keeps cool spraying.
Yeah, and then Earthshaker, if he gets disarmed, whatever, no big deal. You can still stun lock people for a lot of time. Lifestealer, not so useful, but he doesn't have to BKB. He has a much more expendable cooldown in the Rage. But now it's going to take a miracle of a team fight for Navi. They're going to have to hit a Wombo combo to end all Wombo combos.
I like how mid one's even playing this. He's keeping the BKB in his backpack because he wants the movement speed that comes in from the face boots. I don't know if he really needs to do that when he's switching the TP and the bottle around. That's the other thing he's moving up and down. But he just found himself an arcane rune on the Earthshaker. I'm actually really waiting for the next Roshan.
It looks like it.
That's a lot of safety, but safety first is never a bad thing. Multiple layers of protection.
You could get into that snowballing situation where Stark has like 70 essence shift sacks and then it just ends the game, which has happened before.
Oh,
Faceless has done it.
Who's got the gem? It's still over on mid one. Pycat is not close enough just yet.
I just don't think he's going to be able to get that many
he just started farming in front of Yapsor. Yapsor actually Shivers and goes towards the top lane. No TP down, not for Seneko. So you can say goodbye to the Night Stalker, also dead with no buyback available. And they're coming. They're coming for the end. Screw Roshan. He's still got another 25 seconds before he's up.
Dude, my MVP for this game is Yapsor for sure. He like ruined Dendi's early game a couple of times. He found the Warlock almost every single time in the team fight. And he also controlled Stark in the late game, where it's fairly difficult to control him when you don't have that many items. But he made this look easy. He's actually fairly close to Stark in terms of net worth, I suppose. But yeah, Navi, they don't really have much fight left.
Hook shots up again. Kezu's blocking his line towards Biver. Dendi trying to initiate down towards MP, but oh, they're just waiting and trying to man-mode it. The Abyssal Blade used over on the Slark. They've almost got him down with a Frostbite. They actually had enough control to kill him. And Puppey let it go on top of Dendi, his former teammate. Maybe with a Burrow Strike and Epicenter from General. No, Puppey, under the protection of his own PKB, just kills him off. And that is the game, at least game one. But it ain't over yet for Na'Vi. It might actually be over as far as this series, as far as the tournament goes. But Team Secret have one more game to try and take off them in this best of 3.
Na'Vi can still win out in the series. It's not impossible.
It's not impossible, but it's a very rough road. Because if they lose this, they go 0-3, which would require them, OG to lose all their remaining games, and Liquid to potentially lose all their remaining games as well, I believe. Yeah. OG and Liquid actually have to lose all their remaining games, and Na'Vi would have to win their last one.
Na'Vi could go 2-2.
Na'Vi are actually playing up against Liquid, so they may actually force that situation themselves, or have it in their hands.
But they have to win the series, I think.
If they win their series and then they win against Team Liquid, yes, they are in the top.
So there's still a chance.
Potentially. Actually, technically, then they would draw for OG if OG won their series. Possibly.
I'm sure someone else has figured it out.
Yeah, someone can do the math. You know, this is the reason why we have...
He really punishes Warlock in laning phase.
Not only in the laning phase, even team fights.
Team fights too, yeah.
You can focus the Warlock, find him with the Rocket Flare, and just hook him and kill him. Just very difficult for Warlock to play. And if you're playing Warlock as a 5, it's going to take you some time before you can actually come up with a force staff to deal with the clockwork.
Clock CM again? There's no real reason perhaps not to, I don't know.
Definitely a possibility.
So it's good because you leave that clock pick kind of open. You don't know if it's off lane or support.
Or clock SF, like those are like two very standard openings with clockwork.
You can see a smile on Yapsor's face.
These two are grinning right now.
I'd be smiling if I got that hero again after what a performance it was from Yapsor.
Yeah. Parker actually looked it up. What was it? 12,000 rocket damage,
flash, yeah.
And so he did 20,000 damage with just his abilities. And oh my!
That's a switch up. That's a combo for clockwork. So we might see actually maybe a clockwork on a core position this time. Maybe.
I'm actually like, I feel AA is so much stronger now with the buff he received. That level 1 cold feet is so much more powerful with a 2-second stun instead of 1.25s.
Puppey likes to play the hero a lot.
He does. He used to go for this max Ice Vortex build. I don't know if he's still going to do that. Amplifies up all the magic damage, and it's just really good for the scouting, the vision control. So.
Yeah.
Oh, Bat Rider is actually going to be very annoying for AA.
Yeah. I think this is a great approach already coming out though. Getting General his best hero. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, when was I mean I don't even remember the last time I actually saw AA.
I think NP picked it. No, recently NP
picked it. AA Void game, right?
There was an AA Void game.
Yeah, NP picked it.
With like they had Queen of Pain, AA, Tree and Protector.
And he
it was at Zotek. They won with it.
That's right. That's right.
And he went Rod of Atos.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good build. Atos plus. What happened? They all turned left. That surprised me for because everyone turned left like someone like fell or something out of a chair.
Have a look. Troll still as being a. Is that the? That's not the first time Na'Vi have banned it, is it? No, they
banned it the last game.
That was their first. One of their first 2 bans.
Yeah, same bans as the last game. Like Lifestealer is a different one, but this is because they have a Bat Rider this time. So Lifestealer is very good versus Bat Rider in the laning phase.
Interesting, and of course previously Secret did take that Bat Rider away from General. This time Na'Vi will get it.
Yep, and Secret banned out the Lone Druid. They are like kind of thinking that Warlock plus Bat Rider, they got catch and they got team fight, so they need someone to hit the towers after they get a pick off. Lone Druid will fit that criteria pretty well. Lone Druid like Venge Luna, any tower sieger would be good with Bat and Warlock. I think out of the 2 openings, I prefer the Bat Rider plus Warlock. I think it has much more options that you have, and it's much more solid.
Flexibility?
Yeah, flexibility.
And there goes Quap.
I like the Queen of Pain ban. Since they have AA, they're already lacking a bit of lockdown, so Clockwork and AA, but...
Oh, the Bat Rider counter.
The hunting.
Oh, Ogre plus Bat Rider.
That was an instant Ogre.
Yeah, Ogre,
So,
Bat Rider.
Pressuring lane, probably, right? The duo, the Ogre,
So we're
Bat
back
Rider
to Boston,
potential.
boys. Ogre, Bat Rider, Warlock.
The Bloodlusted Ogre in laning phase is pretty intimidating. Sticky Napalm, you can, and with Firefly, you can just run people down with the movement speed.
Bloodlust Golem.
Bloodlust Golem.
Probably going to be seeing maybe even one of those agi mids, because you don't want to be picking like Int Hero versus the Nyx Assassin so much. Get some Ogre Sniper coming back.
You definitely want those kind of heroes to use the Bloodlust, like someone that can use the Bloodlust to do damage, farm, and etc. Warlock, Ogre, Bat Rider.
You think the Nyx is the support though, right? Or do you think it's the offlane in this time?
Probably. Actually, which one do I prefer? I probably prefer Clockwork on support.
You think so? Even with like AA versus like Bat Rider? I think the Nyx helps the lane a bit more versus Bat, but...
The Clock AA have some nice synergy like as a support hero because you cogs into the cold
Easier
feed.
to kill.
Yeah.
But
the Nyx stun into cold feed's not...
Gosh.
That's
Look
also there.
at what Navi have. They have a very solid lineup already.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Juggernaut against the Nyx.
Juggernaut, yeah, Clockwork or Nyx is going to be pretty decent.
And Secret has some, like, what I call a gimmicky lineup. Like, they have 2 global spells, Ice Blast plus Sunstrike, and they have 2 heroes that can set up. So technically, the way they are thinking about the game is, well, we want to use those 2 spells as much as we can to pick off heroes, run around, split the map. And Navi is more or less going to be 5-manning together a lot with the Warlock Juggernaut.
Yeah, they have these like... Secret has this like low cooldown kind of global pickoff, like you're mentioning. Well... You know, they're playing versus Warlock.
They are not,
sounds cool.
It sounds cool, but they're not going to be able to defend the towers early unless they do really well in the lanes. But I would actually favor Navi's lanes more now because they have the Ogre Warlock.
I'm just saying it's a sexy sentence. Low cooldown global pickoff. And that just sounds like it's going to do some damage. Yeah.
It's fun. It's fun to play, you know. Imagine if you are the support Warlock, you just get hit by a Sunstruck and
boom.
There's Rocket Flare and there's Ice Blast and you just die. You're like, I'm just gonna be out of this game now. If you get to that point, it means that Secret has done so much in the laning phase and they are very far ahead.
Okay, it's gonna be a very testing laning phase for Secret should they want to come online.
It'll be really fun if they win the lane. Then they can just snipe someone from far away.
Miles away.
Yeah.
It does feel like Secret are playing with some confidence with this draft. Like they're maybe not treating it 100% seriously in some ways. Obviously, there's a lot at stake. It's very important to win, but I think they're showing they don't have to reveal everything against Navi because the first 2 pick on the AA, even the Invoker pick feels like they're kind of going all in on this pick-off strategy, something they didn't have to pick this early on. They could have saved it for their last pick. And we'll see just how that works out for them.
So Dendi Puck? So it's mostly a single core jug, but he has the amplify from the Ogre. They get a Void.
Three heroes to set up for the Ice Blast and Sunstrikes. They have a very clear strategy in mind.
They have a bit of a greedy draft on the side of Secret. They take some time to kind of get online.
I think Secret might be...
The umming and ahhing is so obvious.
I know what Winter is thinking. He likes Navi's draft better, but he also he doesn't like Navi as a team. You know, I mean, obviously Navi's a good team, but he knows Secret are.
He knows me. He knows me.
He doesn't want to say Navi, even though he's thinking they have the better draft. I think that's what a lot of us are probably thinking right now.
They have a more like normal-looking draft, just straight up on paper.
And the other side has like a arrogant draft. Like last game was easy, and we're just gonna drop whatever and win.
It's confident, it's cocky. I like it. Secret.
I'm going Secret.
Yeah, I got this.
I like it.
You're giving it to them. Can you give me the sentence one more time? I want to close my eyes. I want to hear it.
I actually want Secret to lose this game.
You want Secret to lose this game?
Yeah, because they are not respecting their opponents. I think you should always respect your opponents.
Okay, there you go. That is a perfect bombshell to leave it on.
Damn.
The Des think Secret may have thrown the gauntlet a little too far away from home, and now we see if Navi can get their first win under their belt. And I mean win in a series. This is by no means going to be finished if Navi pick this win up. Still, your casters are ready. Let's see if that arrogance is rewarded as Secret take on Navi for the second time.
Yes, is arrogance the name of the game? Will it be the cocky cocks?
Isn't that Puppey's specialty, throwing down the gauntlet?
Yeah. It's always been his way. He's just like, you know what, I'm going to pick what I know is right, that I know is going to win, and I don't care about the meta. I make the meta. That's the way Puppey always drafted, always played, no matter what. Like, even when he had troubles at, like, that TI3, I think, was when Navi got knocked out in the group stages, when that was actually still possible. And it was just because, like Mirana arrows, the team kept getting hit by it, and his solution was, team should just stop running into Mirana arrows. I remember he said that to me while we were chilling and watching the game. He's just like, yeah, I'm not going to ban the Mirana. We just got to stop running into the arrows and we're good. So, yeah. Well, definitely some cocky play coming out from Team Secret.
Hubris is a downfall of man.
Wise. I thought that I only get that from L Deep. Didn't realize that's starting to rub off on you, Malini. Or are you the real quote person? Are you the secret? Are you the master behind L Deep?
I call Charlie Chardeep. He inspired me in the worldly ways. Pride is one of the 7 sins, Toby. This draft is, I would say, clearly a little up in your face. Like, yeah, I would say disrespectful is the right way to put it, as Winter said.
At the same time, though, if Navi aren't going to pressure him, it seems to be a really smart draft. Like, you got to really get some good counters in there. You're going to trust Yapsaw to do exactly what he did in game number 1. You've got the counter in the Nyx Assassin against the Bat Rider, and then you've got this big combination. MP just Chronos 1, the Ice Blast connects, or whatever's going to connect, and combine it up with the Sunstrike from mid 1. So, all in all, the synergy is correct.
The synergy is correct, but the way they approached it was just awkward. First phase AA, who picks AA at this tournament? Nobody yet. And then you have the Invoker before you see the mid matchup very early on in the draft, who can get punished. Yapzor has 2 stacks, 3 stacks. He's getting a lot of stacks. You also have a safe lane Faceless Void, which is all right, but they're going for, I would say, a fairly one-dimensional lineup that requires a lot of farm and a lot of comboing inside of Faceless Void ulti and Clockwork Hookshot, which are not easy spells to pull off. It's not like Blink Lasso.
You're right. General should have a lot better time, especially when Biver is down here giving him extra support. So he's trying to make sure that General has a better lane. Now, Team Secret can start turning this around once they all have sticks. Right now, it's only Puppey and MP who have stick charges. Kezu going to end up surviving on the top lane. He also felt pretty confident enough to go for the Impale over having the Spike Carapace, just in case.
You don't want Carapace in it.
Yeah, actually up against the Juggernaut, that's not going to help you, is it?
Nope.
You actually wonder if it's worthwhile Snako after Shadowwork getting up. Is it worth getting upheaval? Slowing down the Nyx Assassin so Pykick can get a full spin and attack in?
Doubt it. But might be, like normally you dump Shadow Word on him before and then he could just Carapace and stop the upheaval if he's scared about it. But he did pick up the upheaval at level 2 and it could potentially see a kill over here if he uses the Carapace prematurely. So
you start with the upheaval to get the spin, then follow up with the Shadow Word. That's one way to do it.
That's tough to pull off. And if Kezu is smart enough to get a TP, then he shouldn't die.
Real trouble on bottom lane. General's diving it right underneath the tower. He doesn't have Time Walk available. Biver, as the Ogre Magi will end up spilling first blood, and Puppey had nothing to really help out with. He went chilling touch level 1. There's no Vortex, there's no Cold Feet, there's no punishment for diving underneath the tier 1 tower.
He's also an AA.
He's also an AA.
It doesn't matter what he's skilled up. It's still awful at level 1.
And Yapso was missing. He went up to pick up the 2-minute bounty rune from the bot lane.
Maybe a Sunstrike could have helped out. I think if he connected on the Bat Rider might have died. But now we saw the General is out of mana though. No clarities, no shrine, no stick charges, so he's done. He's done for in lane. That's not bad. You trade first blood for 2 of the opponents being useless for 2 minutes. So I would say that's acceptable. It's not great, especially when you have 3 heroes down here, but when you have a Void and AA in the lane, I think you take what you can get, which is not completely getting run over.
He's going at it again. Are you going to go with the Cold Feet this time around? MP jumping forward, the Cogs burn is pushing far enough. No, it doesn't. The Cold Feet will trigger. And that General's got nothing to do.
That's a kind of cool combo. But on the flip side, Ogre gets mana back and can ferry over some clarities to use on the Bat Rider if he needs be.
He just TP'd in and didn't actually get any of the clarities.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a tough spot for General right now. He can't really do that much.
Oh, mid 1.
Dendi's doing very well.
Jump. He's got a lot of life on him in mid 1. Down to 100. He's got 3 1 charges up his sleeve, so mid 1 isn't easy to kill. And Dendy knows if he wants to commit for this, he'll have to go in deep. So the 3-1 charges, mid one, goes Invis, Yapsor rotating over Dendy. He's got mana for an orb, but if Yapsor can burn this, which he can do so, Dendy gets pushed back under the tower, but he has just enough for the orb. Sneaky, sneaky clockwork.
Normally, when you go to walking lane, you're like, oh god,
Wait,
it's just 200 my mana.
There's no observer, but I think they scattered it out, so Yapsor, he's going to find Snake, starts the battery assault. Kezu, he's going to mango charge if he wants to use it, but he'll actually just bring him in range. Careful with that many people inside of Cogs, however. Snakeo's going to have to Shadow Word himself up, but they can lock him in position. Then the Sunstrike from Invoker can come in. No! It pushed him out.
Just use your mango, Kezu.
He really didn't want to. He actually had the mana at the end of it all.
Yapsor's good, but he's not that good.
Need a little bit of help, but it's cheaper now. Mangoes became more affordable.
The thing is,
Tropic season.
You would have gotten your gold back because you kill a hero, and you get experience. So it's a no-brainer. If you needed to get a kill, you just use it. But they spent a lot of the battery assault outside of the area that they needed to be in with the
they're going again bottom lane.
This combo is pretty strong, though.
The Sunstrike's not in the right position. Okay, maybe it was. It just clipped him on the edge. And General starts his run away. Yamsor's still too far out in general, with the sticky napalm stacks quite high on the Team Secret players. They definitely do not want to keep fighting into a Batrider with Firefly up.
I've been clamoring for a General Batrider all day. That's his best hero.
Yep. And he's had a pretty good start, 22 for 3. Keeping the Faceless Void down at 13 for 4. Meanwhile, the offlane, Kezu's got 4-1 CS against Pycat, who's heavy on the denies, 31-22 on the Juggernaut.
Yeah, Juggernaut's doing very well.
They're going again.
Way higher now.
Fatal Bonds. Kezu just starts up his TP, not even going to spike Carapace before he does it. Goes all the way back to base and then triggers the Carapace.
Yep, pretty good. TP out, there's nothing they can do. Especially when Ogre has constantly parked himself in the bottom lane. But they're focusing on the Batrider, which I think is very important to do, because Puck has a good lane, Juggernaut has a good lane. Yeah, they didn't get the kill, but he's still farming fantastically.
Going up to MP, time dilation to start with. He's still got the Time Walk available, repairing a lot of damage, and Yamsor's come through the rear, and they are fully going on to General. The Sunstrike is not in the right position. They needed that to work to kill him off.
He might get stuck in the trees, though.
He may. Yapsor move to the perfect spot. He's actually caught both Biver as well as General inside the cogs. Yapsor, God. To the tree lines you can go, Biver. MP looking for a time lock. Puppey will help him out. But now with the extra movement speed, cogs off cooldown in half a second time, but Biver gets back to the tower.
Yeah, Yapsor's such a player here. Also, the MP picking at 1 point in the time dilation worked out really well. I see a lot of Voids go 2-0-2, but in this sort of lane, when your first Batrider can't cast Napalm on you, he's not that much of a threat. And there's no way he can get rid of the time dilation this early in the game. Normally it's like BKB, Yules, Lotus, but none of the options here.
Shrine time for Team Secret. 3 of them together, as they're all very low. Danny's just been having a real good time in the mid lane with the harassment he's got out.
Oh, Juggernaut's coming down to the bottom lane. He has TP'd, and it could be a bloodbath.
If they can keep the control going, but you don't have Lasso yet. And you can see Biver, he was starting off with a Fire Blast, and all of the Omnislash, it goes into Yapsor. So Yapsor reveals the rotation to Pycat. Yes, he gets a kill, but you may still be okay with that.
No.
Actually, no, you lost the T1 tower too.
You haven't lost it, but it's going to force a lot of rotations out.
They're TPing in. General scouts it out. Yapsor straight back again. Mid one does have the level 4 Sunstrike, and he's got it invoked as well. So 287 damage. He's just itching to pop. And General may be the target. Battery assault to begin. Needs to lock him inside the cogs. Careful of him actually just being pushed back out of it. But there's your time dilation. And now the Sunstrike. No, did he? No, he actually connected. Little bit off target. But the Chronosphere works so well. Now mid one's in trouble. Can he actually invoke up? No, he can't. Silenced up by Dendi. A quick tornado. But it's the last thing he does before death. Pycat. Fast. And works with Dendi's Stream Coil.
Yeah, excellent play from Pycat. Pycat rotating around. This is much different. A lot of the times we just see Pycat get crushed in lane and have to recover. This game, he is the aggressor. He's the highest net worth hero, and he's making it seem like he's the highest net worth hero. Just destroying Clockwork in the bottom, stunting his growth, limiting his level 6 timing, pressuring mid tower, and getting a kill.
Yep. Wait, is Dendi going to lose vision? Quick rocket? No, he doesn't. Dendi finds the kill. The creep wave was still giving him enough. You know what this actually reminds me of? Like, one is what Pycat wanted to do with the Slark game, but hasn't. But the rotation almost feels very similar to what MMY did at TI. With this heavy movement, except he ran that as a support hero. This time around, the Juggernaut's got a lot more farm, so it's a lot more potent when he arrives in the lanes.
Yeah, he's doing very well. I like this play from him. He's like spinning in on mid too, and mid one is not having the time of his life, and it will be a very late minus.
Oh, they dust. Dendi felt something was wrong. They go for the lasso. Yapsaw still on his way. Kezu starts up the TP, but Dendi has enough damage. Throwing the orb out, they find the kill, and General would like more. Yapsaw with no defensive cogs available has to just keep running himself away. There's no Dream Corp for Dendi, but maybe he can orb and get in front of Yapsaw. 4 sticky napalm stacks, but Firefly wears off. Yapsaw back under the safety of his tier 1 tower, has cogs up and running. Here comes your first little orb jump, and he's silenced. He cannot respond to this, even with the stick charges. There was no TP from the Nyx Assassin, because actually Kezu, did he cancel his TP?
I am not sure. Oh no,
it's from before. Out, yeah, it's from before. I'm like, it's on cooldown going out, but check the timer of it, and yeah.
Well, Navi giving Secret a good run for their money as they climb ahead in this early game, and everyone's still very poor on Team Secret. Void is doing okay, but he's going for the team fight item Vlad's first.
Mid lane, Kezu runs in with Vendetta, hits the perfect stun. Pycat will start his spin. Kezu can't get the body block off, but double TP supports in. Warlock will cancel his. Biver completes his own. And top lane, Dendi is just everywhere. Battery assault will begin. Dendi has phase shift up and running, but they just chrono. Sunstrike's on the money. Snako tried to slow it up, and Puck maybe enough life. Dendi looking for the orb away. MP wants to keep up. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. A time lock first hit on Snako, that'll help. And third hit, that'll also help. No, on the 6th hit, no, not going to happen.
That's bad. Used Chrono, didn't get a kill. Used Vendetta, didn't get a kill. He used Meteor because it looked like he wanted to save Sunstrike for that particular moment, but Sunstrike would have not been mitigated at all by the Blade Fury, and potentially would have led to the Pycat kill. So Navi, they still are in the lead, and they have Warlock Ultimate up and have not used that yet, so let's see if they can get a bigger edge with these ultimates. They still have a little bit of time before AA Ultimate does come up, and this could potentially change a lot because you can't stick, you can't Healing Ward, you can't Bottle, you can't Shadow Ward. There's a fair amount, even the innate regeneration on a hero like Ogre Magi will suffer a lot when Ice Blast comes out. They also need level 6 on Clock. Clock was level 4 like 5-6 minutes ago when Pycat rotated down.
They're smoke fighting. Dendi, Biver, and Snako smoke up behind the T1 tower. Here comes your Ice Blast. Bat Rider won't survive this one. Puppey will connect. So the smoke rotation, which originally was drawn to go deeper inside the jungle, is looking to gank up mid one. The Observe Ward got a quick glimpse of mid one, who now goes back into the lane.
And is dead.
Yeah. Walks out to the stun. Snako has rocks. If they really want to try and defend this, then Navi would still have the superior team fight. But thanks to this kill, they'll take the tier 1 tower in mid. Fantastic stuff for Navi, especially for Dendi as well as Pycat.
Pycat might go for a kill on the MP. Oh, wow. That
Absolutely still here. MP's turning.
That Omni Slash is so little.
And now Pycat might be dead. He can't get outside the cogs. Case is going to bring an extra stun. Even Mana Burn and Spike Carapace is available. The Ice Blast will fly up. It chills onto the Ogre Magi, so he's lost his ability to regenerate. But there's no follow-up damage. Dendi was in the neighborhood. He ain't going to go for this either. MP jumps up looking for the time lock.
He has Arcane Rune on Dendi. This could be scary for Secret.
Does he want to turn? They got Dream Call available. Kezu is on the front lines. Now last time, they thought they saw him. The Sunstrike committed. Ogre Magi will fall.
That was terribly slow reaction by Dendi. I think he could have unloaded his spells and at least maybe threatened a return kill on one of the heroes. But anyway, Arcane Wind just very little loss, but now he will have his ultimate up for MP.
And they got the Rock. They start the Rock. It's only on MP, but MP is enough. Dropping very quickly, the spin from Pycat brought the extra damage and in fact the kill. And again, Navi trying to keep that positive attitude until Yapsol looks to take it away from them with a follow-up stuns. The Ice Blast is perfect. Dendi was dead before the Ice Blast even arrived. You lose your Golem. Pycat stunning himself on the back of the Spike Carapace.
They are very good at using the Sunstrike. The Sunstrike comes out very quickly after the Clockwork Hookshot, after the Chronosphere too, so there is just very little time for Navi to react at all. And yeah, you're not really able to see the effects of the Healing Ward too much in these team fights. It's going to be mostly used to heal up after the fight if they survive, and if they survive being the key word here as we see
Kezu's coming
go
again.
for the health.
He's underneath the Sentry Ward. They see him perfectly, so they start with the first stun. Pycat got the spin of Fireball, actually took one step backwards, so not the maximum amount of damage into Kezu, and he got out of range of the Sentry Ward, barely missing his own stun. If that hit Pycat, the Ice Blast would have followed up, and Pycat would be looking to go home.
Yeah, he also uses Carapace a little bit early too. Using a Enduring Spin is very useless for him.
Smart TP out there by General. He went underneath the Observer Ward of Team Secret, and they realized he went in very, very deep.
Well, how did Invoker get so much farm? He's number one.
They left him alone, and he kept getting all the getting all the Sunstrike kills. Lasso. Well, there goes a little bit of that farm. He spent his money. He can't. He's still going for the Aghanim's.
Wait, was that a 4-second TP? It seemed like it was longer than 3. I wasn't actually looking at him. But
if he was TPing to the shrine, then yeah, probably would have been a 4-second TP. I also didn't check where he was going to.
Greed.
Well, Pycat's going to try and force this top lane. Remember, you still have the Ice Blast available.
Without a Sunstrike, though,
yeah,
it's hard.
You wonder if sometimes it's a deterrent. 40 seconds on cooldown.
Ooh, he's going farming build. Battle Fury next. Owen would be excited.
Well, we got ourselves a long game. Even Hand Midas is the build-in for Kezu. Nothing really unusual about that, but
he's the only right clicker on the Dire side. I suppose there's some with Puck, but he might take the magic resistance talent at 20 or at 15 because I think it's really good here versus the Radiant lineup.
How quickly can Team Secret do Roshan? I'm seeing this Vlad's on Faceless Void. And
not quickly.
With the Alacrity, do they have enough damage?
I mean, they can certainly do it. It would just take a while. They have Chilling Touch too. Chilling Touch is not the worst thing versus Roche.
Just thinking they're going to be really quick about it because Batrider plays great around, like they all play great around Roshan. But
I think they might do the thing where they...
Oh, mid one again. Called out, silenced. Instant Omni Slash by Pycat. They weren't waiting. Yapsor, wait on the hook shot. Where's the Sunstrike? He's dead. Yapsor, Cogs pushes it back. Here comes the Ice Blast. Dendi actually phase shift. He didn't dodge the chill effect, however, so no way to regenerate. Those one charges won't help him at all. And now they look for Biva. Hook shot is available. Yapsor needs a clean line. He also needs the range. He's too far away at the moment. So Puppey will come up behind, keep the cold going. That so Ice fast. Vortex, and now Biva, Kezu. Oh, the Observer Ward sees him. Where's Clockwork's position to? No, Yapsor gave up the chase. But Invoker's up in 5 seconds time, and this Vendetta will last long enough. If you hit the Vendetta, and the stun, and the mana burn with the max Sunstrike. Actually, it's not max, it's one short.
Dubious.
Yeah.
Boy, that's like 800 damage from Kezu. I don't think he can output that amount of damage right now.
You know what they need? They needed the Spectra. Like, that's all they needed to come in at the very, very end.
They would have gotten rolled even harder on the bottom lane.
Without the chrono control, it just, like, this game wasn't going to happen for him.
Well, Void also has a good way to escape the Batrider during the Firefly stage. Like, he already died having an escape mechanism. Imagine if it were Spectra. Spectra would have just gotten crushed.
This Observer Ward for Navi that's just sitting inside their jungle, it's doing so much work. Sorry, for Team Secret, it's doing so much work watching Navi's maneuver.
Oh, Firefly coming out. Kezu, could he be the last
Observer
target?
and Sentry. They see it all. And Biva, well, now they also understand they're being watched. Great defensive wards at least stop the gank from Navi, but now Team Secret don't have the vision to defend their tier 2.
They're still in good position, but not Faceless Void. Faceless Void has no Chronosphere, and this will likely be an easy tower, unless Kezu makes a miraculous play here with a double stun.
Well, he's right underneath the sentry ward, so miraculous would be almost impossible. Right on the edge, Vivid's going to stun him. Here comes your lasso. A lot of control, MP. He can jump forward and hit 4 people inside this chrono if he really wants to. Starts the time dilation on the Juggernaut. Sunstrike, it doesn't hit the mark. Neither does the Ice Blast. Pycat will live, and with the fatal bonds, Kezu, his fate was basically sealed. General locked inside the cogs. They want to create some space, but it was a TP out. Yabsaur is the last man really fighting here at the tier 2 tower, and a little bit of miscommunication. Some of Secret wanted out, the rest of Secret wanted in.
What a bro Yabsaur is, going in and trying to help his team out, but Navi still continues to snowball. This is getting rough as we see what happens when Secret miss some of their big damage spells. Impale missed everyone. He was napalmed, so it was very hard for him to turn and actually hit the heroes that he wanted. And Invoker also missed Sunstrike, I believe, and the Ice Blast missed.
Yes.
And without those, yeah, you do not have any damage.
But that's why I'm surprised they started with that. Like, you smoke up, you try to defend the tower, maybe you're feeling pressured by it, but shouldn't it have been MP? Time walk forward into Chronosphere.
He didn't have it up.
Were in a position.
No, he didn't have it
wasn't there.
I looked. He had 30 seconds when they first started beating the tower. So he was also near the T2 and mid. So,
so at that point, then what's the point of fighting?
They didn't think the Knicks would get caught out. They thought the Knicks could catch out the bat, not the other way around. But they don't have sentries around the pit because they're playing very greedily right now.
Kezu's on the run, and he will actually... Oh, General. Blinks away. Leaves Kezu's head spinning.
He's playing very greedily, too. The Midas, even. I think Blink Dagger is the item of choice versus Batrider because you could just wait for him to initiate, and then you just blink in and Carapace. The thing is, if you get Midas first, and you want to position yourself for Carapace, you might just get jumped yourself. And that's... You cannot have your Nixus hasn't died that early in the team fight. When he's supposed to counter 2 of their 5 heroes.
Maybe he was still thinking that MP's Chrono, that means they win the team fight. Rely on Yabsaur, who has really good vision around Roshan. The Vortex is inside the pit. With the smoke that breaks on Biva, Navi are a lot more cautious. They understand the team's secret are around their own Ancients. Yeah, and meanwhile, Mid-One's enjoying farm time. He's catching back up once again on net worth. Has the Aghanim Scepter done.
If they want to win, Mid-One has to carry this at this point. He needs to have some sort of fantastic combo inside the Chronosphere. I guess MP could carry it too if he has 3 people in the Chronosphere, like a non-spinning Juggernaut, a non-phased Puck. But it is a tall order for him.
It would make sense if if MP can get that Chronosphere off. But it would make more sense to actually dish out damage if Yabsaur can find the Warlock every single time.
I would say it's less so on Yabsaur and more so on Kezu. Kezu needs to be the one to interrupt it. Like, he needs to make the Puck very scared to orb to clear waves. He needs to make it very scared for anyone on the dire side to be able to push in waves. He needs to make the Batrider second guesses every single move. Notice Batrider's quick buy. He's not even going for BKB next because he's not even scared of this Nyx. Because Kezu's not playing particularly well in this game.
Well, Team Secret would love an opening if they can find it. 3-man smoke up, Kezu as well as Mid-One, not included in this. They're actually underneath Observer and Sentry, and now they find their target. The Chronosphere is up, they find General, and Dendi went into the Chronosphere, meaning the Ice Blast can connect. The Impale Stun from Kezu, it will miss, but it won't matter. Not when Dendi jumps in to a place of no time. Upheaval, okay, Omni Slash, how much damage have you got? Split between everyone, the Rock falls down as well. Thanks to Fatal Bonds, a lot of that damage was shared out by Team Secret, but with Hookshot and Impale, not the combination they're exactly searching for, but it won't matter. You've brought down 3 of the cores, you're looking for the extra icing on top of the cake. It's the Choc Tops. The Sunstrike will connect as well. Mid-One gets a double kill, and Navi, oops.
Well, I guess this is the type of game Secret wanted. They wanted to be faced with a little bit of adversity only to come back with their strikingly stunning plays. And it's shaping up to be that.
Is that a joke because Kezu didn't hit the Impale? A stunning play?
Non-stunning play? What's the opposite of stunning?
Shouldn't bet. I don't know.
I guess you would say like hideous, I suppose.
ugly,
mediocre,
stunning, ugly. No. If you're going for the opposite, stunning is meant to be the top of the beauty thing.
You could be stunning in a good way or a bad way.
A deformed is deformed. Is what it is.
That's also stunning.
How is deformed stunning?
Stunning can be bad too, Toby.
Really?
Yeah.
How is stunning ever a bad thing?
Okay, think about what it actually means when you get stunned. You're like, you pause for a second, right?
Oh no, I'm thinking about stunning. It's just like, man, your hair is stunning today, Merlini.
I think you can use it both ways though.
Yeah.
Like
it's the dynamicness of the English language.
Yeah. You don't always do a double take because of something good. Sometimes it can be because of something bad. And I think stunning is very similar in that sense. But regardless, so that's why I was like, oh, maybe the opposite is like just mediocre, average, plain Jane, whatever you want to call it. But
okay, so Spike Carapace. This time he'll stun over on Dendi. The Sunstrike will be able to connect, so Dendi a little bit lower. Keep the run going with Ancient Apparition down. A Hawk shot. Stop the pass! Happened. Yabsaw just got the greatest hook he possibly could. It was point blank range, so it was very hard to miss. But his cogs are going to split this fight up so hard.
If you look at MP, he's actually rooted by the Prowlers at the Ancient Camp. So he actually can't time walk over there for a few seconds.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't have Chronosphere anyway.
He's still not there, though.
Yeah, but mid one's ready. He just released the tornado.
Oh, it's his time to shine. It's about to be a meteor blast.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Into a cog.
I'm wondering if I don't know if that is Dendi giving a prediction.
It seems to be the case. Yeah, you're right. They don't even need the Faceless Void.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Invoker might be able to do this all himself. He does have the tornado, which isn't looking like it's on cooldown. I thought for a moment it was. Yeah, that's why it doesn't look like it's on cooldown on my screen.
I mean, they all look like they're up in the air to me.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm just like, wait, hang on, what the hell's going on here?
Oh, they're tornadoed.
They are. Yeah. Paul's just not showing us right things. But if he Chaos Meteors follows up with a Deafening Blast, I wonder if they get pushed back inside the cogs once again.
Oh, that would be nasty.
The cogs are going to trap him in. You already see Yabsaw, it's glowing gold for the cogs. And he is going to just trap the top of the ramp. And inside of that, Batrider, inside the Firefly, so he'll be okay there, sort of, because he can get out. But then he's going to get hit so hard. But Dendi will have nowhere to go.
Oh, wait, maybe he hasn't casted the tornado. Wait. Yeah, Nyx is actually Yulesed, and Batrider is impaled.
Wait, oh no, hang on. So Yabsaw in mid? No, he Yules and then hook shot it in.
No, what? No, he didn't Yules. Wait, what? Puck Yulesed.
Not Puck. Sorry, I was clicking on the wrong one.
Puck Yulesed. So Tornado has not been cast yet.
Okay, yep. Sorry.
It's just two people are up in the air. One's flying and one is Yules.
Can things stop being great?
Okay, here we go.
All right. Back to the fight that was paused up. So Yabsaw traps him in. Here comes your four-man tornado, as well as Deafening Blast, Meteorite. Batrider starts the burn, but no one's down. Denny was able to dodge it all with a phase shift and then lock him in. MP, the man late to the fight, actually ended up fighting against four of Navi heroes out the front of the pit. And now what? We're going to turn around again. Another Cogs. Kezu will get a double stun, hitting both Warlock and the Ogre Magi. And MP needs to get out of here. Time Walker Valve goes up the hill and away. Seneko is the only one to get a kill on the man who started, well, man who started all of this, but close to it. Kezu drops. Batrider hit by the Ice Blast, locked inside the Chronosphere. The Faceless Void gives up his life in order to get that kill.
That's pretty funny, because he has very high move speed inside the Chronosphere, but your turn rate is still the same. And he got owned by the turn rate napalm slow. Well, that actually was not as bad as I thought it was going to be for Team Secret. They only lost 3 heroes. I thought they were going to lose like 4, 5 even at that point. Because the Meteor did not connect.
Yeah.
As we initially predicted, they were not all dead.
It's actually that time when maybe it wasn't the greatest thing in the world to have Dendi inside the cogs. If he was on the edge and he got burnt by it, then the combination probably would have connected on him. But he still hit the Sunstrike after. Like, he still hit Dendi on the way out. There was just no follow-up at that point. No Faceless Void Chrono until the very end.
The healing ward was too strong, I think. The healing ward would stayed up the entire time. They actually might need a Scepter on Faceless Void because of the way the game is going. Like, every time Navi are fighting, or most of the times that they're fighting, they're trying to fight before the Chronosphere has coolback down. And you have these very low cooldown spells. Sunstrike at 30, you have Ice Blast at 40, and meanwhile you have Chronosphere at well over triple the cooldown of some of these spells.
But you see MP's item build. He's going for the Manta to start with, just in case that silence connects on him.
It's very good versus the Batrider and versus the Puck and versus the Juggernaut, although maybe not so much if he went for the Battle Fury build. But
General's coming for a kill. The Observer and Sentry saw so much. He wants to catch up to Yapsaw. However, the cogs are down, so he'll burn a little bit of mana on the way out. The Ice Blast, it looks really good. Hitting on 3. The Omni Slash does come out from Pycat, jumping all the way down towards Puppey. Combining with a spin, he'll go in deep. Mid one needs to create some space to save his captain. It won't happen, however. But with the Ice Wall, Pycat trapped, trying to get out with the Mana Style, battling against MP. It won't happen. Mid one will find the kill. Still a 2-for-1 trade-off, but without the Juggernaut, Navi cannot take Roshan.
Dude, mid one's having to do so much here. His damage has to be incredibly high. Well, at least Juggernaut died. That's what Secret's mindset is right now. And at least it was Clockwork got his blade mail up before the lasso, so that was pretty good. But they clearly need to de-ward that area.
Yeah.
Navi have 2 sentries and an obs, and Secret have 0 wards over there.
They got rid of the first Observer ward. Like, the amount of obs which Navi have committed, like, it's understandable that they're blind everywhere else on the map. And yeah, now Puppey, no surprise, he's able to find it. So he'll actually get both the sentry wards as well.
Kezu's not a team player. He just ate that obs ward with the Quelling Blade.
He needs money, man. He needs money. Gotta fuel this Nyx Assassin.
Oh, the smoke play. Here we go. Chronosphere is up. Let's see it fly.
Where's the jump? Sentries are down. They both see it. Yapsaw, hook shots up. Able to find the Ogre Magi. Sunstrike's on the money. So Biver will fall. Where is your follow-up? It's definitely not coming from Navi just yet until here it comes. General jumps in, the lasso over on Yapsaw. He's in so deep, but the Spike Carapace gets a follow-up stun. Tornado, the Ice Blast, not a really great position for it. It chills up actually no one. It didn't even fly over the top of Pycat, so it's mid one in trouble. MP has to help him out. He's going for the Chronosphere, keeping Pycat in position. The Rock trying to create a little bit more space. MP has to jump out, but he's trapped. He can't get out of the trees. He'll have to TP away to safety. And he's able to do so. Mid one doing the same thing, and they're going all the way home. Pycat will begin on Roshan. The Sunstrike connects on both Dendi and Pycat. So Team Secret well aware of what's going on inside the pit.
Healing Word is too strong, though. They are healing up and then some with the Shadow Word.
Is this the Kezu YOLO play?
Yep.
He has Force Up, Spike Carapace, as well as the Impale. They'll dust him up, however, so that'll connect Kezu. General has no lasso. They're jumping out to try and fight this. The Ice Blast. Again, Puppey. It's going to be dodged. General goes for the aggression. Kezu, they'll trigger the Shrine. His Impale doesn't connect on anything. However, in the Fatal Bonds, they're all connected together. The damage is shared equally among Team Secret as Pycat wants to go for more. The Cogs from Yapsaw splitting up the play. Puppey will finally die, but have Navi gone in too deep for just this one kill? General stunned up as well, while MP, mid one does fall. General starts his TP, one more attack. MP will be able to do that.
And it looks like mid one was near the backside of the fight, but he got destroyed.
Dendi! He can't get the last hit in. He has to jump away. The Force Spirit is attacking into him. With the time dilation, it's, yeah, there's no follow-up to this.
This Roshan is very low, though. It's at about 40% HP, and both teams need to keep their eye on that. Navi and Secret both know that Forward Spirit was inside the pit. But Juggernaut's not up for another 20 seconds, but I'd be surprised if they didn't head straight towards the pit, especially while Chronosphere is down. But it's only down for 20 more seconds.
Yeah, by the time Juggernaut actually reaches Roshan, like, he could TP to the Shrine, but he'll still have that, like, maybe a 5-second window before Chrono is back.
But it's so low. If you don't take it, Invoker's just going to steal it. You do not want Invoker to get an Aegis here.
That's true. But you then run the risk of Puppey finally connecting with an Ice Blast.
You still have to protect Roche.
Here comes the Juggernaut. So he did TP out towards the Shrine, but he stopped to farm the Ancients.
Well, he can't take it alone.
Yep. He needs friends. Dota is a game of friends.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Door barrel! Mid one now is going to fight from the northern side. Like, all of Team Secret, they're just trying to control this northwest side of the pit, where Navi haven't actually put any kind of vision. Their Observer and Sentry are still on their side of the river mouth, right in front of Roshan.
They need the Nyx to make big plays, but Nyx, I believe, already revealed himself under the Observer ward.
Yeah, he's terrified. He's terrified of vision. So wherever there's Sentry wards of himself, of his own team, that's where he goes. You see how many sentries are down from Team Secret. They're trying to buy that space for Kezu to get the initiation off.
Roshan's healed up so much.
Yeah. By now is basically a fresh Roshan, how Navi would have to approach it. And Team Secret, maybe they're aware of this. So they forced Na'Vi into a different position to fight. A position where they haven't established vision. And as Dendi, the Sunstrike, the connection, he can't phase shift because the Deafening Blast from mid-1 arrives just at the right time. And Seneko, another stun, knows the mana burn, the hook shot! Yapsor splits Na'Vi and Twine! Seneko will fall, locked in with mid-1. The Chronosphere will come out. They just want the Juggernaut when he finished doing his Omni Slash with a Flame Break. Faceless Void, push down to the lower ground. That lasso, hold him in position. They want more and they're gonna get it. Double buybacks from Na'Vi, TPing over towards the Shrine. No Faceless Void Chrono. If they can get a pick-off on either mid-1 or Puppey, it may be enough confidence for them to go into Roshan and finish the job they started about 5 minutes ago. And they will find the kill on Puppey. He can't run away from this. It's all up to Kezu as well as mid-1 to hold Roshan themselves.
This is you, mid-1. This is your time to shine. What plays can you do inside the pit, if
Nothing.
any?
They're letting it go.
Well, they could have potentially lost the game if he went for a play, but it also could have potentially been game-winning.
They would have needed Puppey to buy back and throw an Ice Blast to make that even remotely possible. Here comes your Sunstrike Black Cat. Down to 400 HP, getting hit by that. There. They take the opportunity just to clean up the lanes. Wait until Chronosphere's back up again and then do what their lineup is meant to do. Combo.
Kill this healing ward is what they need to do.
Still amazing how far ahead in net worth Invoker is. He's level 20 on this Invoker. He actually didn't go for the... Like, is that normal to bypass the level 20 talent tree?
Sometimes. If you want max of your other spells. The level 20 is not that great.
They're smoking. Yapsor, because of the rocket, they've got to understand this is going on. General, he's moving himself forward. He got the big one. He got the Invoker and the Rock with the Fatal Bomb. Team Secret is beyond a disaster. They're losing so much life. Mid-1, Space Creator with a Tornado. But Space Creator for what? The dead. The dead can't win a game. They look for more. They go after the Faceless Void. The Aegis Immortal was the only thing of value lost here for Na'Vi. While Team Secret, they lose it all and even buy back on mid-1. The only way they keep their racks alive is through this Invoker.
Let General Batrider through and he will dazzle you. He has destroyed this Invoker. He pulled them inside, so they all got comboed. I don't know why they were all huddled around Invoker, but they were. That is not a friendly guy.
Tornado EMP. They're trying to burn out Na'Vi. Dendi was able to phase shift to Pycat, protected by his Blade Fury. The tier 3 tower is still up. Faceless Void bites back, and he looks for it. Goes for the Chronosphere. It's on the Juggernaut. Ice Blast and Sunstrike. It's going to connect. Juggernaut will fall. The Ice Blast. It didn't connect on Puck, but it doesn't matter. They're both down, and they do not have buybacks available. The tier 3 tower lives on 18 bloody HP. He will remain up. Biva's still on the run. Mid-1, he runs faster. This guy is an athlete looking for a kill onto the Ogre Magi. Should be no problem at all. Now 3 heroes without buyback. 2 of them, your big cores, having to wait a minute before they're alive.
That's what we call worth it for buyback. Well played, mid-1.
MP got to the front line so quickly too.
Yep, he TB'd in very, very aggressively. Now that he's a Manta style, he's not actually scared of that much. And they don't have that Wombo combo. They dropped everything that they had during that last fight, and still 40 seconds left. And the saddest part, as you mentioned, didn't even get to T3.
Is this actually going to be Team Secret taking the mid-ranks when Na'Vi were the ones with the great team fight, the wonderful combinations? Sunstrike, the Tornado, timing was a little bit off, but it won't matter when Yapsor can seal the deal. Hook shotting forward, bringing down Seneko, another hero down without buyback. All the expenses Na'Vi took to win the last fight. Team Secret take it back with interest. Mid-ranks gone, and top ranks soon to follow.
Well, looks like Team Secret can give Na'Vi a good fight, even with a... I mean, it's not a terrible lineup.
We're going to class this as the Secret Eclectic. It's just a little bit of everything. Now, Tornado, no. Team Secret want to back out of this one. They're worried about General's initiation. Your Chronosphere off cooldown in 3 seconds time, and then they can go again.
Wow, that's a surprise. They're respecting Na'Vi. Backing off.
Maybe they're just respecting their items and the cooldown times. Aghanims arise for the next assassin. Faceless Void has Chrono again.
They do not have buyback on Invoker, so that's a very, very big deal, considering what happened in the last fight. And There are other ways to break Linken's. Blink, Yules on the puck, Omni Slash from Juggernaut, even the Diffusal Blade. But Juggernaut actually hasn't made any item progression in a really long time.
Mm-hmm. He's been stuck. Pykat's got a wish list. Like right now, he's asking Santa for some early Christmas gifts. A full butterfly, a blink dagger, and a BKB. This is everything. Inside, it's like, guys, I need all these items before we can fight again.
That area is devoted to quick buy, not your wish list, Pycat.
Well, there's your BKB from the Batrider, so finally General won't get caught out by the Nyx Assassin, but at the same time, we were talking about the Aghanim Scepter from the Faceless Void. He actually switches it up with better initiation. He goes for the Blink Dagger on the Faceless Void.
That's pretty good, and they have the Ags on Nyx Assassin, so Nyx Assassin can be their main source of disable during team fights when Chronosphere is down, and they don't have to rely on him so much.
Nyx Assassin's invis, he'll break the smoke on General, they throw down the Sentry Ward, not close enough, YapzOr again, in with the cogs, isolating this Ogre Magi. There is no buff for you in this game. MP, well I suppose it creates some space, but beyond that, whiff. General, his Firefly's almost gone. Tornado's gonna connect, but there goes your rock. It's a good Fatal Bonds combining with the Omni Slash MP. He actually had 10 stick shots, but he couldn't get them off. Not in time. Ice Blast Pycat, he does get hit by it. Does he actually tick out? What level is that? It is a level 2. The Sunstrike, it won't connect. So he'll be forced to stay out of this fight for the moment. Just until he can start his regeneration, as now the chill does wear off.
Man, missing a Chronosphere has to be one of the most... like, it's the most obvious that you missed. Black Hole you can cancel. Echo Slam, it's just for half a second, and he says Chaos Dunk. But Chronosphere, you cannot cancel that bad boy.
It was space creation, man. That's what this is. General, no, into the Observer and Sentry!
Oh, that's a gem down.
That is a gem down. YapzOr's gonna have it in his hands. He may give it over to Khezu. Yeah, he actually does give it over to Khezu.
Oh, man, level 15. Ancient Apparition talent. Oh, that's one of the best. 30 health regen.
Alright, cool. And he's got the protection having Lotus Orb for the rest of his teammates.
Okay, let's see if Navi can pull off another combo. There is no rock, but...
they have... oh, there's no rock. There's Dream Coil from Puck. You got his control at least.
Oh, there's no
Maybe
buyback.
Biva can survive the start of an engagement.
Who's going to hit the tower?
It's Forge Spirits.
Who's gonna hit? That's not enough damage.
That's all they've got. Without the Faceless Void, they don't have a front runner. Clockwork's still that initiation point from the far away, which he can do in 1 second time. Hookshot comes off cooldown. Nice BKB timing for the Juggernaut. Pycat's now got it up and running. So there's your first item progression on the Juggernaut in the last 20 minutes.
Much needed. Although, you still have to worry about him during Chronosphere because Sunstrike still pierces BKB and spin, and the Ice Blast debuff still pierces BKB and spin. So he still can die very easily. I don't actually know what other item he should have gotten instead though.
Yeah, what were you gonna do, like Scotty and get life point that way? That's not gonna help.
Kill them before they kill you, dude.
Yeah, murder on the dance floor. He's very good at doing the spin dance.
I think Basher would have been pretty good too. Blink Abyssal, so you can actually lock down the Faceless Void because he's relying on Manta Style right now to stay alive. If you can lock him down with like a puck combo into an Abyssal, he is dead to rights.
Well, Navi are doing a good job of keeping the creep wave away from the towers. The Juggernaut Manta helps with that. Bringing it in more manageable pieces.
This Warlock's farm too. He's 10,000 net worth. Well, we don't have the buyback. Well, we have buyback up, but he has a lot of items.
He's got the extra golem as well. Actually causes issues for the Clockwork if he initiates in on the Warlock. Snako will drop the rock still. Quick tornado. Biva caught by that. Not going to Sunstrike on the combination, however. They're still waiting for Navi to come out to them, and Roshan is... oh, wow, look at the timing for it. It just spawned up. Puppey pinged it. It's like, I should have a look at this. There's your Vortex. It's an early Roshan spawn time as well. Secret just got very, very lucky. Aegis and Cheese to come their way.
Navi might have to use a smoke if they have any smokes left. I see no smokes in their inventory.
How do they check it though? Like, you know Roshan could be up.
You don't know, but you know that they left the top lane, and you had to take that risk.
Either that or you think Team Secret are completely smoked up. Look at Kezu's position. He's in the tree line next to Observer and Sentry. There's no way to sneakily get past him. Even the Observer ward to the north of him sees any kind of maneuver. So if Na'Vi want to come, they have to go all the way down the mid lane, then go up through the river to dodge the trap the Team Secret have planted. By the time they do that, Roshan is dead. By the time they leave their base, Roshan is dead.
I don't think it's that great that Kezu's right there. He might pop the smoke, but he's still, like, you don't want him to die first.
Yep.
I think it's, if he dies first, you'll probably lose the fight. Invoker's much more difficult to kill. I don't actually think he'll die first, because he can just pop his BKB, but Nick says if you get Blink Lasso during your egg, you are still dead. So he might be a smoke popper, but they have flying vision from 2 different things, the Puck Orb and the Bat Rider, so him staying in the trees is not actually that safe. So I think one thing that he does have going for him is there's no gem, because they did recently recover the gem, but yeah, they probably don't know exactly how long Navi has had
shot, Dendi caught, Yamso, the 4-star. It came out just in time from Snako to push Dendi to the other side of the cogs. But now Bat Rider caught by the Spike Carapace and the Sunstrike. Had they got more stuns, General is back inside the base. He'll miss the Tornado. Just by interrupting his pathing just a little bit, he'll end up surviving. So hook shots down, but not for too long.
The tower hitting is so terrible, though.
Yeah, they need to win a team fight in order for Team Secret to take another lane of racks. It's the only way this works.
They have Aegis and Cheese. Ideally, you have a low cooldown Chronosphere, so you can go on someone with Chronosphere, blow all your cooldowns, force a buyback, and then just repeat.
They saw Kezu. General needed the sentry ward. Oh, it's just out of range, or is it? It clips the edge of the burrow, but... Alright, because the Gem of True Sight, Kezu reaches the sentry ward. The Force Spirits got rid of it, they dust, and then they drag him back. Spike Carapace is down, but with the BKB, General is babysat, and now they go for the Omnislash Kezu. He's still alive, the Lotus Orb helps him break free into the cover of Vendetta. Meanwhile, while Navi is doing all of this, hunting the Nyx Assassin, mid-1 is pumping the damage into the melee racks.
You know what? They didn't have vision. The Lotus Orb dispelled the dust, and then they didn't have vision, and the Omnislash stopped. That is so sad. Well,
that's not just sad. That's brutal. That's the best opportunity they could have gone for. General played it perfectly, but it was the Puppey Lotus Orb.
Yep. That's why you need Gem and sentries. Having sentries in your base versus Nyx Assassin is a great idea.
Oh, they tried, but the Gem, they saw it and they got rid of it.
Well, you place more. You're really going to let a 100 gold item lose you your racks?
In this case, it looks like yes. The Fusel Blade is now up for MP, coming on the Courier. Are they leaving the Shrine to push? Yeah, they are. They want to fight. Bivot decided to come out. Cole snapped up. Where's that lasso? The Rock is going to hit nicely with the Fatal Bonds. Here comes your Ice Blast. It's perfectly on top of Dendi. The Sunstrike doesn't hit him as he comes outside the phase shift, but it won't matter when mid-one's there. The Chrono! Oh, MP! Well, that's the second time he's caught Oxygen.
He caught the Shrine, dude. Got him.
Value.
Can't click on the Shrine. Suckers.
Here comes Team Secret. Bycat. He's got himself a TP scroll, but he'll stop the spin and just try and creep skip it out. But the mid lane's already in, so is the top lane, so he's not really like triggering backdoor regeneration. Denny's back up again, but with no Dream Call available, and you just lost the Warlock, he at least lets off the Death Golem. That'll help him out. But Pycat, time lock. He has a man to start to try and dodge out of this, but he's so damn low. One more hit, that should be the whole ball game right here. The Ice Blast connects on Snako. He's got nothing more to give. No one from Navi does, apart from their lives. A triple kill for mid-1. And Team Secret, it looked like they were going to be the first team to give a game, one individual game to Navi during Epicenter, but Ixnay on the game, 44-43. That's where this game ends.
It certainly wasn't for lack of trying that Secret didn't give them a game. I mean, they were really close to.
I love the expression on Yapstar at the end of it. To go this way, is it that way? How close am I? It was a win. That was close. It's a victory for Secret.
At least it makes them work harder, knowing that they could have potentially lost one game to Navi.
Yeah. It gives a lot of things for Puppey to sit them down tonight and just throw at them. That's what's going to happen.
Jesus.
As constructive criticism. Love you, Puppey.
that was more entertaining. Maybe he was looking out for us.
Yeah. Puppey is a man of the people. He's the Zhao 8 of the CIS scene.
I did not know Zhao 8 had such a reputable status.
That's why LD always called.
บทพอดีอ่ะโดนเบิร์นจนแบบฟอสซับตัวเองออกไปไม่ได้ครับ
I don't think I've seen Secret really do this much recently, but I also wouldn't be shocked if this ends up being a mid Wind Ranger. I think it could be a pretty good matchup for them. And also, if you play that Wind Ranger mid, she gets more farm and say gets that blink up, or even maybe pub build Shadow Blade or something. You have tempo on this hero. Now you can run around your presence, you're a threat to kill anybody that you see, basically. So I'm not sure if Secret has that in their repertoire.
And with Howl as well, right? So it makes it like a lot stronger.
Yeah, that's true.
True that, true that. All right. Trivia time, boys. Are you ready for this?
Mm-hmm. Nope.
Centaur War Runner. If he hits his ult and the Monkey King is on the enemy team, will he fall through the trees?
No.
No, but and I know what you're trying to say, but you said it wrong.
That was terrible.
If the Centaur has Aghanims and uses his ult, and the Monkey King is on the same team,
yes,
because he gives him free pathing instantly, he falls through the tree, and he'll get stunned.
Congratulations, Owen.
Which is it's a fine mechanic.
That was a trick question. You've solved it, Owen. Fog, you're dumb. You didn't get the trick question.
I also like how it started with if the Centaur hits his ult, because there's a good chance that he'll
miss his
miss.
200 points to Owen.
He's going to miss his R.
200 points to Owen. Fog to get a negative 100 points.
I'm fine with negative 100.
I just stomped the ground. My bad.
All right, guys. We're taking a long time for this last pick here. We got a lot of bans.